to the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Morning and welcome. It is the Steel Toe Morning Show. April made spillies.
Big time.
You guys should have been here like 10 seconds ago. You would have just seen blonde hair sprinting in and out of frame. It just sort of, She made it back. Welcome to the program. It is the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's April.
Hey.
No yellow this morning. I'm sorry. I do have my Clam Radio shirt on. Complete with grease stains.
I just have a wife beater on.
Well, it's appropriate.
Yeah.
It's appropriate. Welcome to the show. We've got a great one. Packer Backer already on Rumble taking a bold stance, saying April's titties are better than Johnny's titties. Look, everybody has their advantages, and everybody has their disadvantages. And I don't think we should be judging people based on their weak points, but rather their strong points. Is Johnny unfortunately hideous to look at? Of course he is. Yes, he is a remarkably ugly human being. But he's very funny. Now, is April incredibly easy to look at? Yes. Is she funny? Not at all. Not at all. So everybody,
I want to be fired this morning.
Everybody has their ups. Everybody has their downs. Johnny, hideous to look at. Decent to listen to. April, very easy to look at. Hideous to be heard.
Easy on the very easy to look at.
Easy on the eyes, hard on the ears. Johnny, complete opposite. Welcome to the show. We do have a great one planned for you today. Hey, your goal for today, very, very low. You might be saying, but Aaron, didn't we miss yesterday morning by about $90? You guys have a guardian angel on your shoulder, and that guardian angel is called the evening show audience. I don't mean to, I'm not putting down the morning show audience. This is just merely a statement of research and fact. The evening show audience, I will say the evening show audience has probably pulled the morning show's fat out of the fire more times than the reverse.
There's a chance.
That evening show audience is pert generous. And now there's a chance that tonight, that evening show audience puts the morning show audience ahead again because it's prize night. And I think anything over 45 goes towards the next day's goal. So all kinds of madness. We have a great show for you today. Plenty of things to talk about. I don't think YouTube is going to like the title of today's episode.
I missed it.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. But YouTube has been very unfavorable towards us. Well, really for 8 months. Ever since we got our first strike, YouTube doesn't want people to know we exist. But we discovered Rumble, and then we doubled the size of our views, which is great. But, yesterday our morning show got wiped. It got blocked by YouTube. We're not allowed to show it to you. It's over on Rumble. WWE blocked it because we were talking about that Rock and Austin clip. And I got a lot of people on Twitter writing to me and going, well, that's kind of your fault. You should know WWE doesn't fuck around with people playing their clips.
Right.
Well, I'm sorry. I apologize. I've done wrong, Vince.
Thank you.
I've done wrong.
Thank you for apologizing.
Well, look, that's what's wonderful about Rumble is they allow it. They let you do your thing. It's very freeing. And while 400 people are hanging out here on YouTube, 400 people are hanging out over on Rumble, our audience gets bigger. Everybody wins. And then you got Twitter and Facebook as well. And by the way, the Twitter and Facebook people, not many of them, those are like the kids in school who are willing to wear like throwback clothing that everyone thinks is dorky. You know, they walk in, they know it's not cool, they know it's not going to get much approval, but they hang out there anyway.
Yeah, I was always kind of wondering how many people do that.
Yeah, I appreciate the Twitter and Facebook people. It seems like each one of those videos gets like between 100 and 300 views.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That actually surprises me because it seems very unpopular.
Yeah, I mean, it adds a little something to the audience, I guess. I'm still going to get that fake Twitch account, or not fake Twitch account. I'm still going to get that, what do they call it? Ban
evasion.
I'm going to get that evasion channel on Twitch. I fucked up and I already created one, but it was the wrong name. So now I have to go back and do the whole thing over again. It hasn't been banned yet. That's the good news.
I mean,
they haven't banned my fake wrong name channel.
Haven't put a thing on it.
Yeah.
I'm happy they didn't ban you.
What do we call that one? The last one was called Steel Toe Radio, wasn't it?
That's retarded.
Maybe we go Steel Toe.
That's not anything close to what we have.
No, it was Steel Toe Show. It was twitch.tv, because I remember the Jake Hudson song, twitch.tv/Steel Toe Show. So that was Steel Toe Show. We could call this one Steel Toe Morning Show. Twitch will never figure it out.
Do Steel Toe Media.
Steel Toe Media?
They'll never know.
I think Steel Toe Morning Show, I think that'll, here's the radar. Right under it. Right under it. Nobody will ever be the wiser.
You could say totally not Steel Toe Show.
Ooh, that'll throw it off because they'll be like, well, why would they call it that if it was them? They'd want people to know it was them. So if you say totally not Steel Toe Show, they'd be like, oh, well, good. That's making our job here on Twitch a lot easier.
Steel Toe Facade Show.
Steel Toe Never Show. Perfect. 200. So the goal today is $250. The evening show audience spotted you 100 yesterday. They figured you needed the help after yesterday morning. So you're welcome. So go ahead and knock that out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. Those are great. And Rumble rants are awesome too. Hung Solo says, wait, over on Rumble, I'm doing Rumble. Sometimes the Rumble chat, they get a little dejected. They're like, Aaron doesn't care about us. I go back and forth between both. Hung Solo says, wait, what? I didn't need to let Johnny go yesterday. Nobody let Johnny go yesterday.
Why did Hung Solo let him go?
Yeah, exactly.
Like in your heart or what?
Yeah, I mean, it's take it easy. We always try to tell you guys, don't take this shit so seriously. Need Grow Fertilizer says, good morning, and let's get ready to rumble. Ironically, wrote that in the YouTube chat. Need Grow Fertilizer also says, April abusing Aaron wearing her wife beater. I get it. Jay says, Mersh is fat. Jay, I feel like you're a guy who walked into a gas station looking for the wrong products. You came into a convenience store and went, hey, where's my goddamn TV? I kind of have to grab you by both shoulders and go, son, I don't know if you're okay or not, but I believe you're in the wrong store. To come into our show and say Mersh is fat, I hate to break it to you. I don't mean to embarrass you in front of all your friends. You found the wrong channel.
Yeah, Mersh isn't here.
Nightwave is over on Rumble. You know what? Forget it.
Entirely different platform.
Look, you're a smart kid. You'll figure it out. You're a smart kid. You'll figure it out. Or you'll just continue to spurg out in all caps and I'll rescue you from your life. Freedom's Lunch says, April reminds me a lot of what my daughter, 18, will be like in a few years.
I'm literally a decade older than that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oof. When you say it like that.
I'm pretty old, you guys. I think the teenage joke has run its course.
Freedom's Lunch says, April is hilarious. She has British humor. He's saying you have shitty teeth.
Thanks. I actually have nicer teeth than Aaron ever will dream of.
I have better teeth than the person who has his teeth pulled.
Aaron has holes in his mouth.
The Mood says, hey, if you had waited 10 minutes, you had an extra 35. I was driving home. Well, it's okay. We took it, it didn't come in by the time the show was. It's okay, The Mood. You know what? Throw it in now. Just go ahead. We'll start the day at 2:15 instead. Somebody says, I will say April, coming from no background in radio/streaming, she has gotten really good over the past couple of years, better than most radio hacks.
Thank you. I've heard that from a couple
There you
people.
go. All right. Folks, enough with the dick sucking.
Aaron never tells me I'm doing fine.
$1.99 from Patrick Michael says, good morning, April, and Milquetoast male co-host. How you doing?
Wow.
How you doing? Delco Lou, Vince is screaming from Connecticut, strike the channel. Yes. Loaded Wrench letting us know that our MySpace currently has 1.5 viewers. Well, that's good.
Our MySpace?
I don't think you're going to be able to add that one on Restream, but thank you.
Okay.
Fauci's Pangolin says, I think you got blocked because you have a face for radio, Aaron. Now April is camera friendly. Oh.
Only Sundays.
If they're going to talk about us, make it with the girl. My Vince needs work. Coltrane says, I think April is funnier than Johnny most days. Just saying. Well, don't take away the nice thing that I said.
Do you guys know that when you do that and you do the either or between me and Johnny, we both feel weird?
You're depressing the other person.
And me, because now I feel like I'm wronging him somehow. I don't know.
Gray Idol says, when is the big announcement that was supposed? It's on its. Just relax, everybody. All right, it'll be here when it's here. Sometimes Aaron gets a little ahead of himself.
I hate your butt buzz. Stop that.
Citizen M said, calm down. I don't let any lady come on the air and go, stop that. Mm-mm.
Do you think it's nice for anybody to hear the jackhammering of your butt buzz in their ears?
Look, my show, my rules, my playhouse. That's why egotists make radio shows, because the rest of the world then has to bend to them. It's
I don't care if I'm annoying. You're going to hear me.
Exactly. I have to do this. You don't. Matt Poster says STS Media. On Twitch, nobody's going to know that one.
That's true. Nobody would know that.
It's got to be something like Totally Not the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Hey, that was my idea.
Totally Not the Steel Toe Morning Show that you guys banned 2 years or a year and a half ago. There. They'll never know. Composite Toe Show, says Johnny 1.0. But what about my brand? Citizen M says Mersh is fat, so is Jesse PS now too. Well, look, they're all internet guys. They're all fat. If you're not fat on the outside, you're fat on the inside. Red Fox Mad says, will Kirk Cousins be traded for Trey Lance? No, you don't trade the greatest quarterback in NFL history for Trey Lance.
I will say of all years, I've heard a lot of talk about Kirk Cousins this year and how many people are saying, dude, I was wrong about that guy.
They all had to admit they were wrong about Kirk. I stuck it out. I stood my ground, and I said, nope, Kirk's the man. He's awesome. You guys are full of shit. You don't realize it. And now they're all coming around. Even Josh Duhamel was at the Minnesota State Fair saying, you know what? Aaron was right. Kirk Cousins rules. And I'm sorry for everything I ever said against the man.
By the way,
and that guy makes movies.
That guy used to be really hot. I don't know what happened. He doesn't even look like the same person. It looks like he's had a face transplant, which dudes don't do. Like your face at least stays the same. It maybe gets fatter. He's not the same guy anymore.
I've got bad news for you.
I'm upset about it.
You see, there's this thing called time, and it moves forward.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to change your whole essence, does it?
It does. That's what it does.
So are you going to look like...
What?
Abraham Lincoln in like 20 years?
No, I can't grow facial hair.
But you know what I'm saying? He doesn't look like him. He's gone. He's non-existent.
He's older.
He's old.
He's got older man shit going on.
I didn't like seeing him.
No, I'm not going to look like Josh Duhamel.
He can get lost from our fair.
I age wonderfully. I won't look like that.
I don't like it.
Jared Hannon saying good morning to the star and host of the show and to her sidekick. Hey, wait a minute. Captain Calhoun starting us off this morning with $5. Thank you very much, sir. $2.45.
Thank you.
Away from knocking it out today. Again, the evening show audience kind of like almost in a way taunting you guys, saying, hey, people who can't knock out their goals, here's a big head start for you. So don't let those cocky assholes win. The Mood says, I'll keep the 10 for a rainy day. probably end of the show today, you smart ass. $25 over on PayPal. Thanks for starting us off over on the PayPal end of things today.
Thank you.
So that means 220 away. Here you go, boys and girls. Time to get under 200 by the end of the first hour today. And show those evening show bastards that you mean business too. Packerbacker says Kirk low-key puts up great numbers, overshadowed by Rodgers in the North. Won't be the case this year. It wasn't the case last year. He put up better numbers than Aaron Rodgers did.
Yeah, he fell off for sure.
David Allentoe says Dumal looks shittier now because he lives in Fargo, and he's married to a young bitch.
Well, that makes sense. Didn't he used to be married to Fergie? Wasn't
I
that
think
him?
he still is.
No, I don't think so. I think those two split long ago.
No? Well,
Really?
shit. I don't pay attention enough
know.
to pop culture, apparently.
What's Fergie doing today?
Playing county fairs, just singing My Humps 18 times to a
Does
drum
she
machine.
really? I feel like her kind of music, you have to stop singing it eventually.
I don't think Fergie's really around much anymore. Fergie tour dates. I'm guessing the Black Eyed Peas are probably still together, aren't they?
That's probably less
Question mark?
embarrassing than like traveling around singing Fergalicious, though.
Yeah, this is never good when you search someone's upcoming events and you get sorry. There are currently no upcoming events.
See, now I co-sign that. I don't think
Whoops.
she should be ticketing. She shouldn't be touring.
Black Eyed Peas tickets. I'm the first one to Google that in 7 years.
I prefer the
by the
Black
way.
Eyed Susans.
Let's take a look. Don't do that ever again, please. They're going to be in France on April 20th, 2024.
Why?
They've got a friend there. It's a birthday
They're
party.
just doing it for a party. Yeah.
They're playing at Paris La Défense Arena in Nanterre, France. Hold on. Paris La Défense Arena capacity. I'm going to see how many people fit in there. Hey, that's a 40,000 seater. That's a soccer field.
I bet they'll sell every ticket too.
You know, there's a weird thing about like washed up American bands. Some of them just do really well in Europe.
They're a different breed over there.
Look, when it was just Axl and he was putting Buckethead and other people in and Bumblefoot in Guns N' Roses and just switching up the cast members from like 1995 to whenever Slash came back, like 2015. They would just do Europe and South America and they would sell out soccer arenas all the time.
Yeah.
People were like, why don't they do more shows in America? Well, 10,000 seat basketball arena versus 75,000 people in Portugal in a fucking soccer arena. They decided to do the other one. That's all. T. Jefferson says, your brand split is almost as convincing as WWE. I have been here for both shows. It's pretty much the same crowd. Ooh, I disagree with that one. There is a big difference in the morning show crowd and the evening show crowd. First of all, there's about 800 to 1,100 in the morning show crowd at any given time, and about 350 in the evening show crowd. So it's a little different, but that's another thing. They pack a big punch. Like you guys have, 800 on a normal day here and 1,100 on a Friday at any given time. And the evening show comes in and just, beats the living shit out of you sometimes. So again, I wouldn't let them get away with that.
They're small but mighty.
Yeah, they're a small, but they are the 300 of the steel toe audience, almost literally. Kyle says Fergie works at a VFW in Arizona. Yeah. So
There are certain artists, right, where their music, it would be embarrassing to go around singing when you're like 20 years older.
Yeah, you can't be 70 singing My Humps.
And London
Because then she
Bridge.
literally has a hump on her back at that point. She's talking about...
She's got scoliosis.
Yeah, you can't do... I think Will.i.am is the only one that made it out of that group with any kind of relevance. And even he's
think
done.
so.
He's kind of done too, isn't he?
I think, man, I don't know. Can he do any DJ stuff? If you can like DJ things and not have to put vocals on it, sometimes you make it. Because now you can like silently work under somebody else.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
So is that what he's up to?
I have no idea.
You're making
not my day to watch
You're
him.
making shit up as you go. Joe Smash says morning show 1%ers, evening show 0.5%ers. Well, no, it's the other way around. The evening show would have a higher percentage because it's less. Look, math has never been this program's strong suit, okay?
Strung suit.
Or it's strong suit. It's neither one of those two things. Mostly because strong suit doesn't exist.
It does now.
I like hanging out with you guys. You're fun. Citizen M says the evening show is the Mighty Mouse of the Steelverse. Steeltverse? I don't know. We'll work on that. Steelt, metalverse. Astute-verse. Yeah. Well, you know what, Citizen M? Look, you don't have a marketing background, so I'm not going to bust your balls. Soup Can says, I saw the Black Eyed Peas live once. Will.i.am is the only person who actually did anything. You know, I always thought the creepy light-skinned guy was a weird fuck. Like, I always thought he probably had some bodies buried somewhere.
He looks like it, kind of.
What was his name?
I hate to profile people that way.
Yeah, that guy, I hated that guy.
What's he do?
In high school,
Does he do things?
In high school and college, I always wanted to hit that guy.
What was his name? I don't remember.
And he's got like a gay name too, like question mark. He's got some weird voodoo ass name.
Semicolon.
Yeah, I hate him. What's his name? The pale guy who looks like
with the long hair, right?
Rasputin. Yeah, not Rasputin, but he like kind of has that vibe of like
kind of looks like
wizard.
Kind of looks like if Steve Aoki got AIDS.
Yeah, who's the big tall freak in Black Eyed Peas that I wanted to knock the fuck out? Somebody remember his goddamn name.
Figure it out. We're too lazy to Google on our nice big computer here.
And then nobody even remembers that there was a fourth guy.
Really?
Yeah, there's Will.i.am.
No, I thought there was a
question mark, and there was Fergie. That was it.
What?
How about the fact that band was around for a long time, and it just took Fergie going, all right, how about I do a fuck me song, and then we'll get popular. I mean, that's
really is all she did, I think. She just did sex songs.
Because I remember Black Eyed Peas like middling back in the day, and they would do they'd try to do artistic shit. And then one day Fergie's like, hey, I'm a 6.5, but I'll sing about my tits and pussy. Will you fuck me? And people are like, you know what? I'll fuck with the Black Eyed Peas a little bit.
What do you think she looks like today? I haven't seen her.
You know, honestly, probably the British Fergie. They probably melded.
You think she looks just
into one thing? Yeah.
Like a gloop.
Yeah. Black Eyed Peas, weirdest group of looking black people ever.
She's not black even.
Oh, well then that would explain why they're such weird looking black people. They're not black.
I think Will.i.am is the only black person.
What?
Pretty sure.
They're not light-skinned black people?
I don't think so.
Fuck me.
Fergie is 100%
Now
white.
I really want to hit that guy because I know he can't beat me up.
I thought that guy was Asian. Like Korean or something.
He's too
weird.
fucking tall to be Asian. Asians are
really
slight.
Haven't you seen the basketball player?
Oh, that's one of them. And that guy, they
exist.
He slept in nuclear goo until he was 19 years old.
Maybe question mark did too.
Question mark, yes. I don't want to know it. I don't want to scroll down in the chat and find out his real name because I want him to be question mark now.
I can't believe you thought they were all black. Seems a little racist of you. You just hear Black Eyed Peas and you assume black people.
If someone's not white and I don't know what they are, I revert to black. You know? I mean, unless they're like obviously Asian. I just go, well, that's a black person. You know what I fuck up sometimes? Latinos and Filipinos.
You do that.
Yeah.
And yesterday I tried to ask you, hey, what do you think that chick is? She looks like something. And you're like, black. It's completely not a black chick.
Because odds are I might nail that one. Well, here's why my Filipino Latino thing is not too bad of a fuck up. The Spanish went in there and mixed them all up anyway, both the Philippines and Latin American countries. So technically, they should look similar.
And they're all very short for some reason.
Well, that's racist.
Like, did they have to duck a lot or something as a people?
Jesus.
They're all really short.
Wow. Andy Hannon says his name was Taboo, I think, and he played Vega in Street Fighter. Quit telling me things about him. It makes me want to hit him harder.
His name was actually Taboo.
Taboo. See why I hated him now? He had a gay name. Oh, I'm Taboo. You're not that mysterious, cunt.
Well, we've been talking about him for like 10 minutes.
If he had anal sex with his sister on a daily basis, then you can call yourself Taboo, because that's pretty out there.
No, that's in Zesty. We covered that last night.
Yeah, but hey, I stare weird in all of my pictures. Ooh, I'm Taboo. I'm dangerous.
Can I see him now? I want to see him.
Yeah, I really don't want to start off the day angry. Taboo.
Black. Don't say black.
Taboo Black. That's his last name.
Can you imagine what you get if you just Googled Taboo Black?
Whoops. Guys, I kind of fucked up my search. If you look at my Google search there, I wrote Taboo Black-Eyed Eyes. Whoopsie doodle.
Yeah, but...
he's 48. Yeah, he's really he's got a punchable face.
What is that? Who are you?
Yeah, what is that, a black or is that a something else?
I don't think that's black.
Is black? Oh, here you go. It's Taboo from Black Eyed Peas. He's Mexican American and Native American.
Oh, wow.
Wow,
That is taboo, by the way.
Yeah, that's really taboo.
No mixy mix.
Well, Mexican Americans like to be in music bands that are successful for a couple years.
I am Mexican and American.
Jamie Louis Gomez, otherwise known as the Puerto Rican rattlesnake. Jamie Louis Gomez.
Yeah, I guess he can't go by Luis Gomez, right?
You can't be
That's
Louis
taken
Gomez. You have to be
already.
Jamie Louis Gomez. Yeah. Hey, doggy, you guys want to fuck around and make some music? Totally different Louis Gomez. Citizen M says, got to give yourself the name of a potential Mortal Kombat character to make up for no personality. Look at Citizen M.
Wow.
Keanu C. Thompson says his stage name is Taboo, and he's like Asian.
Turns out not Asian at all.
Not Asian at all. He's not black. He's not Asian.
No.
He's, what is he, Mexican and Native American?
He's Mexi-American? I don't know.
Mexative American. Technically,
Mexative.
they're 60% of Mexicans are just Native Americans, like Inca, Mayan, shit like that. They're the ones who look more like American Indians. Whereas the whiter, lighter-skinned looking Mexicans are actually Caucasians. They're Spanish. So
Thank you for that lesson.
lots of Mexicans are white.
Now, can you please tell me why they're all short? Did you have to be short for some... You know how certain people in different parts of the world evolve differently?
You see ladies and gentlemen, before April becomes Jimmy the Greek in front of your very eyes, you see the black athlete came from the slave days when the slave owner would take the big black and breed him with his big woman. And then they'd have a big black kid. I'm sorry, you were saying about Asians being tiny?
I never said that.
Okay. Just checking. I want to spend some time with the Rumble people. Trucker 18 Wheeler says the evening show is all... Oh, I'm sorry. That's the one I left off on. Savage Chuckles says Fergie was in a Christian band before that called Wild Orchid. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, they tried really hard for a while to play it straight. And then they were like, do you see how much money the Pussycat Dolls are making just talking about laying on their back and taking dick?
God. I was a mark for them back in the day, by the way.
Yeah, and they just made songs about, like, how do I say I'll be a fuck toy differently this album?
Loosen up my buttons, babe.
Right. You know, first of all, you could help them out a little bit, all right? Buttons, plural, that's time consuming. Loosen up my buttons. You fucking pillow queen. How about you help out in the experience?
It was called buttons, not button.
How do you say
Loosen up my button?
button?
That's retarded.
Oh, go ahead. You ever listen to that rapper, Joe Button?
No.
He was pretty good. Do you not do T's anymore? Are you boycotting the letter T?
Yeah, it's actually kitten now.
Yeah. Aaron, what's that hormone you men have? It's testosterone, I believe. Or I know I fucked up my own joke. It would be testosterone.
No, you still said a T.
Fuck, there's too many T's in testosterone. Can we back off a T or two?
Can I make you feel better by handing you a kitten with mittens?
Yes, I would love a mitten kitten. Oh, man. You keep talking like that, I might be smitten.
Ew.
No, you see, like you don't have enough water, and it's called Crampa Bay.
It always makes it back.
I'm getting reports from a few people, Mersh not the least of which, that Hurricane, what was it, Vidalia?
We haven't heard from Mersh this morning.
The hurricane, see, if you guys don't know this, the hurricane had its mama was Violet and its daddy was Dale. When they named the hurricane, they surely meant well, but Vidalia, ooh, won't you tell me why, sweet Vidalia, why you always gotta make me cry.
You know, I do have other things on my plate than this in a day, and this is supposed to be my day off. I don't know when I became the Wednesday chick.
Yeah. What?
Can I go now?
Look, what other show is going to give you Sammy Kershaw references?
Okay, but
Exactly.
Sammy does it well.
Yeah, that's what we have in common. It's perfect. Mick Marshall says, Canelo be white as fuck. He do be white as fuck.
He do be.
He is a very white as fuck guy.
I never liked that he was like a redhead that was Mexican.
My favorite
He should be Irish.
My favorite Canelo moment of all time would be after he beat Caleb Plant, and Caleb Plant called him a motherfucker in one of the pre-fight press conferences. So Canelo, speaking through a translator, was speaking in Spanish, saying like, after I kicked his ass, he came to me in the corner and he said, sorry about the motherfucker thing. I didn't mean any disrespect. I'm sure you love your mother and I love my mother. And then the translator only put in we're both champions and we fought a hard fight, blah, blah. But the problem with the translator is Canelo speaks English. He just prefers to speak
Mexican.
Hispanic, or as April would say, Mexican.
You just said Hispanic, though. So.
You know what? I was thinking spick and I was saying Spanish, and no, because I want to clean today.
Disavow.
And make everything spick and span. Look, the point is, Canelo was trying to say that, and he was like, yeah, he said he was sorry about the motherfucker thing, blah, blah, blah. Well, the translator didn't want to say motherfucker, but Canelo, who had just knocked a man unconscious with his bare hands, looked back at the translator after he noticed the translator refused to say the motherfucker part, and he goes, and then? The translator goes, haha, what? And then he goes, huh? And the translator goes, oh, okay. He also said sorry about the motherfucker thing.
That was funny.
That was awesome.
Do you think it takes something out of it, though, when you don't speak English and you're trying to insult somebody's performance and you have to wait for it to go through you and a translator?
I kind of hate that because the people who speak that language get to hear it first and they start cheering. And I'm like, wait, except Spanish-speaking boxers, because I took enough Spanish, even though I suck at speaking it, I can pick out key words and be like, they'll be like, ventana, like, oh, something about a window. There's a window in there.
I mostly went to Spanish for the flan and the Vamos a la Playa song. It was very fun.
See, that's about playa is playground?
No.
Car.
Vamos a la Playa meant let's go to the beach.
Fuck my ass. I was going to say for a moment, I was playa, I was going to say bathroom, but that would be baño.
Vivir en la biblioteca.
Yeah, it's a great accent, by the way.
What's a biblioteca?
It's a library. That's you remember that Busta Rhymes song when he said, I come through to wreck the bibliothèque? Woo-ha, woo-ha, I got you all in check.
We're so retarded, it's cute.
He said, yes, he was very big on wrecking libraries. Busta Rhymes. He would come in, he would burn books, especially ones written by Jews. He just couldn't take it anymore.
In about probably 2.5 hours, I will ask you, ¿Puedo ir al baño? What is that one?
It's right there.
No, what did I?
Oh, that would be, no, God damn it, Puedo. Yeah, Puedo, where is the bathroom?
Wait, Puedo?
Isn't Puedo ir al baño, where's the bathroom?
Puedo?
Fuck you. You don't get to talk to me when you can't say tease, bitch.
What? I can say the word tease.
All right, how about Das schwule du Handen? What does that mean?
Ew.
Means
something about the Jews. I don't know.
Your socks smell terrible. Or your feet smell terrible. One of the two. I can't remember. The Bad Luck Boys with $2. Florida is okay. This hurricane was gay. This hurricane kind of like Ron DeSantis' presidential campaign. When it first started, everyone was like, oh shit, look out. And then once it kind of came to fruition, people went, yeah, not what I was expecting.
I actually heard this morning it's about to make landfall, and it's like a category 4 now. So
Mersh is telling me that it's gay.
Mersh isn't in the chat.
He's right there. Oh, I'm sorry. Louis and Clarence are saying that the hurricane is gay. I really don't keep kayfabe anymore.
You don't. You suck.
Well, you know why I don't keep kayfabe? Because fucking Vince took down our video yesterday.
Because you can't say anything with K's in it.
The Bad Luck Boys with $5 says, dope way to not read my super chat to tell 2 jumbled stories nobody cares about. All right, Mersh has been drinking. I'm sorry. I'll do better next time. I apologize. My fault.
Yeah, it's cat chats, not Mersh.
Oh, so I fucked up. Union Jack says, people where I live mix English and Spanish together into a new language. Weird. You should call it like Spanglish or something.
Ew.
This is 1998, new language.
You know what I don't like? I don't like it when people that like do speak both English and Spanish will be speaking English, but then say a Spanish word with an accent.
So you're a white supremacist.
No.
That's what you're trying to say.
I'm just saying, pick a lane. Either speak Spanish for this sentence. Now, I'm not saying a life sentence, but just a sentence, or speak English. You don't have to like put a bleh, like a tongue roll on something because you're speaking a word.
As everyone knows, April, big Pat Buchanan voter. Big on Pat Buchanan. America, you speak American, goddammit. Right. So who am I supposed to believe? The other people in both the Rumble and YouTube chat or Mersh and his cats?
About what?
That the hurricane ain't shit.
Look, I'm not there reporting live, but like I'm getting reports it's going to be bad. So.
Bad luck, boys, with $2. It's a hurricane, northern faggot. Of course I'm drunk. It's aggressive.
Who have you become?
That's aggressive. Boy, he gets drunk. He turns into a bigger cunt than that Royce fella. Why don't you get an ill-fitting tank top and pretend you have muscles? It's not fair.
Hey,
Royce
I don't like you outing me like that.
Royce actually does have, his body is transformed. It's unnerving, to be honest with you.
What do you mean he's
transformed? A man in his 40s changing his body that way without steroids. I'm either really proud of him or extremely skeptical.
That work can be done over the weekend.
Exactly. Is he tucking too?
Yeah.
Like Ray Finkel?
I've heard he's tucking. You didn't hear that from me, but I did hear that from somebody.
I don't know what that means. It's a hurricane, northern, and then the gay F word. I understand that part very, very well. Of course I'm drunk. It's a hurricane, northern.
Maybe he's drinking out of one of those hurricane glasses, and that's why he's drunk?
Thank you, April.
No?
Do you have, if you take a look at list of your domestic duties today, would you say you have them all taken care of, or do you need to?
No, I would really actually like to get going. I do have a large list.
The bad luck boy says, I'm placing chess pieces, Royce on one side, Scampoli on the other. You know what? Look, Mr. fucking one night in Bangkok, Mr. Chess Master, I'm going to leave you to your game. It sounds like you've got it all figured out. Loaded Wrench says he shops at Target. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not going to sit here and shit on anyone for shopping at Target.
Except when they have the tuck corner. I don't like that one.
That's the best time to go.
Do you want to know what the best part of that was? You know, during Gay Pride year that they had this year in the corner?
Yeah.
In the front?
Right.
Every time I went there, nobody shopped it. Nobody was in it. The only time I ever saw somebody in that corner actually was when I was in it, taking a video of it to show you how retarded it was.
Oh, it was a 53-year-old man and he thought you were 12, so he's trying to fuck you. I'm sorry, I'm just playing the odds of a Pride section. There's probably it
wouldn't be a guy trying to fuck me.
A lot of guys with cold sores looking to fuck boys. That's the way I see
Wait,
the Pride
did you
section.
just call me a boy?
It's a good point. I did just insult you without even meaning it.
Can I quit now?
I mean, yeah. Are you tendering your resignation?
Am I tendering it?
Yeah. That's how that fucking works.
It's tending your resignation.
No. Don't sit here and be a farm kid and try to tell me how business works.
Oh, my Lord. It is not tendering.
It's not tendering? Yes, it is. Ha ha.
No, it's not.
You look like an ass. Apologize.
I am tending my resignation.
No.
I'm not tendering anything.
I'm going to tenderize you if you keep disagreeing with this when the proof is looking you right in the face on Google.
I don't believe this.
There's two things
There's
two things I trust Google on: the definition of words and whether or not there's a new world order that secretly runs our foreign policy. They say no. I believe them.
Everybody in the chat, please let me know if you didn't realize it was tendering. Like you're fucking tendering your resignation.
Yeah.
It's tending. Nobody says tendering.
How much shit do I have to teach you before you realize that rinky-dink fucking farm school you went to taught you how to fuck a sheep and that's about it?
No offense, but even you questioned it after I looked at you weird.
Well, anytime someone looks at you and goes, retard, it's this, you're going to be like, no, I'll fucking look it up.
You were nervous about it. You were
not
uncertain.
In the least. I was 98% positive of what I was saying. And that's more than most things I say. That's a higher than average thing.
This is a disaster today.
I love this. I think this is wonderful. Mersh says, I'm the invisible hand and it's always jerking off. Look at fucking Adam Smith over here.
Yeah, but what is it jerking off to?
Royce's tank tops. Lemmy says, Aaron, Jesus saying of that's about the only thing you can do during a hurricane party. Let's get shit-faced. Boy,
yeah, have you never heard that? What else? You can't go to work. You can't do anything during a hurricane. Yeah, you're getting drunk.
I just,
it's
look,
like a perfect excuse to day drink.
What I'm saying is I'm just hoping everyone is wary of spreading COVID and everyone's being safe. during this
There
hurricane.
are people like Granny down in Florida. Do you think he's concerned with spreading COVID?
Did you see so far of the last like 2 or 3? They did that study, the last 2 or 3 variants, every COVID death of the last 2 or 3 variants, 99% of them were caused by something else.
Yeah, they basically like died of something entirely different, but because they died being sick with COVID, they're like, oh, COVID death.
And by the way,
it's like Tourette's. Oh, COVID.
they act like that's so much different than when COVID was in full swing. It's not that far off from what it was last time. You guys just don't want to admit it. And I don't know why they don't admit it. Just be the assholes you
Because
are.
they love a nice disaster, even if it doesn't exist.
But like, just be
That's
the
like
assholes.
climate change.
Okay, just be the assholes you are. Like you already got to do. It's not like we can go back and take away your lockdowns if you admit it. Just admit it. Like it's almost cooler that way for you. It makes you look even more badass, like more like Chad's. We're like, haha, we locked you down for no fucking reason, and now we'll admit it.
I actually kind of hope that they're not admitting it because they're afraid secretly that there will be like an uprising or something. I know there won't be, but I hope that they're afraid of one.
If there's one thing this country has shown, it's that the people here are all bark and no bite.
You missed my point. I said I hope they're not doing it out of fear of one.
No, they're not. Don't worry. They're not afraid of us in the least because we have shown that if you threaten to take our cell phone and our social media away, we'll go, no, we'll behave, I promise. Honestly, we would have put up more of a fight if they would have tried to ban Instagram during the lockdowns. If they would have said, look, you can go to the gym, but we're banning Instagram because we find that posting on Instagram increases your risk of getting COVID. They would have been like, no, shut down my gym. Make me work from home. Don't let my kids go to school. You got to keep Insta.
I'd see Instagram being gone as a positive, though. Like, I'd have a third less retards messaging me.
Phage Lives with $9.99 says, no offense, April. Aaron is right. It's tendering, not tending.
I've not heard a single person my whole life say that.
That's because you grew, again, we're trying to teach
I'll
you.
remind
You grew
you,
up in a gaggle of retards.
It doesn't matter where I grew up. I haven't
does.
lived there since 2019. No, excuse me, not 2019.
I was gonna say, what?
No, since I was 19. So
2019.
I haven't lived there since 2014.
Such a huge difference.
That's almost a decade.
You know what I was doing in 2014? Hosting the Steel Toe Morning Show on Rockin' 101. You know what I was doing?
That's disgusting.
Do you know what I was doing in 2019? Hosting the Steel Toe Morning
You
Show
were
on
still
Rockin'
being a bad piece of
101.
shit.
Yeah, it was the same thing. Wasn't that big of a difference.
I've been out of that town for a whole almost 10 years.
Well, hot shit. Look
So,
out.
I think we can stop blaming Litchfield at some point. I've existed elsewhere.
I think we can blame Litchfield for a lot of things, including, but not limited to, your inability to speak English. Sir K says, this woman doesn't understand history, English, and math. 10 out of 10 would watch again. Hey, look at the big brain on April.
This day is going swimmingly for me.
Psychosis says, ask her what longhand means and if she can do it. What does it mean to do something longhand?
Doesn't it mean like showing your work, like writing shit out and stuff?
Very good. See, guys? She passed the test. J-Dub Productions says 2014 rocked, man. Bray Wyatt was still alive and kicking ass. That's true. Even more says April is loving you today, Aaron. She'd better. We're being remarkably entertaining.
You're not supposed to tell anyone I love him.
Oh, yeah, that's against the rules.
We're
guys.
actually at work here. We're not in a relationship.
I believe we're all caught up. Let's get moving. Let's talk about some stuff. We could sit here and talk to you guys, and the show could be in the chat all day. But holy shit, we've spent 40 minutes with you fucking people? That's
Well,
creepy.
now you're insulting them because they're,
Dude, that honestly feels like I just I blacked out like Edward Norton in Primal Fear. I feel like I lost the time, Miss Avail. That was actually black. That was Miss Avail. You know what? Racist.
Nissa.
Bigotry right there. So today's episode is titled Boer Lives Matter. BLM. I'm being progressive.
Okay.
A Boer is a Dutch word for farmer. And it is the word that has been given to the white farmers of South Africa. I don't know if you guys know this or not. The media just kind of decided to tap out on South Africa after apartheid ended. They just decided to go, well, our job here is done.
Nothing to see here. Right?
Yeah, they didn't really do any follow-up on South Africa, which was basically communist black people started slaughtering white farmers in their beds and nobody really is doing absolutely anything about it. They kind of went the other way. And you know, when people say things like, oh, you end apartheid, there won't be any blowback. People just want their rights. There's been like 30, 40 years of blowback now, and it's been pretty ugly.
You know what I call that?
What's that?
Reparations.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Because you know what? I think I'll cut a check. Thank you.
Nah, they don't like that. That's not enough. It's too easy.
So it's been, there was a concert recently of 90,000 black people in South Africa. And which, by the way, if white people ever take power again in South Africa, I have a feeling it's going to get ugly, because the first thing they're going to do is be like, black people are not allowed to gather in groups larger than 40. Like, family reunions, and that's it. We're done after that.
Wow.
90,000 black people got together at a concert and started chanting, "Kill the Boer." So you know that.
Can't we stop now?
Basically, they took that scene from Black Sheep where he gets in front of the microphone and yells, "Kill Whitey," and they just lived it. They really just took that to its, furthest possible extent. And then, wouldn't you know it, this is wild. You're not going to believe this. After that concert, where everyone thought it would be great to chant "Kill the Boer," a spate of racist hate crimes broke out in farms across South Africa, where white farmers were beaten and killed. Who would have thought?
Okay, but to your previous point, like, hasn't this been over long enough? Like, can't we stop hurting white people?
Look, I just want to point out that January 6th was as bad as 9/11. All right? These people got together. They walked into a building that was open for them, and they went in and took some statues and sat at some desks. This whole, South Africa thing, this is just some people, just letting out steam. That's all.
How long do you need to let off steam, though?
Yeah, probably about 80 more years. Really, as long as the entire world lets you get away with it.
Next question.
Yeah.
Why haven't white people left that country yet? Just let them have it.
It is
honest to God.
It is. Well, they tried that. They tried, not white people leaving, but they tried this thing in South America or in South Africa, where there was a name for it. I can't remember the name was what the name was. But after apartheid ended, they said, well, we're going to make it even. All you white people, you got to leave your farms. We're going to give it to black people. You got to leave the power plants and all of that, and we're going to give it to black people, and they're going to run it. Problem was, the crops were shit, and there were rolling blackouts around South Africa. So they kicked out all the white people, and then shit started falling apart.
Shit went to hell.
But you can't turn around and be like, well, obviously this is because the white people know how to run shit better. You got to kind of soften the blow. So they went, all right, white people are allowed to come back in an observe and report and training kind of capacity, but you still have to let the black people run it. And then once the white people came back and started consulting, then stuff started kind of getting back to normal, but they've still fallen way behind.
But if they're still being killed and stuff, then you're killing the only people that know how to run your country.
Yeah, here's the fun thing about communism. They tend not to give a fuck about whether or not things are going well. They just care that things are going the way they want them to go.
Well, here's my other opinion, I guess. If you're being killed off, as a white person in South Africa, and you start leaving, and let's say the country goes to hell, what do you care? Just leave. I don't care if that country goes to hell.
Where are you going to go?
Here? Anywhere? Probably not there.
It's not
wherever
like
you're not dying.
It's not like you can go north in Africa and find a place that would be really, welcome
go to Europe,
you.
Anywhere. You ask anywhere, like there isn't an entire.
But they were born there.
Who the hell cares?
That's their home.
Do you want to die there too?
You want to get shot by a real motherfucker? So yeah, it's bad news. Our media will not report it. They will not talk about it. They will not discuss it because the media is like, look, A, it goes against our narrative. B, it's kind of a bummer. But yeah, it's
a boner killer.
The South Africa thing is wild, man. It is. They chant things like "kill the Boer," and then they go and do that. You got to give South Africa this. They're black people. Lots of follow through.
I'm guessing that type of crime isn't considered a crime there either, right? Like nothing's done about it.
They don't really do much about it. Yeah. No, it's well, everyone holds what's his name, the guy who was in prison, Nelson Mandela. They hold him in such high regard and like, oh my God, Nelson Mandela's a hero. And we're taught in school that Nelson Mandela was this hero. Nelson Mandela, before he went to prison, was an absolute terrorist and a total commie piece of shit. Like, Nelson Mandela was 100% a communist. And I'm sorry, but there is a flowchart of communism that cannot be ignored. It's fuck everything up, who gives a shit about the law, play by our own rules, use everyone's culture against them, use the one thing communism feeds off of and grows from and gains strength from is the passive tolerance of a free society. That's why I've always said, and I said it on yesterday's evening show, and people enjoyed a good anti-commie rant out of Aaron, communism, wherever it is, cannot be respected under free speech and free expression. It has to be pulled out by the root. You have to ban it. It cannot be allowed. Now, you might say, Aaron, well, that's kind of totalitarian. That's kind of, you're being a despot then. Yes, communism doesn't know sharing and debating and talking. Communism knows burn it all down and then be king of the ashes and kill anyone who disagrees. You cannot let Marxism and communism gain a foothold in your country, or it will use that to strangle you to death. So anyone who's like, well, the communists have a seat at the table. No. You can't do that with communists because only you're playing that game. They're playing a completely different game, which is, fuck, if these people want to give us a seat at the table, all the easier to hijack this thing from within and then eventually kill all the people at the table. So you can't give communists a seat at the table. Everyone, you go to school, and I know that our education system and everything has been taken over by lefties, but they teach kids in school that Joseph McCarthy was this crazy, bad, paranoid guy. What Joe McCarthy wanted was reasonable.
Right.
He wanted to remove communism from every facet of American life. He understood it. He got it. If Hitler wouldn't have been such a dick, he made some... Oh, God.
I know.
When it came to...
It always comes back to that, though, doesn't it?
When it came to communism, Look, what I'm trying to say is, when it came to communism, Hitler said he wanted to team up with England and America and wipe out communism. He liked England. He had an affinity for England, and he hated Russia. It was, look, these people understand, or not these people, but
these people.
Like McCarthy, going back to McCarthy now.
Okay, so guys, not the South Africans.
Guys, never bring Hitler into these things. The point is, communism is so bad that even an evil fuck like Hitler was like, these guys are terrible. I mean, Patton, for example, wanted to make peace with the Nazis, defeat Germany, get a conditional surrender out of them, rearm the Nazi army, the German military, and then push the Russians back. I believe it was Patton who said, on to Russia. Which, look, Patton got it. You can't coexist with communists. They are like, the Red Scare is a good thing, better dead than red. You can't be too crazy when talking about communism.
I don't think so.
Because again, they're not there. Yeah, Freedom's Lunch says they exploit your injustices, amplify the injustices, and promise to end evil with violence. It's exactly what they do. The Bad Luck Boys says, play Crack Amico, dumb cunt. Look, I think we're going to save that one for Rumble Friday. A few people wanted me to play it. I haven't watched it yet, but they have told me it's definitely a Rumble Friday thing. Okay. By the way, Mersh, us doing one show a week, Rumble exclusive, I have no idea where we would have gotten that idea from.
Wait, so who are you giving credit to now?
I'm not sure. I don't know who did that first. I have no idea.
Yeah, the look on your face says otherwise.
Can't remember what show did the whole doing Rumble one day a week first thing. Now, in fairness, it was Siraj who told us to do it.
Didn't you give credit to Corey, too? Like, who are you giving credit to?
No, for doing one day a week on Rumble? No, it's an ROTC thing. 100% I'm ripping that off from them.
Well, I know that ROTC did it first. They always do.
Of course, yes.
But
There's going to be steel toe shirts that say ROTC did it first. Probably this shirt, too. But no, it's the Crack Amico thing. I haven't watched it yet, and people have told me it's great for Rumble Friday. They have told me that it pokes a little fun at Chrissy Mayer, who will be live at Partners Pub in Sartell Saturday, October 21st with Lila Hart and Nick Rekieta, a show that we're putting on and that is selling very well. Get your tickets at Eventbrite. But I'll play the damn thing. Crack Amico does some very funny shit.
I actually don't know him. Does he have like a shtick? What does he do?
We've played him before.
Oh.
Let's continue on with people. I like a little anti-communism early in the morning. Tanner, I'm going to read that one because that's going to make me look even worse. Thank you very much to Balls Deep with $5. He says, Erica. No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Thank you.
ROTC did radio when only telegraphs existed, says Freedom's Lunch. Oh, shit. See, I had no idea. They were entrenched first. Balls Deep with the Eventbrite link for the Chrissy Mayer stand-up show Saturday, October 21st. Be sure to get that and get your tickets as soon as possible. Thank you very much to Simon for $30 over on PayPal. That's very generous of you, sir.
Thank you.
Look at we told the morning show audience, boy, that evening show audience last night really fucking went ape shit on the deal.
Sure did.
And now you guys are sitting here just fucking around and knocking this thing out early. 175 away. Thank you guys very, very much. So yes, they're still slaughtering white farmers in South Africa, and nothing's going to change until what?
I don't know. What fixes that?
You know what's crazy? If like white farmers in South Africa armed themselves and tried to defend themselves, the media would then all of a sudden start reporting it as militant white farmers in South Africa harassing black people who are just trying to traverse their country.
See, that's exactly it. They would say that they're being racist and profiling the black Africans as
right.
like demons.
Exactly. 2 gunmen murdered another white South African farmer and shot his wife while their 2 daughters watched. This is what MSNBC is laughing at. Oh, yeah, there's that clip of that anchor who's like laughing about the South Africa shit.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
How do you
he's
laugh?
a real monstrous piece of shit. This guy. I don't know who this MSNBC dude is. I don't think we ever played this either.
At the same time that he's doing this with regards to South African white farmers, I think 2 of them perhaps might have been killed in some instance with the...
Yeah. I mean, meanwhile, only one person died in January 6th, and it was one of the protesters getting shot by police, and that was the Civil War times 9/11 plus Waco. So yes, that's, I believe only 2 people were murdered in a hate crime. Wouldn't that be amazing if that's the take that the media had on George Floyd? Like, meanwhile, I believe only 1 black man's neck was kneed upon until he was dead. Let's make that a capital punishment. Oh, fuck these people. They want you dead.
They really do, though.
They really do just want you out of the fucking way. That's why I say, like, better dead than red. You got to stand up to this communism bullshit because they don't give a shit about you. It's not like they want power and then they'll leave you alone because they got what they wanted. They want you to die.
They tried to give us COVID. Didn't work out, exactly the way they thought, but...
The Bad Luck Boys with $5 says if he doesn't play the Crack Amico Jam today... unsub 10K in 2024. Look, it's football rules, Mersh. Once the ball breaks the plane, it's over. We've broken the plane, I think, 3 times now. It's all over, my man. It's all over.
We're over 10K now.
We'll
right?
do. You know what? I'm tired of Mersh bullying me. That's what this is. Mersh bullies me to play the things he wants me to play and gets really cunty drunk angry. And then I play it, and like an abusive husband, he goes, "Oh, I love you so much. Oh, thank you. But it's all just verbal abuse.
And that's
until
what you
then.
look forward to, though. That's what you personally look forward to. You like the attention from him.
So I'm a battered woman.
Right.
Okay. I'll play the audio. People have told me that I'm not supposed to play this on YouTube.
Well, then don't. It's your show, dummy.
Oh, it's on YouTube, though. So those people are dumb. All right, let's see.
It's your boy Crack, man. Look, all these females good for is cooking and cleaning. Pussy don't...
All right, so far I'm in. I apologize for those of you who said I shouldn't play this. He's after my heart with just the first few lyrics.
Well, then what am I doing here?
Well, pay attention, would you?
Don't even hit the same no more. On God, this shit not a joke. This how I really feel. I ain't even gonna try on this song. Y'all too easy. Now do my fucking laundry, idiot. Gang, Cardi B is a dumb cunt. Taylor Swift is a dumb cunt. Bruce Jenner is a dumb cunt that traded his dick for a dumb cunt. Hannah Burner is a dumb cunt. Chris Chrissy Mayer is a dumb.
Hey, that's the lovely and talented Chrissy Mayer. Why would you say something like that?
Rude.
Crack-a-miko. Well, everybody's wrong once in a while.
I don't care about her politics. I just think that she's a dumb cunt.
Now, why?
Hey, fuck these bitches. Hey, yeah, fuck these hoes. Hey, fuck these dumb ass bitches. I don't even want fuck these hoes. Yeah. Hey, even if I was their daddy, I cannot love these hoes. Hey, fuck these bitches. Hey, yeah, fuck these hoes. Every woman is a dumb cunt. Even your mother's a dumb cunt.
Wow.
Your dad could have nutted you out on her tits. You so lucky your mommy's a cum slut.
Whoa! I don't think you're allowed to. No. Oh my God.
Was a dumb cunt. Trapped herself inside a dirty room. I'll keep this shit simple. Stop using your mental, girl. Put down a pencil and grab a broom. Fuck Aunt Jemima Angelou and that lazy bitch Rosa Parks. Also, who the fuck is Joan of Arc? I bet she can't hit from behind the arc.
Come on.
I really hate saying it. I do think some of these women are a bit dumb. I like his picks on occasion.
Like Rosa Parks, you hate her.
No, but the what's her face? The horse tooth face lady, AOC.
Oh, okay.
I don't like her. I don't like
All Rosa Parks
before
did
her.
was sit her fat ass down. No, black ass. He didn't say
Belle
fat ass.
Delphine. She can go.
All Rosa Parks did was sit her black ass down. That's all.
Ain't trying to hear about no Susan B. Anthony. Rather watch highlights of Carmelo Anthony. I keep a strap on my waist like I'm Anthony. I keep my bitch on.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm a bigger Anthony ripoff than I thought. Do you know what that is? That's my my old shotgun.
Yeah, and I bet you. Who cares? You don't have it anymore.
Can I not stop ripping this fucking guy off? I mean, I stole his speech and his gun.
That is why you bought that, isn't it?
A fucking guy. I don't believe so. I think I watched a video on it one time and I thought it was a really cool gun.
And then
I
you
bought
bought
it.
one.
Fuck.
I keep my bitch underage like I'm Anthony. I fuck Sue Lightning, now they call me Tranthony.
Oh.
Back to the time it like
Now I see why Mersh wanted me to play this. You son of a bitch.
go back in the kitchen, back in the kitchen. What time about you feeling when you get done mopping and doing the dishes? All of these bitches, they used to get mad when I told them to show me their titties. Now they do this shit on their own for empowerment. Damn, it's so easy to trick them. Hey, fuck these bitches. Hey, yeah, fuck these hoes.
I do agree with him.
Fuck these dumb ass bitches.
Oh no, is that Nicole Arbor? Fuck, I hate her.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, he's really, you know what? This song is effective. It really does work my rage.
I did like that tits thing. Like, yeah, chicks will pull their tits out like on their own and be like, yeah, I'm a bad boss bitch or
Yeah.
whatever. And then a guy says, hey, can I see your titties?
Yeah.
The fuck? No.
It's really fun to make strong women cry. It's one of my favorite things in the world.
I
It's
think
like,
that's
stop.
why I never pretend to be a strong woman.
Yeah, like
that shit don't work on
Stop
me.
pretending to be a dude. We're way better at it than you.
You want fuck these hoes. Hey, even if I was their daddy, I cannot love these hoes.
Yuck, stop it.
Whitney Cummings is a fat cunt. Delia's wife is a dumb cunt.
Whoa.
Nana Grumia is a faggot drunk.
Hey.
His teeth into a dumb cunt.
Now, wait a minute. I would think you would have thought that part was a positive because the girl is a dumb cunt.
I'll have you know you're playing this for $5.
I certainly am. And for Mersh. I wouldn't play it for anybody's $5. Just Mersh.
Anthony's a dumb
If Royce gave me this $5, I'd tell him to go fuck himself and go back to Nicaragua.
cunt who drowned and killed a little dumb cunt. But the part that's truly fucked up, I'd still put a load in her dumb cunt. Hey, yeah, wow.
She's not that hot at all.
That's
That
funny.
guy plays, man. Pussy not even good like that. Let's be real. Like, it's pretty good, but overall mid, you know. Unrelated, shout out Red Bar. Scars.
Wow, I mean,
No.
you got to get
Another
that.
dumb cunt.
Yeah, another dumb cunt. This song really is just a motto of just dumb cunts coming up on the screen. Actually, Red Bar more of a dead cunt.
Dead
a dumb
cunt,
cunt.
married to a dumb cunt.
That we are not afraid.
Ew.
That we are
Oh, I wish those glasses ended up like Piggy's glasses in Lord of the Flies.
not alone. That we will not back down.
You could stand them up at the gates of hell.
And to our detractors
Ugh.
that insist that this march will never add up to anything, you.
Whoa, look out.
Yeah, be afraid of her.
I stay too long. Oops, I didn't.
Oh, it was a fart. Get it?
You know what ended up happening after that, though? She got deathly ill and almost died.
Yes, she did. That's what
That's
feminism
karma.
does to you.
You bitch.
Well, there you go. It's the dumb cunt song.
Indeed, a lot of dumb cunts in that video.
Now you all need to subscribe. There. Well, anyway, that is the dumb cunt song. I will say my first reaction to it, remarkably catchy.
It's very catchy and not necessarily wrong.
It's kind of like the People Haters song Shit Dick. You know, where you walk around and go, shit dick.
That's all you know.
That's what I'm going to do now today is this dumb cunt. So-and-so is a dumb cunt.
Oh, great. I can't wait for myself and your 2 daughters to be around.
Well, I got to just sing it to the boy. That's all. Yeah, Fauci's Pangolin says informative and entertaining. You know, and it's really hard to do that, to educate and inform at the same time. Bad Luck Boys says, I snuck it in. You're welcome. Be good to cats. Bad Luck Boys fucking with Kumia from several brands.
Cats are a bunch of dumb cunts.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, Mersh? Do it from your YouTube page. That'll be impressive. Sorry. That was, you know what?
That was below the belt.
You know what? Now who's an asshole?
You.
That was an asshole move.
Yeah.
That wasn't fair. That was, you know what? Quite frankly, it was wrong. Matthew with $5 says, thanks for the show. Hey, no. Thank you for the money. The money makes the show.
Thank you.
And then we do shit like that.
Thank you for enabling this dumb cunt to work.
Yeah. Thank you from the dumb cunt.
I do this and my domestic duties.
Yeah. Like a dumb
After
cunt.
I've become a victim of domestic.
Now I really, speaking of dumb cunts, has anyone heard about this Adele thing?
That was bad time.
Adele is a dumb cunt.
She kind of is, though. I don't
She
like
really
her.
is. I mean, she was
I don't
supposed.
like her at all.
Could you imagine what an entitled dumb cunt you have to be? That Caesar's Palace goes, hey, you have a Vegas residency. Which, like, every musical artist hopes they get to the point
That's like the thing.
where they can just camp out in a hotel room for a couple weeks and make millions of dollars.
At Caesar's Palace, nonetheless. It's gorgeous.
You literally just take an elevator down to the theater and then do your show for a couple hours and then,
At the Coliseum, right?
yeah, make millions of dollars.
Incredible.
The people are eating out of your hand. It's the easiest gig in the world.
And this stupid bitch could just sit at a piano and sing and people would pay for it. That's it.
Not a stupid bitch. What is she?
A dumb cunt.
She's a dumb cunt. $2 from the Bad Luck Boy says, I did. Attaboy. So she gets a residency in Las Vegas and she fucks it up and can't pull it off in time. She has to, like 48 hours before her residency starts. So all of these people spent thousands of dollars getting to Las Vegas, thousands more on tickets, thousands more on hotel rooms, thousands more on food and gambling. And then 2 days before their show, Adele goes, sorry, just not feeling it.
Didn't she blame it on somebody else, though? Didn't she say that, like, her stage shit wasn't ready or something?
Yeah, and her background dancers weren't
God.
right or whatever.
I'm sure they were fine.
Hey, for the amount of money people are playing, grab a Mr. Microphone and get your stupid ass out there and sing your songs.
That's why I said, like, you only needed a microphone and a piano, and you're fine. People would have paid for that.
There are some artists who all they ever needed was 2 turntables and a microphone. So,
Yeah.
and in fact, Nas even said, I'll see your 2 turntables and a microphone. All I need is 1 mic. Sorry.
You're so hard, Aaron.
Some people said, just point me. Jamie Johnson once says, just show me to the stage and fuck, I forgot the goddamn song. He said, point me to the stage and set me free, and then you'll know the redneck side of me. That's all he needed.
Yeah, I bet you have one, too.
He didn't even need 1 mic. He just needed you literally to go, hey, you big dumb hillbilly drunk. Stage is that way. You know, I'll figure it out. So she was just a dumb cunt who couldn't get. So now she gets her shows off. She actually gets the concerts going. And I guess now there's some, look, far be it for me to judge a male Adele fan, but I'm just going to go safety first here and say some gay dude.
Okay.
I'm not, look.
Fair enough.
I'm not trying to cast aspersions. I'm not trying to stereotype anyone. I'm just assuming that anyone being really flamboyant and controversial, yes, I said it wrong, flamboyant and controversial at an Adele show may also at the same time have an affinity for semen. There's this
Well,
controversy.
they're just nice men. at sea.
The guy who got chastised and then defended at Adele's concert is sorry the people behind him were bothered, but says they have legs and should use them next time. If you guys are ready to hate somebody, then this morning's show is for you. This guy, now I'm not a big concert guy anymore. It's just kind of, I'm old and it's loud and there's lots of people and, if it's Eric Church, I'll give it a look-see. But other than that, not really interested. At any rate.
Great. That's good news for me.
I've been out of my concert phase for like 7 or 8 years now. I've been done with my concert phase. It's got to be somebody
That's
really
the real
good.
reason we didn't go to Rob Zombie.
Oh, no. Okay, so Rob Zombie, I would pay money to see, but I would want to be, again, here it is. I want to be away from the riffraff. I don't want to be in with the people. I got to be.
Where do you want to be?
Away from the folks.
Yeah, I just think the indoors is better for you.
I'm an indoor cat. Yes. But
You've been declawed.
so this dare I say perhaps homosexual was standing up at an Adele concert and I guess screaming out the words to every song. Imagine that. A gay dude was being showy and looking for attention.
Oh, really?
I couldn't imagine it.
Never heard of that before.
So a bunch of people complained to Adele about him, and then Adele defended him by saying, look, if he paid his money for his ticket, he gets to enjoy the show the way he wants to. And then a debate broke out online about, hey, yeah, he may have paid for his ticket, but also we paid for our tickets, and we don't want to hear, some fucking what sitting up there and screaming Adele songs at the top of his lungs.
That would somehow make that experience worse, wouldn't it?
All right, so where do you stand? He paid his money, he can enjoy the show how he wants, or sit down, shut the fuck up, and enjoy the show.
I still think there's parameters or whatever the fuck. So what if I bring a shotgun in there and I just blow off a shot at the ceiling every now and then because I'm just excited and I like it? Is that just me enjoying my concert the way I want to enjoy it?
I don't think that. I mean, that's another level up from what this gentleman did.
He's standing up and screaming, and I can't imagine he has a good voice.
Well, he decided to address the world. He decided to put a video up on. He was talking to TMZ, I'm sorry, for an interview. Because imagine that, he wanted attention over the whole thing.
Probably some money.
And it's like, sometimes you just got to learn to leave well enough alone and just go back to your regular life.
It's just, I just wish people could have just a little bit of shame. I'll go to concerts and stuff and I'll sing along, but a lot of her songs are weird, depressing, quiety, not rock out songs, right?
Gay. They're gay. Just say
pretty
they're gay.
gay.
Yeah.
What are you gonna? You're just gonna stand there and scream, sing her songs?
Yeah.
Don't you have any shame? Aren't you embarrassed?
Well, should we see his defense of himself? Ugh. What do you have to say for yourself, young man? Dick, they're yummy.
You could say something to the people that were sitting behind you right now. What would you say?
Well, I'll tell them I'm sorry. I really am sorry, but
I didn't expect this effeminate voice out of this gentleman. That really throws me for a loop. I'm suffering a setback here in my stereotype.
This person sounds like he can function in society.
With some dicks.
I'm sorry, was that rude?
I only had one opportunity to see her, and I took it.
What do you mean you only had one
Fucking
opportunity?
cool.
You're gay. Every dime you have is expendable. You can't have children. You don't seem married. You'll have other opportunities to go see Adele.
But it's not only that. He's saying that it's a power move or a badge or something. So I took it. It's my one and only opportunity. I'm well, I'm sure there's plenty of people there that couldn't afford that ticket, right?
Well, what he's trying to say is he's going to lose himself in the music. The moment. Sorry.
And I took it as I wanted, and I sang every song with her, and I stood up most of the songs with her, the ones that I weren't bothered. And
Sir, I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but you sound a little gay.
Does he have something stuck in his throat? Why
Just
can't he
cum.
talk? Swallow first.
He has semen in his
Can
throat.
we learn to swallow and maybe gargle before we go on TMZ next
Ooh,
time?
somebody's artsy.
I love a good gargle.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm sorry.
You're not really sorry.
I'm not really sorry.
Go! Somebody's being a catty homosexual.
I can't
Oh.
watch this. This is really bad.
What, this interview or the decline of Western civilization in general?
I watched this video and watched this person try to like get through this video here, and it's like we can't function as a society. Like it is over.
When I watch this video, I sometimes feel like Patrick Swayze's dad in Red Dawn, standing in the ditch shouting the national anthem as Russian soldiers mow me down. It's kind of where I'm at.
But in part, so I felt bad when I was standing up. I kind of I have a guilty
Oh
a
God.
guilty feeling that I felt that they were a little bit getting mad, but they could have standed up too.
Stand it up.
Yeah, they could have standed up. Even after having it pointed out to him that you were being an inconsiderate little twat, you even give interviews like a cunty, arrogant, inconsiderate little twat. Like, oh yeah, even while I was doing it, I felt bad that I was blocking people's view. But fuck everybody else. I wanted to do it how I wanted to do it.
Yeah, that little, what is that called? Intuition you're having, or that feeling in your gut that people are upset with you. You should listen to that sometimes because you're probably right.
Right, like when you had that feeling in your gut that said, my father won't be talking to me anytime soon and I won't be enjoying Thanksgiving. You should have gone with that.
That has long been discussed.
You know, and
His dad does that. Every dad in his father's situation goes, yeah, I still love my son.
No, his dad.
And then he crumples up paper slowly and goes, it's great. It's going fine.
His dad hadn't heard from him in 6 years or seen him, and now he sees him on TMZ doing this. He heard that his kid was standing up and bothering people at an Adele concert.
I haven't heard from you in 7 years. 7 años. And the first thing I hear is that you're gaying it up at some Adele show bothering people.
Can you?
Well, at least I'm not the only one inconvenienced by your lifestyle, son.
If next time you want to go be an inconvenience to everybody else who spent thousands of dollars on a ticket, probably, I'm guessing it was expensive. Yeah. Could you at least go stand in an aisle at like the edge of the room or something?
Oh, by the way,
could you do that?
You see this motion he's doing right now? You missed it. The question they asked him is, how big do you want the cock to be?
other sections there were people standing up, and if someone was standing up,
yeah, but they were being so less gay about it.
I'm sure they weren't scream singing either.
Yes.
I mean, I can stand up and I'm gonna be in top of them because the Coliseum is like upwards.
Standing up during a concert is understandable, but why did you think it was necessary to film yourself with a GoPro the whole time?
Right.
I like this guy.
Oh, can you answer this?
He's because I'm a self-absorbed cunt and I'm a perfect model for the decline of our country's empire.
Oh, and I'll answer more. Because I wanted to be seen and noticed by everybody.
Right.
Because I want that memory for a lifetime for me.
Then take a picture.
In 10, 20 years, show them to my kids.
Oh, that's a good one. In 10, 20 years, show them to my kids.
Did I miss something?
Oh, wait, he's being serious?
I think so.
Oh.
I don't get it.
Oh, sir, wait. Do we know before he knows? Has nobody told him?
I don't think he understands
what's
going on here.
You don't know that you can't. No, that's...
You're saying a little bit of this does not create children?
Sir, that's not how you create brown children. No, that's, I don't know what health class you took, but it's all about skin pigmentation and DNA. It's not about where you put the, what? I'm trying to teach him a science lesson.
Brown?
Oh, because he's having sex in the butthole.
Oh.
I want that memories with me forever.
If you could say something to Adele, what would you say?
Oh, God.
Thank you for giving me the best night of my life. And thank you for supporting me when...
And I owe it all to you.
I think it would have been way more funny if he said hello from the other side.
I get it.
But he's not funny, so...
Rolling in the deep. Ass crack. Rolling in the deep. Dicking.
Yuck. Dude.
I had this situation and for looking up for me.
Sticking up for me.
Thank you. I had the best night of my life with you. Oh my God, I still cannot believe it.
How are those children coming? Oh, man, that kid. Like, Adele backed him up and said, leave him alone. He's just a kid who was standing up and singing my songs. You should have left it at that.
No offense, but kids standing up in front of you screaming at any event is annoying.
Right. You should have
Any event ever. And let alone something I paid hundreds to thousands of dollars for. Get fucked.
I'm just gonna pick out. The chat's moving quite a bit, so I'm just gonna pick out a couple at a time here. Pool Scam Sam says, Aaron, the high school years. Fuck you, Pool Scam Sam.
You had a perm back then.
You son of a bitch. Wheat Diff says that's April's first boyfriend.
Yeah, as if I'd be caught with anybody who looked like that.
They make them that way in Litchfield, though. I've seen them.
Are you kidding me right now?
But,
that doesn't exist in Litchfield.
Oh, yeah.
No, it doesn't. Where were you?
Lots of prancers and dancers and comets and cupids.
Oh, were they all in your apartment?
Well, you got to party somewhere. Little Lemmy says that shit would not have flown at a Taylor Swift concert. No, Swifties will beat you to death.
That's what I'm saying. And in my opinion, no offense, rightfully so. Like that, the whatever the Eras tour is that's going around right now is like $2,000 for a cheapest ticket in some places.
If you bought a ticket,
oh my God.
If you bought a ticket to that concert and someone's standing up belting out the songs, you get to pull them down like you're all zombies in The Walking Dead and eat that guy.
And I'll remind you, that is just to get in the door. That is not any food or drinks or any merch you're buying. That is just to enter.
What do you think the minimum is for a beer, like a domestic beer at that concert? $14, $15?
I was going to say 18. Shit's really expensive at US Bank sometimes.
All right, guys, about 650, pushing 700 of you in here at the moment. Everybody hit like, everybody hit share. I like that algorithm pleasing. Go ahead and do that. We appreciate your generosity. Speaking of generosity, 170 away from this morning's goal. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lucy Fur with a very controversial comment. He says, he's so gay. I mean, allegedly. Do you want to watch the full interaction of this? You want to watch this guy?
Oh my God, I bet he thinks that song was about him.
He's so gay. Probably thinks that guy loves him. He's so gay.
Dude, so we have actual footage of him at this thing?
I already hate. Look at this. This is at the Caesars Palace Coliseum.
Yep.
This is not like a big arena concert venue where everyone's standing up and Adele shows are not like rock shows where you stand up and you're like, yeah, let's do it.
They're not rock songs. They're not the type of get up and dance and sing songs.
Right.
They're very depressing. They're gay. They're sad.
And a lot of people sing to themselves in their seat.
Yes, that's respectful. And you know how he said, so we got to ask, why'd you film this whole thing on a GoPro? And he's like, well, I just wanted the memory for forever. But the funny part is it's on him, not Adele.
Right. He's got the stage in the background. He literally turned around, didn't he? Isn't that the stage right there?
I actually am not. No, because it looks like it's like a weird, curvy panoramic shot.
Yeah, what the
here.
fuck is going on?
I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Gay the Musical.
Is that Prince sitting next to him?
No, how dare you?
Watch that person.
Look at this poor girl just trying to hey, the tickets I paid $1,000 for. Can I find?
She's not having a good time.
No.
She looks pissed. She's upset. She's trying to see around your dumb ass.
Just that making it about you shit just bugs the fuck.
Yeah, I hate this man.
I wish you'd be honest and be like, yeah, I love attention. I'm a fucking theater kid and I'm begging for people to notice me at the Adele concert. I'm such a fucking narcissist that I think I deserve the attention there. Look at how big of a fan I am. Instead, he's like, oh no, I was just enjoying myself. You're not blocking people's view and standing out and being showy and oh my God and singing at the top of your lungs if you're not trying to be noticed.
But could you at least if you know you're going to be gay at this concert, can you just buy a ticket at the edge of a row or something, at the edge of the room and sit off to the side?
Right.
Could you not stand in the middle of everything?
What you're trying to say is, can we take people like this and just maybe move them to like their own island.
To the very edge of everything, so you're not standing in people's way.
Oh, fine. You know what? Thank God for older people. They're just like, hey, would you, excuse me.
Something Aaron never says.
Yeah, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, miss. And then he turns around. They're like, oh, wow. Okay. Sorry about that first thing. Look, could you shut the fuck up and sit down?
Look behind you. Everybody that's left. Everybody. I know.
That goes right back to shouting the song. What
Doesn't
an
even
asshole.
say, I'm sorry. You know,
Right.
nothing. Not a thing.
Again, it's a Vegas residency show, so it is it's a theater show. You sit, you watch. It's more like opera than it is a rock concert.
Well, for
When you're at a
her
theater show.
concert specifically, even, and then he's still holding up this GoPro like this, so he's just sitting there, and
It's
this
fucking
chick's,
obnoxious.
This chick's got this GoPro in her line of vision.
Yeah.
I feel bad.
You can stand up now, darling. It's not tempo. Stand up.
Oh, she's talking to that guy. You can stand up now, darling. That's right, because she came out and she defended the guy. Which, if she would have known how the guy was going to be when she defended him, she probably would have went, all right, sit the fuck down.
Even the people across the aisle were staring at him instead of
Yeah.
watching the concert because
Right.
he's such a distraction.
Oh my I'm a little shaken up. God, you know, there's a lot. Look, it's not Rumble Friday, but there's just a lot of things kicking around in my head right now that YouTube would very much frown upon me saying. It's just that. Could you fucking stop? And I'm not talking to just him. We got it. Like, we're the 98% majority, and we handed you, hey, you've bitched about this forever. You can have it. You bitched about this forever. You can have it. The one thing we're asking in return, we heard you. We got it. Could you just be a part of polite society?
No, he can't function.
No.
This
Can't.
this person, I'll just say this one specifically right here, can't function in society. He can't do it.
No.
It's over.
I mean, we can sing though, right?
First of all, sir, what are you doing at an Adele concert?
Well, check this out though. So there's this prince-looking little dude sitting next to him that's sitting there trying to defend his friend here. So this guy's trying to tell him, you guys need to sit down. You need to stop being a distraction. People are upset. That guy probably works for the venue right here.
Yes.
And the guy next to him, well, we can still sing, right? And just being bitchy. Stop it.
This
Just
guy,
say
you
you're
know what?
sorry.
We need this guy to intervene. Not this guy. Not this guy. This guy.
But however, that being said, stand up. I'm talking.
Standing up. What's going on with this?
So,
Yes, you with your hand up. Yes.
They won't let us stand up!
You don't have to sit down.
she's talking to
You don't have to sit down. You're fine. Stay right here.
They're
What
telling
are you
me.
doing? Why are you all bothering him? Can you leave him alone, please? Leave him alone. You enjoy the show. Thank you. Sorry, guys.
So you've become such a disruption that Adele has to address you from the stage, which, by the way, does not help because this guy doesn't feel any shame. He just sees that he's getting attention for what he's doing and he sees it as a net positive.
I don't know
for
if
him.
you heard, he's hyperventilating right now.
Yeah.
And he has railroaded this whole experience for all of these people.
Yes.
It's over now.
I'm sorry, guys. If you other people sitting behind him, he's here to have fun, all right? All of you are here to have fun. Let's go.
Oh my God. All right. Well, That's about enough for me.
That's hard to watch.
That's
That's
really difficult.
That's kind of like the same feeling you get when, and look, this costs a lot less, but like when you're shopping around a store or something, and for some reason there's this mom with this screaming toddler in her cart that somehow just keeps going the same aisles you do, and they never shut the fuck up.
Right.
It's the same feeling.
So basically what you're saying is, if I'm to understand the basis of what you're trying to say.
It's time to sharpen blades. We just can't take this anymore. It's nothing personal. We gave your way a try.
All right. Who the fuck wears a tie to a concert? I mean,
Nothing wrong with the tie. I don't even care about the tie. That person has to go, though.
If it's a Las Vegas residency show, people like to dress up.
I love that. I actually, that was my least of my problems with that guy.
Yeah. Lemmy says, this doesn't surprise me in the least. Adele has some really bad takes. What, like saying she'll do a residency and then not do it?
She is an unlikable person, too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't care how talented you are. She does have terrible takes.
Silverwolf says, I wasn't even that gay when I got to go backstage and into Sabaton's tour bus and hang out with the band. Well, yeah, because you want to be cool.
You're supposed to act cool.
Yeah.
Like, you and I, unfortunately, it's been 2 summers already, but like, we met Billy Bob Thornton and like Doug Stone, and we've met like people in person and hung out with them and drank, and not once did I remember squealing.
Billy Bob
Not
Thornton.
once.
Billy Bob Thornton, and I were talking about baseball. Like, we both pitched in high school and played some amateur ball. I think he played some minor league ball. And we were talking about pitching and everything. And I cut the conversation off because I was like, I don't want to annoy the fuck out of Billy Bob Thornton. And there's a line of people. I was like, hey, man, cool. Thank you for talking to me. I really appreciate it. Way nicer than he needed to be. Took pictures with everyone. And then you fuck off. It's called not taking advantage of someone's kindness.
That's the thing, because they are extending themselves to you. They don't need to do that. Like, yeah, during that time of us talking to him, I think he hugged me twice and he called me baby 3 times. Right. And instead of squealing like a weird little 12-year-old, I was like, oh my God, that was cool. You know, and I walked away.
I've been a big wrestling fan in my life, and Mr. Anderson, aka Mr. Kennedy, was doing an autograph signing at a bar I was at. It was before Raw. I had tickets for Raw from the station, and I was going to go with a bunch of friends. And Mr. Kennedy was there signing autographs before the Raw show. And I walked up and he was just wrapping up the autographs. There was no more line. It was over. He was having a beer. I literally just walked up to him. I don't even think I stuck my hand out to shake his hand, or I may have. I don't recall. But I said, hey, I just wanted to say I'm a really huge fan of yours and it's cool to meet you. And he goes, oh, thanks, man. All right, enjoy the show. That was it. Boom, done. You don't sit there. You don't sit there and go crazy. When you meet anyone that you like, your goal is to be not memorable. You don't want them to remember you.
I'm a huge Metallica fan. Like, I'm a big time Metallica fan, except for the new shit. I don't like that. But like, I was 7 years ago this month, I was going to US Bank to see them. They were the second concert there, and we were in one of those stupid little merch pop-ups outside of the stadium. And they walked 10 feet behind me through the whole thing. And like, instead of everybody's turning and squealing, everyone just turns and like, oh my God, they're right there. And like, gave him a little respect, you know?
Fool Scam Sam says, that guy looks like he had a s'mores beer at the fair with Aaron. He was not. I did not have a s'mores beer with that gentleman. I promise you. I swear. Hobo Chili Recipe says, good morning. I'm telling you, the Tampa area is blessed. We avoided another hurricane. There you go.
Really?
Yeah, it looks like
that's incredible.
It looks like Tampa is, Tampa, I would say they're a bunch of dirty little scampa bays for avoiding that hurricane again.
Would you say the hurricane scampered away?
You fucked it up. All right, guys.
I hate you.
About 700 of you in here at the moment. Over on Rumble especially, all of you hit thumbs up. Get in that algorithm, get the show promoted, keep that number climbing. It's fun to see. We're just an hour and a half in. We're just getting warmed up this morning. We're also 170 away from this morning's goal. You guys are doing great. Thank you very, very much. Keep that going on Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, YouTube, and Rumble. Thank you guys very much for your support. All right, I love these two. They're two of my favorite people to cover. It's a good palate cleanser from that Adele story. And we could have done that Adele story a couple of days ago. But I was like, you know what? I don't really care about it. I don't really feel anything about it.
It's maddening.
Then I heard somebody on the TV talking about it, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I really fucking hate this guy. I'll do it.
Pretty hateable.
Why not? So, Chrishean Rock and Blueface are two of my favorite people in the world. I unapologetically adore these two. They are...
For every reason that's not their music, right?
They're some of the most retarded people of all time. I mean, they are profoundly stupid and unaware.
Right.
Which is a great combination. You want people to be really stupid and super unaware of it.
So they keep doing it.
I like my stupid people to think they've totally got their shit together. I mean, Chrishean Rock is, what was she, an Instagram model?
I have no idea.
Or whatever. Blueface is a mid-rapper, right? I mean, a couple steps above SoundCloud.
Sure.
Blueface. And they're more famous for being out of their fucking minds and completely dysfunctional than they are for music or modeling or anything else.
I'd say most of their fame comes from them live streaming their domestics on Instagram.
Right. That's how they got famous. They got famous because they would get hammered outside a club and she would punch him in the head 15 times.
That's the only reason you know of them, right?
Right. He would go to the hospital. She would go to jail. And then the next afternoon, they're Instagramming from their bed together. Well, you guys wouldn't believe this, but that relationship did not work out. And they have since gone their separate ways. However, like Day Day's ex and Next Friday, Chrishean Rock showed up pregnant one day. And it was shortly after the breakup. And everyone went, oh boy, Blueface knocked up Chrishean Rock. Like the one thing you're not supposed to do when you've got a girlfriend that beats you outside of clubs. You're not supposed to blow it inside of her and get her pregnant. He did it. Now, we've all been wondering since the start, well, whose fucking kid is this? Because, look, as dumb as Blueface is, Chrishean Rock is equally as big of a hoe. So it could be any guy that she was getting dicked by. Well, I guess she confirmed yesterday it is Blueface's baby. Now, if I'm Blueface, I don't worry what the public perception is. I'm questioning this shit and I want DNA testing done.
Maternity test now.
Because worst case scenario, she's telling the truth. It is yours. You know it. You're prepared. Off we go. Best case scenario, the win-lose in this scenario. The lose is, well, she already says you're the baby's dad, so whatever. If you win, you get your life back because you don't have to be attached to Chrishean Rock for the next 18 years of your life.
People do need to stop knocking up crazy chicks.
I mean,
do you guys not consider the 18-year sentence you have now?
Now, wait a minute. You keep saying crazy chicks as though Chrishean Rock is for certain crazy. Why don't we watch her gender reveal announcement?
I've seen the evidence.
And then we'll judge whether or not. Maybe it's like, what's her name? Who's the one who had kids and like completely cleaned themselves up and looks gorgeous? And
Nobody.
Black China.
Angela White.
Angela White. I'm sorry.
No offense, but the kids didn't clean her up. She's had the kids for a while.
Isn't it amazing when she was Black China, people saw her as, ugh, but now she's Angela White and people go, I like her. This is a racist country, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. By the way, you can put a baby into the hoe, but you can't take the hoe out of the hoe when she has the baby. I mean, she has been dressing like a complete pig slut for this entire pregnancy.
Well, that's the new thing because, oh, guys, pregnancy is just so beautiful and natural. I just think it should all be out there.
For you.
For you, it is.
It's wonderful for you.
I don't care. I don't want to see it. Put your tits away.
I don't need to see a hot dog that's been in the microwave for 28 seconds. Thank you. You good, everybody?
We love you.
And about to burst.
Why are you crying?
I thought this was the reveal. What the fuck? Come on, TMZ. Get your shit together. Blueface is about to see a whole lot more blue as he and his ex-girlfriend, Chrishean Rock, are going to have a baby boy. The animated reality star made the official reveal Tuesday, tearfully thanking her friends during a baby shower. Of course, it was a baby shower and photo shoot. You can't just have a baby shower. Chrishean's currently in her 3rd trimester, so delivery time is fast approaching, and apparently will fall into a co-parenting situation with Blueface as they're not currently together.
Where he will be talking to that baby boy straight out the womb about how not gay he is.
Right, he's trying. One thing Blueface does as a father is he tries to make sure none of his kids are gay.
Kid cries the first time. He's like, "You're not gay, are you?
What, are you gay, bro?"
Stop crying.
Like, he's got like a 5-year-old kid, and his new hoe girlfriend and her hoe friends are out there twerking in front of a TV, like they're Regina George's little sister in Mean Girls.
What would you do if I fucking did that?
All right, well, skip that.
You know what I mean?
Skip that part
It's
for now.
disgusting.
So that's going on in a video, and the 5-year-old is doing what a 5-year-old does. He's in the pantry looking for snacks.
They're always hungry. They
Right.
need food.
He's looking for Slim. He goes, I came in here to get a Slim Jim. And he goes, yeah, there's all that booty out there. What is, you gay?
What is Slim Jim code for dick?
Yeah. He's like, oh, what are you?
Is that a gay thing?
What are you, gay? And he's like, no, Dad, I wanted a snack. You're not supposed to, you're not supposed to gay shame a 5-year-old for going after Slim Jim.
Son, if you not gay, go look at your new mama out there twerking.
Yeah, go look at your new mom shaking a booty meat, son. Oh, Dad, I just wanted to have a snack and, be less incesty and weird. I just thought, I'm just saying, like, people say, in the black community, the way we got to solve this problem is for dads to be more present. Yeah, some dads. Some of them, the ones who run away and have careers. Yeah, they need to be sticking around more.
But can you imagine how much gayer this kid would be if his dad wasn't over here?
That's true. He'd be a super homo. He'd be interrupting Adele concerts if Blueface wasn't around.
Right, and we all hate that guy.
Yo,
so.
I catch you hanging out at an Adele concert. I'm gonna whoop your ass, kid.
Look, if you fuck 1,000 men, you're a whore.
Based Blueface.
Unless I'm that man.
Yes. The Bad Luck Boys with $5 says it's easy to avoid these problems through a revolutionary new strategy called racism. I mean, look. They do say that profiling is wrong, but it also keeps you out of a lot of sticky wickets.
How many kids does he have now?
I think this is going to be his 4th one.
4?
Yeah.
There is.
Do you know how many different women there are?
3.
I'm guessing somewhere in the 3 to 4 range.
I think it's 2 or 3.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes look, I'm not even like a stunning example of humanity. Like
Really?
I can be a piece of shit sometimes, but like I look at some of the people that have children and I'm like, dude, I don't have kids. You have 4. Why? Why are you having children?
Omega Dread's gaming channel says, you go watch that booty meat, son. Yeah, that's a great dad. Yo, what are you, 5 years old? Do you know how to read yet? No, Dad, in this house, I won't be able to read until I'm 34. All right, well, that's all right. Go learn how to objectify women before you read that Dr. Seuss book. What you reading for, homo? Go learn how to treat women like garbage, like your daddy, so you can be successful.
Go make it rain on your new mama.
Yeah. Yo, you know those coupon guns that shoot dollar bills? Go shoot it at your new stepmama. But Dad, I want to read Hop on Pop and eat Slim Jims. Like, yeah, like a gay F word you's going to.
Dude, I won't even swear in front of my stepkids.
If you're
and these people are out here twerking in their thongs in the living room.
If you're Blueface's kid, at what age do you start to have that thought that we all have about our dads at some point where you go, I think my dad might be kind of full of shit? He's got to be pushing that age pretty soon.
I don't know. Do we all do that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, at some point we all go, my parents are a little antiquated. They're a little, like, we're replacing them for a reason. Oh, wow. You got daddy issues.
Why do you always say that? I don't think, aren't daddy issues, isn't that the people that have problems with their fathers?
But there's the opposite, where it's like you don't have any issue. Like, it's
I've had issues with my dad before, but, like, I don't think I have daddy issues.
You don't have that moment where you're like, oh, my parents are completely full of shit and have no fucking idea what they're talking about.
I've had a moment or two where I'm like, oh, they're out of touch with this one.
Right, that's what I mean. Like, you're like...
But not like a blanket statement. I just meant like
that's
a specific.
Right. I forgot. You farm kids are taught to, like, respect your parents no matter what. You guys grow up with, like, the 10 Commandments and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the wrong way to go. That's the wrong way to go.
I'm sorry.
You got to treat these parents. You got to hold these parents accountable. You got to treat them like anyone else. See, parents like to hide behind that whole, well, I'm a parent, so you have to respect me thing. That allows them to be pieces of shit and excuse it. So if you go, like, when they're pieces of shit, if you're like, no offense, you're kind of being an asshole right now.
So is this like battered kid syndrome?
All kids have a little bit of battered kid syndrome, no matter what.
How's your situation?
Right, like my dad's full of shit.
Your dad is full of shit.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like that.
I sometimes catch myself behaving like my father sometimes, and I go, all right, let's write that moment down and never fucking do it again.
At least you do that, though.
That's important.
That's improvement.
It's important to, what do they say, self-evaluate, as it were.
You are a dad, though, so do you worry about, like...
Yeah, I'm constantly keeping that shit in check. I'm constantly
But
like
how do
making
you know?
sure.
Because if you say that all dads become that person, like, wouldn't you be then kind of unaware that you're doing that? I guess, and you just do it.
You got it. It's important to self-evaluate. That's the whole point.
But I'm sure your dad thinks he did everything correctly too.
Yeah, but that you got to hold yourself accountable for your shit. SH says, my dad liked to lie, but not to be mean, to make his stories better or to avoid argument. Yeah, but that's kind of low-key psychotic too, in a way, isn't it? Like,
what do you mean? Like a little white lie to avoid an argument or something?
Right.
Like telling like your wife that dinner was good? I don't know.
Mr. Approachable? King Kong Dong, sorry. King Kong Dong with $5 over on PayPal. The only reason I thought he was Mr. Approachable is because it says, I don't approach Aaron in public because he looks angry all the time.
I've heard people say that.
I don't look angry. I mean, I guess I just have resting bitch face.
We took the kids to Paul Bunyan last Friday, was it? And I did have a listener approach me then, and even he was like, oh, like, he was very nice. He shook my hand and everything. He's like, I didn't want to bother you any, but I'm like, dude, I'm not Aaron. Like, it's going to be okay.
I've
heard it many times. Like, people are like, oh, Aaron always looks so, like, stern and
I'm a remarkably approachable human being. Did something happen to our YouTube channel? Because we just, like, took an insane, like, 100-person dip out of nowhere.
I don't know.
That's really weird. Is our YouTube chat still going? Okay, no, it's still going. Okay, good.
I don't know.
I just pissed off about 100 people, and then all of a sudden they told me to get fucked. So.
Our little KBS thing here got orange for a second. Maybe it knocked some people off.
Don't worry about it. We're all right. Just go to Rumble. Oh, no, there it goes. It went right back up. God, that is a weird fucking thing. That it just went way down and then way up again. Strange
I like how you
shit
say
going
don't
on.
worry about it, but you ask.
I'm saying it to myself. All right, guys, 160 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, whatever. About 700 of you hanging out with us today. Go ahead and hit like, hit share, hit subscribe. Okay, let's go to a completely reasonable story out of Washington, D.C. One teenager killed another teenager at a McDonald's, but don't worry, he had cause. You know, a lot of times you hear the phrase senseless killing. Mm-hmm. Like, this was just a completely senseless killing. How could you do something like this? I don't think you guys are going to walk away from this one going, oh, this was all senseless and there was no reason for this. You're going to walk away from it going, oh, you know what? I get this one, though.
Okay.
I understand.
He took his burger.
They'd gone to the McDonald's at 14th and U Northwest about 2 in the morning Sunday and were back in the car when an argument between teenage friends from Waldorf broke out over sweet and sour sauce.
First of all, McDonald's in Washington, D.C. I've got an idea for you. No staying open at 2 in the morning.
No.
Well, but look, if you're in, I don't know, some small town in Arkansas, go ahead, stay open 24 hours if you want to. People, you'll probably be fine. Staying open at 2 in the morning in Washington, D.C., I'm not saying that McDonald's is a haven for people stabbing and shooting each other. I'm just saying the people who do want to stab and shoot each other are probably going to gravitate to the places that are open.
Likely.
In this case, McDonald's.
And you're not supposed to eat past 7 p.m. It all goes to your hips.
And I think the answer to this problem is pretty simple. Get rid of sweet and sour sauce at McDonald's. Who needs it?
They don't have that here, do they?
If they do, they should get rid of it immediately.
What do you put that shit on?
Chicken nuggets.
Oh.
I guarantee it's a chicken McNugget dipping sauce.
But that's like
And stop eating chicken McNuggets. Stop eating chicken McNuggets, you nubbits. You're not 5 years old.
Not only that, it's like cat. It's ground up cat. It's not chicken. It's not real.
The fight that followed spilled out of the car in front of the McDonald's, and that's when 16-year-old Naima Ligon of Waldorf was stabbed twice by another 16-year-old girl from Waldorf.
Again, friends in the car. Forget the friendship or that they'd ever met because they had a disagreement at 2 a.m. at a McDonald's about sweet and sour sauce.
It does.
And it had to be resolved by violence.
It does seem like groups of people do resort to violence quickly.
What?
Like, it just seems like we've either got to shoot someone or stab someone. You know, just...
Would you like to elaborate?
It's not Rumble Friday.
Oh, okay.
Two were friends.
Does this go back to
Come see me on Friday.
Does this go back to Mersha's answer where this could have been solved by a certain old-fashioned concept?
To the MPD detective who testified today, Ligon was taken by the other girls to nearby Howard University Hospital where she died. The suspect was stopped by police.
Well, quit fucking around with people's sweet and sour sauce.
And did you learn anything?
Right.
What have we learned from this experience here where our friend died over sauce?
Is that black people take condiments very seriously when it's past midnight.
I wouldn't stab someone over a Wagyu taco.
Or a wrestling otaku.
Taco?
Yeah.
From Nobu.
You've got
like,
it.
you know, like, don't stab people over food. You're going to be okay.
Walking alone a block away from the stabbing scene and had a black folding knife in her possession. Ligon's heartbroken family released photos of her with her mother. A neighbor spoke to us today about the murdered teen.
Yeah, what the fuck, guys?
Beautiful.
Isn't Dad sad?
Very intelligent young girl. My son's only friend here. So he's impacted by this.
But you also understand, I taught my son at a very young age how to talk to and how to behave around McDonald's workers. And you always respect sweet and sour sauce so things like this don't happen. It's a grave injustice that's happened today.
We lost that boy's only friend over some nubbit sauce.
Oh, God. Somebody saying they killed Snoop from The Wire. It really is. I mean, the killing each other over sweet and sour sauce, they say that every life is precious and to take a life is unreasonable anytime you do it. However, at least it's over sweet and sour sauce and not something completely unreasonable.
Yeah, but you know who doesn't think that every life is precious? Not even those kids. Like that, their friend's life wasn't precious enough. Compared to that sweet and sour sauce. Let's just kill her.
We've got, we're almost halfway through today's show. Hit like, hit subscribe. Thank you guys very much. There was a video out of Colorado Springs that went viral yesterday of a young man wearing a Gadsden flag patch on one of the first days of school. He put a Gadsden flag patch on his backpack.
Okay.
If you don't know what the Gadsden flag is, it was almost this country's flag. Apparently, this is what I've heard. This could be wrong. The reason that the Stars and Stripes won out over the Gadsden flag was that the Gadsden flag did not look like it when you reversed it and you looked at it from the other side. There were letters on it, there were words, and it was all jumbled and it didn't make any sense. So they didn't pick it as our flag. It's the segmented snake with the "Don't tread on me." That would be your Gadsden flag. It's taken on kind of new popularity as people realize that we don't have any freedom anymore.
Right.
This kid decided to wear that patch on his backpack, which I could not think of a smaller thing to get worked up about than a Gadsden flag patch on a backpack.
I wouldn't think twice about it.
Right. This school decided that it had origins with slavery. And that it had to be, not only did the backpack have to be removed.
The kid?
But the kid had to be removed from school as well. Luckily, it was all recorded. The kid was able, or somehow they were able to record this kid being confronted about the Gadsden flag and to show how completely fucking stupid this is. This is, now... A quick update on this story. The kid, after the video went viral and people started bugging the school and nagging them and everything else, they've reinstated the kid.
Well, that's good.
They're going to let him go back to school. They're going to allow the backpack. They're going to pretend this whole thing never, ever happened. But here we go. This is a kid getting called into the office over a Gadsden flag patch on his backpack. Now, first of all, you could argue that the American flag has more origins in slavery than the Gadsden flag does, seeing
I'd agree
as
with that.
it was the original flag of the country. But,
Yep.
you know, looking for common sense in a school.
Thank you. Do they know what the Gadsden flag is? It's a historical flag.
So they're, the reason that they do not want the flag, the reason we do not want the flag displayed.
Oh, so this is a meeting with his parents. That's why they were able to film it.
Look at this nice, well put together kid, though. He's very nicely dressed. He looks respectful.
Right. Of all the kids that could be in this school and you need to keep an eye on, I don't think the kid with a button-up shirt and slacks on with a Gadsden flag patch on his backpack is the kid you need to be keeping an eye on.
Anything patriotic or that seems patriotic now is seen as a problem. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, but
he's
I'll
wearing
also,
like an army backpack and all that shit.
But I'll also say that any kid who's like this into politics probably has it pushed on them by their parents too.
I was gonna say he's probably not. He's wearing an army backpack. I bet his parents gave him that.
Yeah.
Is due to its origins with slavery and slave trade.
Slavery and the slave trade. There were more Stars of David on those slave ships than Gadsden flags. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing the Gadsden flag all over Django Unchained.
Right, yeah. I don't recall seeing, in fact, one of those.
Not even one.
Okay.
It's fun.
What was as the reasoning behind why we do not want to display the Gadsden flag. The Don't Tread on Me.
Yeah, the Don't Tread on Me was about the British taxing the piss out of the colonists without giving them any representation in Parliament. That's all. That's all it meant. Don't tread on me was like no taxation without representation.
But they don't care about what's right or wrong. You have to remember that. They see these things and see it like as something patriotic, so it must therefore be on the right side of things. The Republicans, the Hicks.
Like, we can all look at how young people are taught in college now and we can go, oh, this is fucking stupid. This is so dumb. But unfortunately, this is the problem when people swallow that shit whole. They become like this woman.
Mm-hmm.
So this woman swallowed all that stuff whole, never questioned it, but now she's in a position where she can shape and mold young lives. Again, more Marxism shit. And she's going to rewrite the definition of the Gadsden flag just because it's just how I feel.
And it's unfortunate that this is everywhere. This isn't just this lady right here. So
it's everywhere in schools, yeah.
It's everywhere.
I mean, it seems stupid to the majority of the country, but in schools, this is not that weird.
And kids have young little malleable minds. So some of them will not see above what this chick is doing. They'll eat it up.
Which is the Gadsden flag. Okay, so he
Look at the smug look on her face. Like she's like, oh, you're going to question me now? I said racism and slavery. You're supposed to shut up.
Is this kid even white? Look at him.
Whitish.
You know what I mean?
Looks like an eye tie. Maybe he's an eye tie.
Oh. Yeah. I was going to say, you're sitting here saying this to somebody who doesn't even look white.
What's going to happen if he doesn't take it off?
He is able to go. I was actually just telling him, like, I was upset that he was missing so much school. I'm like, so.
And put him back in the school with his fucking backpack. I was upset that I literally just watched a principal type person go, I was like, you're fired. If you go, I was like,
You should have named this episode People Who Can't Function in Society.
It's not as catchy for the algorithm.
I know.
I asked can he just take his stuff out of his bag and go back to class? Like, I just want him to go back to class. The bag can't go back. It's got the patch on it because we can't have that in and around other kids. So that's what I was trying to.
We can't. Wait a minute. We can't have that in and around other kids. We can have kids talking openly about cutting their dicks off in school, but we can't have the Gadsden flag. That would be horrible. That could really affect children.
I'd like to have a gathering in the gymnasium and
magic.
Yeah, sure. And see a show of hands of like children who were affected by that backpack versus the adults. See how many kids were affected.
That's going to backfire on you because if I were in school and you told me I could get time out of class, if I went to a thing and said that patch affected me, I could make some shit up so I get some time off.
I hated unnecessary like gatherings in the gym to talk about crap.
Oh man, those are my favorite
God, I
days.
hated that.
When I found out we had an assembly, I'm like, yes, I didn't get that homework done anyway.
Really?
Yeah, you were a dork.
I saw it as such a waste of time, and I'm like, dude, I could be doing anything but this.
Right, I could be doing my homework. I could be studying
cleaning the
for,
barn.
I could be studying for a test right now, or I could be turning in my homework.
I could be at home doing chores.
All the rest of us
Getting it done early.
All the rest of us were going, dude, I didn't fucking do that homework. I'm glad we got bailed out by this assembly. You were kind of hoping somebody would pull a fire alarm or make a bomb threat.
See, like, I didn't like people like you because you were wasting my time.
Cool. We were the cool kids. You guys were nerds. What are you going to do?
He said you were close, so I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with slavery. That's like the Revolutionary War patch that was displayed when they were fighting the British. Like that's the revolution. Maybe you're thinking of like the Confederate flag.
Okay,
which looks nothing like it.
I am just here to enforce. No, I am here to enforce the policy that was provided by the.
They always do that. This is why I hate public schools and I want them abolished, along with the Department of Education in every state. They always do this. They say some bullshit, and then you go, actually, no. And you want them to argue their point. Like, come back at me with something. Defend yourself. Address what I just said. When they get proven wrong and they look like they're all smug and smart when they go, it's actually got roots in slavery. And then when you go, no, actually, it's the revolution, you might be thinking of the Confederate flag. Instead of them going, oh, shit, I was wrong. Go back to class. I'm sorry we've wasted your time. They then fall back on, oh, no, I was just following orders and I'm going by the handbook and this is just what we're taught. Well, wait a minute. Which one is it? Are you this crusader for, anti-slavery, or are you just going by the book? Which one is it?
District, and definitely you have every right to not agree with it. I mean,
because the
absolutely.
ACLU says that he's allowed to wear that if you go on their website.
Ooh, she throws the ACLU at the liberal teacher person.
All I'm saying is that
unless there's like a ban on patches, period. Like if you said there's no patches allowed at the school, you cannot display what you think or anything like that, or what cheer or anything like that. I think it's like one-sided, because you allow some patches, but not others.
This school person is a lightweight.
I prefer arm patches.
She really can't hold her own. She's kind of getting worked over. I'm not saying this mom is very intelligent, but she's a lightweight. Like she barely got any pushback at all, and she just went right to humana.
I'd like to see that policy, by the way. I bet it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'd like to see the policy that says no Gadsden flag patch. That would be a really...
Right, there's like an asterisk behind something like written in.
It would be the first time I've ever seen that policy. Yeah, it would be in crayon with an asterisk.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Magic marker.
The American flag on their backpacks.
Yeah. That was like flown during the revolution with.
Look at the smug fucking bitchy look on your face. God, this world would be a such better place if people could just, Corey and I have talked about this before. Do you know how liberating it is when, someone thinks they've got you backed into a corner on an argument and you just look at them and go, oh, I guess I was wrong then. My bad. Because then you've completely disarmed the other person.
I mean, it would be nice. I feel like there'd be a lot more like meaningful conversations if that would happen.
But then you dig in and you won't back down on this. And then you just have this smug, shitty. There's nothing worse than a smug, shitty look on someone with authority who absolutely is wrong.
And you just nailed it, though. It's because somebody gave that woman a title.
Right.
And now she thinks she is entitled to.
She's a bad bitch.
Be smarter than everyone.
I just don't understand that at all.
So what I can do is
and if you go onto the ACLU's website, let's talk to someone.
I can have you speak to Jeff Yoakum again.
I'd rather speak to Dwight if I could. It's the Yoakum I'd like to speak to.
And then he can refer you to our person at the district.
Okay.
There's another bureaucracy move. Look, now that you've run through me and I've shown that I know nothing of what I'm talking about, I can refer you to this person further down the trough, and then they can refer you to another person further down the trough. I can just bury you in bureaucracy, or just shut up and let me do what I want and stop questioning my authority.
Let's just continue to kick the can down the road. Meanwhile, this stupid bitch at the table says, "Oh, I'm so upset that this kid's missing so much school." You could just let him go to class then. He's not hurting anybody.
Instead of watching him get dumber, watching two retards argue with each other, maybe he can go to school.
I hope this kid picks up on like a bigger like esoteric message from this whole thing and like takes something from it.
Goes to private school?
I really hope so.
First of all, you're putting your young child in New Balances. That's a bad start.
Like I said, we're following district policy.
I thought you liked those.
Well, he's dressed like a 57-year-old man. It's a little weird.
He does look like a dork.
Yeah.
The last thing I want is him out of class.
Yeah, I know
That's
me
all,
too. He
the last
takes
thing I
his
want.
Yet here we are, ma'am. Here we are.
If I'm that mother, I'm like, well, then put my kid back in class.
Right.
This is so stupid.
Classes seriously. He studies. He wants to get straight A's. He did that. He made honor roll when he was here before.
Yep.
He intends to do that again right now, but it's hard because he keeps missing class for this.
Look, ma'am, what I'm trying to say is my son's a complete fucking nerd, all right? He's already got wedgies he's going to have to deal with. Don't make it more difficult.
See, but he's going to be better off for it in the future. He just will.
So
I understand that.
yeah, and I mean, we teach him to always stick up for your beliefs. And I mean, you're going over the revolution for 7th grade. I mean, the founding fathers stood up for what they believed in against unjust laws.
Yeah, but I was taught at college that they were all racists and pieces of shit. So we actually were thinking about not teaching about the founding fathers this year. We were going to teach Harvey Milk instead.
This is unjust.
Okay. Like I said, we're upholding a policy that was provided to us, which we have to uphold.
Again, I'd like you to point out the specific policy that you're referencing, because I'm starting to think that, and forgive me if I'm being out of line here, that you might be full of shit.
Yeah,
Just
why has nobody asked to see the policy? That'd be the first thing I'm like gonna ask. I'm like, show me where in your policy it says that my son can't wear a Gadsden flag patch on his backpack.
All of this nonsense over a silly patch on a backpack.
That never meant anything
Yeah.
negative towards like a group of people, like racist wise either.
Here's a
Never.
phrase this woman's never heard. Pick your battles. Give me tips with $5 says it was the mom recording the conversation. Nice, good. I encourage that all the way. You absolutely should be recording these fucking public school demons all the time.
It does.
Just to hold them accountable. Marcos Chaz does raise a good point, though. We shouldn't let this go. That kid is a dork.
It's fine.
I mean, look, he's right about the Gadsden flag, and the Gadsden flag is awesome, and the whole thing, so on and so forth. But that kid is a dork. SC Motorsports says, supposed to play till the end. That was the end of the clip. That was it. That's what I had. And they did reverse it, by the way.
That's because they were wrong the whole time.
Yeah.
And it was just somebody who decided to get what they wanted. It wasn't a policy, it was what they wanted.
Right. There was an update to this. Student told to remove patches from backpack before returning to class. I guess the governor of Colorado is defending the student and the Gadsden flag after all this. That's very cool. The kid's name is Jaden. Stop with gay names, please.
Yeah, Jaden's are like a dime a dozen now.
Colorado school's Gadsden flag ban overturned after student goes viral. Yeah, I don't like people.
But your kid shouldn't have to go viral for such a stupid thing just to go to school.
Right. We've got this weird thing where if it was in the 1700s, like they're starting to do this thing where anything that existed at the same time as slavery is like a part of slavery, which that is such a stupid fucking attitude to have about that.
Women wore dresses back during slavery. Does that mean that every girl who wears a dress like me this weekend on Saturday, is that racist now?
Dresses are for slavery.
Right? Dresses are out.
Mint juleps, got to get rid of them. They were slaves then.
White cake.
Death Beholden says, you guys don't think the parents dressed him up for the meeting? I mean, they could have, but those New Balances looked worn.
That kid was too dorky. He had the haircut and everything.
Yeah.
That's how he dresses.
Any kid who at 12 years old puts a Gadsden flag patch on his backpack and knows what it is a total fucking dweeb. Total dweeb.
But he reserves that right to be a dweeb, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, when I went to school, there were kids that wore full-blown, like, army, like, outfits, like, get-ups to school, and they were dorks.
Lucky army get-ups?
But you know what I mean? Like, there should be room for people to be dorks at school, and they shouldn't have to be kicked out of class for it.
Protect the dorks is what we're trying to say. Skeezy, another Marxist doctrine on display. Everything in history is bad and evil and needs to be destroyed. Yeah, in communism, you're not allowed to have a history. It all started with the communist revolution. Another reason why we need to pull out communism root and stem. That is it. 155 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for all of your support. We've still got 2 hours left in today's show, and we're only 155 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. What do you say we just knock that thing out? The evening show puts you $100 ahead today. Pay those assholes back. They're trying to show off for you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble rants, etc. Over on the Rumble end of things, Chevrolet JB says, I would just say let's get the handbook out. Kids should not be involved in this conversation.
I agree with that too.
Mad Comic says, I guess it's a school uniform policy that they've now. So they did have the Gadsden flag banned under their policy. She wasn't wrong. It was a policy.
Who thought to do that?
Communists. Fucking communists.
And somebody.
If you guys continue to be fans of this show, one thing that's definitely happening is my slow evolution into Joe McCarthy. It's happening.
Somebody in the YouTube chat, too, said that his kid wore like a Thin Blue Line t-shirt to class once, and he was told by the teacher that he couldn't.
Honestly, fuck that kid, because the cops are not on your side. Like, the Thin Blue Line... The Thin Blue Line is not for you. The Thin Blue Line is for cops. It's cops protecting cops.
But I don't think that the kid probably chose to wear that shirt because he thinks that, oh my God, cops. He probably just, his parents bought him the shirt and he wore it to school one day.
All kids are just being brainwashed by their parents.
These kids are now like being punished for things that adults are putting on them.
Yeah. That whole back the blue, Thin Blue Line thing, that's kind of that Carlin bit where it's like, it's a big club and you ain't in it. The cops will thank you for backing them. But when it comes time to back you versus backing their pension, their pay, their benefits, their everything else, there's never going to be a time where they'll pick you.
I don't disagree with that, but like a child shouldn't be kicked out of class for wearing a Thin Blue Line shirt. There's nothing wrong with it.
I mean, I have a problem with it, but not in that way.
I have a problem with both pairs of adults in that situation. The parents that are putting that shit on their kid and the one who's kicking the kid out of class for wearing a t-shirt with a flag on it.
All right, we got to open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. About $1.50 away from knocking this thing out today and doing a half hour of overtime. Thank you guys very much. We're making very good time today, and we hope that continues. We got a lot of stuff coming up in this 7 o'clock hour. We've got a judge who had a chance to make history, and he decided to pass on it. He did not want to hear a case about the So apparently the University of Wyoming, there was a sorority that was filing a lawsuit to, what was it? It was either a transgender woman was trying to get into a sorority or a sorority was trying to keep a transgender woman out because they didn't want someone staying in their sorority house that had a big old cock on them.
They were already there.
Sorority sisters who were trying to have a transgender woman booted from their organization just got gut checked in court. A judge tossed their lawsuit, not because they found it to be without merit, not because they thought that these people were being bigoted or whatever. It was the most chicken shit coward move I think I've ever seen out of a judge. The judge tossed the lawsuit because he said the court refuses to define what a woman is. So if you think that all this trans activism and shit like that is what's pushing all this and what's causing the lines to be blurred so much, it's actually not, because these people have always existed in one form or another. It's actually people like this judge who help it gain momentum. It's the people who have a chance to put a stop to the more maddening parts of this, and they say, well, I don't want to. And it's not because they don't want to define a woman or they don't know what a woman is. The truth of the matter is this guy doesn't want to get death threats.
Yeah.
This judge doesn't want to get bullied. I mean, what a wonderful name you're carving out for yourself, your movement, your fight for your rights, that people are afraid to make common sense statements because they're afraid you might try to kill them because you're insane. That's a wonderful relationship you want to have with the public. Oh, and by the way, if you want me to tell you what political philosophy endorses that, that would be communism again. The U.S. District Judge Alan Johnson dismissed the complaint filed by 7 members of the University of Wyoming's Kappa Kappa Gamma chapter, who sued their own sorority earlier this year for allowing 21-year-old Artemis Langford, who's trans, to join their ranks in recent months. And I do have to say, looking at Artemis Langford, Jack Black looks really good for his age.
I think that's an insult to Jack Black.
Well, he deserves it. Look, man, this is kind of a hate story too. in a weird way because
What now?
I wouldn't mind if sororities and fraternities were all burned to the ground. And there's a part of me that says, you know what? Good. Let trans people join all of them and just watch the whole thing fall the fuck apart.
Okay, they do seem to cause more problems than like create good. I'll agree to that. I was never part of one, like in any way. But this, to me, like I can't find the hate in it because sororities do exist, fraternities do exist. Like, and it was always a defined space for like men over here and women over here, and we're all living together and stuff. So now we just got some dude with a dick trying to get into a sorority.
Well, and not only that,
I don't like that guy.
Not only that, let's just remember the reason. Let's be very honest about why that separation was made. It was to stop the rapey guys from being around women. It wasn't to protect the men from the girls. No. Put it that way. It was to protect the girls from the men. So now this judge has a chance to go, no, clearly you with the cock cannot come in here and live with a sorority. That's not okay. It's
had a chance. Yep.
It's a serious problem. And he went, yeah, I'm going to kick the can down the road on this one.
And I also hate whoever let that person in there because that person's already there.
Now that was the school. See, the sorority.
So I hate the school then.
The sorority didn't have a choice. They couldn't block this person from joining.
Right. So then in that regard, it would be the school's fault.
Yes.
I hate the school and I hate the person.
That would be a school problem for certain. So that a judge had a chance to put that whole thing away, and they said, you know what, I believe that I'm going to punt on this one.
Doing the rape thing's not cool anymore. No offense.
Do you remember the Jewish guy? I think we talked about this. Was it this Monday or last Monday? Do you remember the Jewish guy that beat the living shit out of that Nick Fuentes fan?
No.
So Natan Levy, who's a UFC fighter, was talking to this Nick Fuentes troll online. And the Nick Fuentes troll was like, doing some Nick Fuentes talking points about like Jews and the Holocaust and shit like that. So then I don't remember who challenged who, but a sparring invitation was accepted. And this Nick Fuentes fan went to where Nathan Levy trains and sparred with him and got the living fuck beaten out of him. I mean, just got his ass kicked in this sparring session. And the fighter used it. And look, the fighter was obviously holding back. Like, he could have really done some damage. But A, it was sparring, and B, he knew this guy's experience level. But then he kind of used it as like a way, like he filmed it and was like, hey, tell everybody that you're full of shit. You're a stupid troll. There's consequences for the fucking words you say and stuff like that. Well, he's now getting a lot of attention for what he did. It was a really smart PR move for this UFC fighter because now he's like King Troll Hunter, basically. And he was interviewed by TMZ and basically saying, look, if you talk shit to me on the internet, if you want to pull that Jew shit on the internet with me, you're more than welcome to come spar. Let's check this out.
I was very surprised that he actually showed up. Most of the time I get a lot of hateful text messages saying, oh, I'm going to come do this and that to you. Nobody ever shows up.
First of all, how retarded do you have to be to go to a 6-1 mixed martial artist and go, I'm going to fuck you up? Because a lot of people who write that shit, this is where autism needs to be, monitored a little bit better.
Checked.
People who write that to a guy like this think that they've gotten him, or like, yeah, I'm going to tell him that I'm going to fuck him up and then I'm not going to show. And then, I really showed him. This guy is not under any illusion that he couldn't kick the living shit out of you.
Right, but it's just troll mentality 101.
Right, it's this weird thing where they've convinced themselves that they're in some kind of a victory scenario, when in reality all they've done is waste their time. Like, this guy is not sitting there up at night going, oh man, if this guy doesn't respond and come see me, I wonder if I could really take him. Like, it's like anyone who throughout history has gone, oh, I'll box you, Aaron. I'm like, well, come on out. And then they don't. They cower. They run scared and make excuses. And then I'm like, look, I'm not staying up at night wondering if I could. I'm 1,000% positive that the result of this would be me hurting you. This guy feels the same way when someone writes to him, like, I'll fuck you up. And he's like, well, he responds to him. He goes, well, come on out to the gym. And they go, no, I totally trolled you. No, that guy is not wondering if he would take you out. He's just wondering how easy he's going to take it on you you don't bleed all over his mats.
They like the word own, too. Like, oh, I owned him today.
I owned the Jewish MMA guy. I'm like, I promise you, the Jewish MMA guy is not thinking about you. And if you came out to spar, he'd beat you up and then go right back to work. Like, that guy didn't do the Nick Fuentes thing, that video, and then go, well, that's a full day's work. I'd better head home. No, he went back to training fighters and training himself.
Right. Most people that aren't trolls just go to live their life, right?
Yeah. So this guy basically beat the shit out of that troll guy and then went right back to the business of whatever he was doing again.
Yeah.
You were not even a speed bump in his day.
But Ben did, so props to him on that. And I was actually kind of salivating a little bit when I saw him walking to the gym.
Because you realized, you sized him up immediately like this. So you had no idea? You had no idea what he was going to look like physically?
No clue. No idea what he was going to look like. I actually talked to him a little bit before.
But he's also like, well, unless he's Kamaru Usman, I'm not worried.
Right. I think you're going to be okay here.
That would be kind of funny if like Francis Ngannou started trolling people on the internet and like his image was like a weak little spindly dude. And he was like, oh yes, you are a Jew motherfucker and I will come and get you. And he goes, well, why don't you come spar me then if you're so tough? He's like, all right, I'll be there. Nathan Levy goes out. They're like, hey, your bully from the internet is here. And it's fucking Ngannou. And he's like, all right, you said let's spar. I'm like, oh, shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I bent him a little bit mentally before I bent him physically. And, he was happy to say that 6 million Jews were not killed in the Holocaust. But then when I asked him, okay, what's the number? He didn't even have a number for me. So he's just repeating what his guru told him, what his neo-Nazi guru told him. And what he
First of all, that's a weird victory. Like, you beat the shit out of a guy and he goes, I got him to admit that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. It's like, oh, so you got him back to neutral. Like, you didn't get a concession. Like, the only concession you got out of the guy is, yeah, the crazy shit I've been saying in the past is just some crazy shit.
Yeah, but kind of like to what he was just saying, like the guy didn't have another number to throw at him, like of people that were killed. That's kind of what I was saying last night. Like, once something that somebody predicted or says doesn't go right or it doesn't pan out, they don't have a backup plan.
No.
Ever.
Heard online. So,
and you'd think like that, if you feel that way about the Holocaust, you've got to anticipate that that's going to be the next question you're going to get. So have an answer ready.
Right. Oh my God, it wasn't 6 million? What was it? Because I've always,
Yeah, I've always heard 6 million.
Wow, I've been taught wrong.
Yeah.
Obviously, he got caught with his pants down. He didn't have any number to give me. He was just being a parrot. And after sparring, he was apologizing while we were sparring.
Yeah, that's the satisfying part for this guy.
Oh, that's fun.
There's nothing better than just having a guy at your mercy and just wailing away at him and then going, say you're sorry. Say you're sorry. And he goes, no, I'm not going to say I'm sorry. You go, wham, right in the head. And you go, now say you're sorry. No, I won't. And then you fucking give him a whap on the belly and they go, all right, I'm sorry. I apologize. You can't go trolling this guy after that. Because everyone's just going to show the video of you getting whapped on the belly and going, I'm sorry, 6 million Jews died. Stop, dude.
And after that, he was willing to admit his mistake. I took it easy on him. I didn't want to hurt him. But I wanted to teach him a lesson. I set him down with other gym members, my teammates who are Christian. This kid was, a big Christian believer. And
Cliff Curtis threatened to eat his children and beat the living fuck out of him and pull his spinal cord out of his throat. It got weird.
He thought that what he was talking, what he was representing was Christianity. And they set him down and told him, no, this is not the Christian way. You went off to the wrong path. The big lesson I wanted to teach this guy, and hopefully everybody who's watching, is words have consequences, actions have consequences. If you say something, you better stand behind it.
I think there is a part of our society that we've kind of thrown the baby out with the bathwater a little bit, where there is something where, people say, oh, violence doesn't solve anything. Yeah, but it does.
It will.
It does. There are
times,
some
actually.
things that violence solves. Like this guy. Problem solved. Like beating the living shit out of this guy who was being cunty on the internet solved the problem because you've now physically taken away any credibility you have. If he tries to talk shit about you again, everybody who sees it goes, yeah, but weren't you the guy groveling for an apology? Just when this guy was on top of you, beating the shit out of you. That's why if you're an internet troll, I would advise you never get into a physical dust up with any of these people because they'll kick the shit out of you. They'll humiliate you. They'll drag it out. They're not just going to beat you up and go, we're done. They're going to drag it out, make you look like a bitch. And then anytime you try to do anything after that, you just look like a pussy.
They do like to set themselves up for failure.
Right.
Like frequently. That is like what you're good at.
You're not as smart as you think you are. That's the biggest problem. And,
well, they always think that whatever they're doing or saying is going to affect somebody's reality and their life and stuff.
Right.
And they have no idea.
And then you just end up getting the living fuck beaten out of you by a Jewish MMA fighter.
Yeah, look at you all hurting shit.
Yes. Violence solves everything, says Wood Chippy. It's just messy.
Right, nobody likes to get their hands dirty.
Maybe not everything, but certainly some things are solved by violence. That's for certain.
It has very immediate consequences.
Yeah. Just anal rag shithole on Rumble says stick a penny with glue and he'll still be there 2 days later. There are certain ways to spar that might have been more effective. All right, a 104-year-old woman threw out the first pitch at the Brewers-Cubs game yesterday, and not to be a dick or nothing, but I bet you she sucked.
Well, she's 104. She gets to suck, right?
Look, no, then you say no if you can't make that throw. If this 104-year-old doesn't make it to the plate on this pitch, and you know what? I bet you they moved her up real close to the plate, too, and I bet you she still threw it straight down at the ground.
I don't like that cheating shit. I feel like if you're going to sign up to do something, just do it the right way or don't go.
Not only should that 104-year-old have to pitch from the mound, but they should also have to get out of the wheelchair.
What?
And throw the ball. You get up there and you go into your whole motion or you save that first pitch. Do you know how many little leaguers out there would have loved to throw out that first pitch? And what did you do, you selfish old broad? You took it away from them.
You know what? They'll get their turn.
Yeah, well, maybe. Yeah, once they're 104 years old and they can't move.
Exactly.
So no,
it's a turn nonetheless.
I'm against it. I don't
respect your elders, goddammit.
No, she should have to stand on her own two 104-year-old feet.
What if they're dust?
She should have to throw from the mound.
What if her feeties are dust?
Well, then we'll find out. Don't say yes. All right, guys, here we go. This is the 104-year-old. Oh wait, no, this is 1 year ago. So they let her do this twice.
Well, now you have to keep going.
This is bullshit.
She can't even. Wait, she can't even put her jersey on correctly? I'm so confused.
Well, no, it's 104 is the number on the jersey.
Miles an hour. You never know.
It's not on her. They can't dress her. She'll break.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
she doesn't even have that on.
I'm not questioning the number, Aaron.
It's on there like a towel.
Thank you.
Because they can't wrap the actual jersey around her because she'll just snap in half and disintegrate.
Very good.
It's like if you tried to raise the Titanic. It would just kind of go psh and fall to the ocean floor.
I'm following, yes.
Same thing if you try to put a T-shirt on this woman.
That was the whole...
You never know. She's got a nice grip on that fastball, ready to roll. This is a moment, and this should provide
look at that.
plenty of inspiration.
No. There is a kid from the Little League World Series that would go to the mound and throw this like a real pitcher. Instead, we get this fossil who gets to sit right in front of the plate, and let me call it right now, will not get it to that bear on the fly.
I'd rather have this fossil than Fauci.
Fauci couldn't get it to the plate either, though.
I know he couldn't.
He fucked it up.
He was bad.
No more Baba Booey, no more 50 Cent, no more who's the Call Me Maybe chick.
Don't know.
She threw a shitty one. Nope, no more of that shit.
If Sister Jean can come out here and get after it.
All right, come on, sister. Her name's Sister Jean. All right, Sister Jean, make me look like a dick. Get it to the bear on the fly.
What if she's...
I fucking dare you.
What if she's just a little slugger? What if she's good?
What if she just smokes it and the bear like gets hit in the face, like he can't even react? She throws it so hard.
Cubs fans as well as the Cubs versus these Milwaukee Brewers.
Jean Dolores
you
Schmidt.
know they are looking to be top flight.
Oh, she's winding up.
She's got a better arm than you, Cliff.
Oh, yeah, she might.
Yeah, look at that.
This thing don't work.
They wouldn't even show it because you know that went right to the ground.
Yeah, that seems like cheating too. Show the damn footage.
They are looking.
This woman is dishonest. Look at this. Watch this.
I think she's got a better arm than you, Cliff.
Oh, yeah, she might.
That did not get there on the fly.
Look at that.
This thing don't work as much, man.
Did it drive anyone else nuts that she's like winding up overhand but then goes underhand?
Right. She's a fraud, this woman.
Just throw the ball.
I'm saying this. She only got the first pitch when she was 103 because they were all assuming that there wouldn't be a 104. So you shouldn't get to throw the first pitch at 104. You were supposed to die.
Right.
Before that happened. That was a good softball pitch, says Jake. SH says she's so happy, though. I know she is really cute, but if I play that story and I just go, oh, isn't she cute? Isn't that lovely? Then I might as well be the local news. I got to shit on the old lady a little bit. You are
technically not their target audience for that moment.
Right.
That heartwarming moment.
Don't sit there. Well, that's why I'm against it, is because I know you're trying to emotionally manipulate me.
What if that was your great aunt, whatever, what's her face, Monica or whatever? What if that was your great aunt?
I would hope she would have the decency to say, no, give it to someone more deserving. I don't belong here. That's all.
I bet you'd say that.
Bird Collector says the older Aaron gets, the more his thoughts about old people will change, just like parents staying together for the kids. Look, man, I don't like old people. I've always despised old people. I think they're a drag. I think a lot of them are entitled.
Is he insinuating about the staying together for the kids comment? Like you used to say that you should stay together no matter what?
Oh, is that what he was referencing?
I don't know.
I'm
guessing you went from being a guy who's like parents should stay together for the kids no matter what, and then you get divorced, and obviously you're in a better place now.
Well, then look at me. I'm just a giant hypocrite, aren't I, buddy?
We are all hypocrites.
Oh no. That was a good one, Bird Collector. 155. Oh no, what have I done? You know what? All this happiness I've built up this last few years, it's all gone. It's all a sham, and I can't believe it.
I think he's saying that old Aaron would really be against what you have now versus what hell you did have.
Old Aaron was a fucking mess, Bird Collector.
Yeah.
Stop it. You're being silly. All right, guys. Yeah, Skeezy says it's called learning.
That is the thing. Like, I always get a crack out of it. Like, any topic, like, people aren't allowed to change their old opinions based on new information they've learned. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry that Bird Collector isn't much into growth, but some of us are.
Some people don't want to live in hell.
155 away from this morning's goal. Let's get in there and knock that down, guys. The evening show audience handed you guys a goal of 250. So let's go ahead and get in there and knock the rest of that down. Don't let this morning show audience, or don't let this evening show audience fucking embarrass you guys like this, because they're trying to make you look like fools. They handed you 250, and now you're at 155. So fuck them up, knock it down. Take care of it. 155 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats. You got about an hour and 20.
That's shooting distance.
You're almost there. But I say, you know what? This evening show is handing you this 250, and they're going like, oh, I bet you they're still going to need the offering plate and all that shit. Fuck them. Prove them wrong. They're trying to say that the morning show audience isn't as supportive, even though it's twice as big as the evening show audience. They're trying to say that you guys aren't as supportive as they are. Also, about 700 people checking out the show at the moment, so make sure that you hit like, hit subscribe. It's very good for the algorithm. I'm not just jacking myself off. Boys and girls, I have great news. Gun violence has been solved. It's over. It's been taken care of. And, you know, sometimes you solve these problems, and after you solve them, you go, fuck, you know, we tried a lot of stuff to solve that issue, and who knew that the answer was staring me right in the face the whole time.
That is true. Simple.
You do one of these, and you go, oh, you know, I've been passing laws, and I've been thinking about gun control, and who knew all I needed to do to end gun violence was make a corn maze in Portland, of all places.
What?
You know, any solution Portland comes up with, I'm immediately skeptical of.
Oh, you don't think it's good?
Well, look, since they're trying to end gun violence, well, Fauci's Pangolin says, did they nuke Chicago? Okay, I didn't say there was only one solution to gun violence. I just said that they found it.
Oh, let's get those uppity guns some therapy, and maybe they wouldn't feel like shooting people.
Well, in Portland, they decided to make a corn maze that said no more silence, end gun violence. Not only that, it had a peace sign in the middle of it.
And a heart or two.
Look, you guys didn't think about this when you were thinking about all your different ways to solve gun violence. Meanwhile, Portland bailing you guys out again. Okay. You know, there is one way to make a corn maze anti-gun violence thing work, and that is if around all the corners in the gun maze, you have like a guy with a ski mask on and a replica gun just sticking people up as they turn the corner. It says, scare them straight, you know? Be like, this is what fucking gun violence does to people.
Are we going to have to eat our words that this does work, though?
I think that if you have spent your time betting against Portland on their ideas, you've probably come out ahead on money.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't mind being a little dickish on this one.
All right.
For the past several years, Bella Organic Farm on Sauvie Island has used their corn maze as a platform for bringing people together to discuss important community issues.
Fox 12's Paulina Aguilar shares their new topic.
This year's message, to end gun violence. But
oh, shit. I forgot about gun violence.
I did too. I forgot how mean they are.
I totally spaced on that one. Thank God you guys remembered the corn maze. I don't mean to be. This is another one where I'm kind of a stick in the mud, where people are like, "Oh, Aaron, they're trying something." No, my whole point is they're not trying anything.
No, this does nothing.
They carve some shapes into some corn, and then here's my problem with people like this: they carve some shapes into corn, and then they go, "I believe my contribution to society is taken care of."
It would be really fucking funny if somebody like pulled a gun in there on someone else.
Yeah, that would be great if there were a bunch of armed robberies inside the end gun violence corn maze.
Oh.
Yeah, if the gangsters in Portland had any sense of humor, they would just all go in there during the Halloween season.
Yeah.
And just start fucking people up in this corn maze.
I think so.
Another pistol whipping today in the end gun violence corn maze. It seems to be backfiring profoundly.
the farm wants to make one thing clear. They're not trying to make a political statement. They simply want people to start a conversation, share ideas, and create a safer environment.
Well, how are they supposed to share ideas if they're all trying to find their way out of the maze? Everyone's all confused and discombobulated. What, are they going to stop in the middle of the corn maze and talk to each other about whether gun control or more concealed weapons permits are going to solve this problem?
Okay, and have you ever considered this? When you're in the corn maze, can you read what it says?
I'm sure they'll have all kinds of like depressing factoids and pictures about gun violence.
Okay, but technically you can't see what a corn maze looks like while you're in it. So you'd have to be above things for it to even read it. I don't see how this is translating very well.
What you're trying to say with all these questions we're asking, I think what we're trying to point out is I don't believe these people thought this one through.
It's not effective.
Yeah.
7 acres of land for Bella Organic Farm to do something positive that impacts the community. A process that takes an idea, GPS coordinates, a tractor, and just a few hours.
Really, technically all you did with your liberal no more silence and gun violence corn maze is you burned through a lot of diesel fuel and contributed to climate change. I mean, that's really the contribution you made if you think about it.
God, that is terrible to think about.
You know how much fuel that tractor pumps out every hour?
Too much, man.
Oh, my God. You heated
all those emissions.
You heated the planet personally by 0.12 degrees.
You caused the fires in Maui.
Exactly. I hope you're proud of yourself. You ended gun violence, but you burned down the planet. Was it worth it?
No more silence and gun violence.
You see, it's going to work because it rhymes.
Don't these people ever feel gay? Do you feel gay at all?
I think it's a constant state of being for them, so it doesn't really hang them up the way it would you or I. They're kind of just, they're in Portland. They're used to it.
Even if I didn't plant this cornfield here, this maze, and I'm just reporting on it, I don't feel good about it. You know what I mean?
I will say in Portland, Portland is kind of the birthplace of the look, I'm helping movement. You know, the whole movement where they're like, oh, look, I, did some kind of conceptual protest where I dressed as a baby. It was supposed to be a protest about like formula feeding or something like that. And I believe my work here is done.
A formula feeding protest.
Portland kind of created that
gay,
shit.
Huh?
Portland created the symbolic protest that means nothing and accomplishes nothing, just so a bunch of early 20-somethings can jack themselves off while wearing corduroy pants and shopping at a food co-op.
It's the equivalent to saying you're raising awareness.
Right.
You've done nothing. I'm sorry.
Look at my corn maze. Well, I can't right now. I have to go mug an old lady and shove a gun in her face.
Right, and that peace sign is the perfect place for her. She'll never see me coming.
Right, exactly. You can hide in the straight line here, and as soon as they come around the corners, boom, get butt naked and give me all your money. You can tie them up with corn tassels.
It's corn.
Yeah.
The point of it was to kind of spark discussion around ways that we can come together as a community to, if not end gun violence, at least, maybe decrease it in some way.
But nobody's going to care what your stupid corn maze says. I'm sorry.
Nobody's, you know what people are going to do when they come out of that corn maze? They're going to go, you guys want to go pet the goats?
I think they're going to walk out and say, man, I really do feel like I've ended gun violence walking through this.
Oh, man, that maze was really stressful. I want to blow my head off.
Organic farms.
They can't find their way out.
Yeah. If I had a gun right now, I'd eat it.
Is to talk about it.
We believe in responsible gun ownership. We want people in the community to be able to...
There's nothing better than an Alabama song playing in the background as you're talking about ending gun violence.
I am a little surprised that she did say that they're for responsible gun ownership. I'm for that. That's fine.
No, that's just the new tactic. No, that's the new tactic of pro-gun control people. I'll let you in on a little secret. What pro-gun control people like to do now, they found out how unpopular being just straight-up gun grabbers are.
Okay.
So what they do is they go, well, I believe in sensible gun ownership. But then when you start talking to them about what their beliefs of responsible gun ownership are, it's basically just do everything we say about gun ownership, otherwise you're being unreasonable.
Okay.
Basically. They would never say that a concealed weapons permit or carry permits
that's not responsible.
That's not responsible gun ownership to them. They use that word, but it means two different things for different people.
Right. There's the Fauci definition versus like America's definition.
Right.
I got it.
That's like when politicians go like, oh, the other side won't compromise. It's like, oh, what compromise do you want them to do? Well, we want them to say yes to everything we say. It's like, well, that's not compromise, though. That's just you getting your way all the time.
Kind of a dictatorship, actually.
Discuss their viewpoints, whether it's right, left, center, doesn't matter what it is.
According to a report by Portland police, there have been 714 shootings this year, injuring 224 people. And out of 53 homicides, 45 are gun-related.
So you're all terrible shots.
Yeah, so you guys really got a lot of shit to work on. I mean, not just gun violence, but accuracy.
Yeah, those start with aim.
Yeah, they should add another category to gun violence, which is intended targets hit. Because I know we have shot and wounded, but that they don't tell you if they were the intended target or if, the sideways gun went off that way and hit a little kid on a stoop somewhere.
Oh, God.
Go to, an event or a grocery store or school every day without being worried.
In 2021, the message from the farm was united against hate.
And guess what happened that following 365 days?
No more hate.
Hate was eradicated in the United States of America. Congratulations, everyone. It's called a W.
Was united against hate. And last year was hope. And in the process, the Bella Farm raised $10,000 for a suicide prevention hotline.
That's it? You raised 10 grand. You carved, you took food, you cut up food, you chopped up food for either animals or people, and then you raised 10 grand for a hotline that was already doing, I guess, fine.
Pretty hot.
Yeah, I mean, the hotline was, a lot of calls, a lot of sad people.
A lot of calls.
Yeah.
We worked with Lines for Life, donated money.
Honestly, just take that 10 grand and find a really clinically depressed person and pay their credit card bills. That might actually go a longer way towards saving their life.
Do you know how much that would help depressed people to just pay off their bills?
Right. Just like, hey, we raised 10 grand. Can you find the saddest fuck in the county and I'll pay off his debts?
How many people are only depressed out there because they can't pay their bills right now?
It's a good chunk. I mean, depression is on the rise, and that's probably a big part of it. Yeah. So,
but I'm sure a corn maze will help.
Just find a sad bastard's credit card statement and pay it for him.
To their cause at the end of the season.
And visitors appreciate their efforts.
I like it. Yeah.
Of course, the single mom with the nose ring thinks it's a great idea.
Thank God she stopped to look at her phone for 5 seconds to answer this lady.
The woman who went to the Corn Maze Festival to find her son's new daddy. Yeah, of course she thinks that, oh yeah, just cutting some messages into corn. Yeah, that's a great idea. That'll fix it.
She thinks by some off chance there'll be some nice farm boy out here.
Right.
Oh no.
Ironically, with a gun.
With a gun.
Yeah.
Because it's something everybody in Portland, I think, can relate to. I think that's just the beginning.
All right. Can we get a corn maze that says stop shitting in the streets?
Shitting in the streets. Yeah. It's my favorite song.
Stop camping on the sidewalks. I got a lot of ideas for corn mazes if you guys want to fix Portland. Take your fucking happy pills, you depressed asshole. Here's one. How about one that you carve a U-Haul truck into the corn maze and it just says move to Texas? There's a solution to all of Portland's problems.
I would like it if you were in charge of all the corn mazes.
I want to be in charge of the corn mazes.
There's one locally that we take the kids to every year. You could throw some ideas out there.
But like I would have a much more level-headed approach to what the message should be.
Yeah.
Impeach 46. There you go. There's a good corn maze. And it's easy to get through.
Of it, and that everything will kind of unfold over time.
Yeah. Plan A, carve message into corn. Plan B, I don't know. Plan 3, step 3. It all works out.
I think that's actually how she just lives her life. Everything will just work out in the end.
Right.
She's kind of a fly by the seat of her pants kind of lady.
How'd that go? You can't even track down the dad for child support. I mean,
she's not even sure which one it was.
Yeah, exactly.
She got caught up in one of those sororities where somebody with a dick came in.
Right.
Sure.
You might want to stop with your fucking Hakuna Matata attitude there, young lady. It's not working out.
You'll have a chance to check out that corn maze when they open this Saturday.
Ooh.
Reporting from Salvi Island, Paulina Aguilar, Fox 12 Oregon.
We are going to take your guns to the at the entry, and you can pick them up when you're all finished. Oh, I can't wait to see how it goes. The next year we're going to really see that number go down.
How did we become so broken as people in general?
Mostly shutting down the state-run hospitals. Thank you very much.
Not a bad idea.
Thank you very much to Coltrane. He says, we had that Nazi Florida shooters manifesto in one day. Still nothing on the Trans-Tennessee shooters manifesto. Seems about right. Did they never release that one? I forgot. I thought they... Oh, no, they reported that they had it. They did. Maybe they didn't release it. I thought they did.
You see, certain things they don't want out into the ether because, it doesn't go with a certain message that they like to have out there.
And it might encourage hate. And you certainly don't want to do that.
I think all corn mazes around the world should just say end hate and gun violence.
I'd want to off myself if I lived in Portland, says Carlos Cameo. I don't blame them.
Right, anything to help.
Oh, man. Los Federales, Nicholas, last name Gurr, says that girl was from Litchfield. Oh, she moved out to Portland.
I don't claim her.
Los Federales says white girls with nose rings marry black guys. Marry? Ha! That's really funny.
That was a good joke.
That was a good one.
What the fuck? No, they don't.
Carlos Cameo says Aaron Imholt for mayor of Portland. You know what?
Boy, I don't know if they're ready for your style of ruling.
Look, neither of us are ready for each other. I'm not ready for them. They're not ready for me.
Dude,
let's just...
I don't think we're even ready for the stink of walking into that city.
Let's separate. There are some people in the chat saying, no, don't let them move to Texas. We don't want them here.
I actually really disagreed with that take, too. Leave Texas alone.
Union Jack says solid mid-5 face. I mean, she was kind of fuckable. She had chubby arms, so that made me nervous about what the rest of her looks like.
When I was growing up in high school and stuff, I didn't really take much consideration into nose rings and septum piercings and stuff. But when you started talking about it, I really do notice that a lot of bitchy, bad women from my past all had nose rings. I've noticed that. And that's not even I'm concocting that. That's a fact.
I'm not jerking my own prick when I talk about this stuff. I know from what I speak.
It did come to fruition. They were all bad.
They're all just crazy bitches.
I don't know.
They can't help it.
If there's something, What came first, though, the girl or the nose ring? What created the crazy?
It's a marriage. It's both. That was an expression of their inner
There
craziness.
is something about a nose ring that does something to someone,
Septum piercing worse than nose ring, but both of them red flags. But the septum piercing is more of a red alert, run away, get the fuck out of there.
It's always, to me, been something on your nose, a piercing on your nose, or like the dermals. You know?
Yeah, the dermals are pretty damaged.
The dermals
people too.
are like, I don't know what you're doing there.
You know what I really love is when you tell that to someone with dermals or septum piercings, and their argument against you is, no, that's not true. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I had a rough childhood, and my dad was hard on me, and I wear these as an expression. And I'm like, thank you for arguing against me by restating my point word for word.
And Emma So says, April with a belly piercing. I don't think earrings or belly piercings make you a bad person. I'll even go as far as saying nipple piercings.
Nipple piercings are a red flag, big time.
Maybe for like a daddy issue thing. I don't think they're crazy.
What category do you put daddy issue people under?
Well, you and I discussed earlier that I think we see daddy issues as different things.
No, your daddy issue is you love your dad too much.
What?
That's your daddy issue. Your daddy issue is
I love my dad in a dad category.
Right. I'm not saying, I'm saying though,
it's
too, like, you don't have the daddy issue where it's like you hate your dad.
No.
You have the opposite where you idolize, and that's why you find really super older men attractive.
Can't it just be that I think old men are attractive?
No, there has to be a deeper meaning.
Why?
Otherwise, what the hell are we in Ukraine for?
Don't you find certain women attractive?
What?
Like, what does that say about you?
A lot. It says a lot about my psyche, the kind of women I find attractive.
And I'm like an outlier, by the way. Like with his like stable of the crazy that he's had, I don't look like any of them.
All women.
Like, I don't know what happened with me.
All women think they're not crazy.
No, I'm not saying I'm not crazy.
Oh, okay.
I don't think
fair
I
enough.
am. But I'm also not saying I'm not, because I think you have to be a certain level of crazy to go say I'm not crazy.
Right, exactly.
I'm saying I don't look like any of them. What happened?
Hobo Chili says, April already has the trashy tattoo from Myrtle Beach. What else does she need?
I've never been to Myrtle Beach.
I think the belly button piercing is, I think you can put that definitely under the category of small town kid wanting to do what they see as, big city things. And that's part of what the belly piercing is.
Can't it just be, I think it's attractive?
No. There has to
be
a
That's the only
heavier-
reason I ever did it.
There has to be a heavier intellectual, psychological thing around why we do
See,
what we
I
do.
think you guys are all overcomplicating things. I really have always thought, oh God, I like me with a belly ring. I think it's hot for me.
The main thrust of this, and what I don't want anyone to lose is if you see a woman with a septum piercing, you get the fuck out of there post haste.
Have you ever been with somebody with a nose ring?
Oh, boy.
A nose piercing of any type?
There was a girl in college who had a stud on her nose, and his name was Aaron. Hey, everybody! Get it? Because I'm a sex machine.
Oh, you sat on her face.
Yeah. No, yeah, there was one with a nose stud, but that's about it.
And any difference in personality there?
Yeah, she was nuts. Yeah. But then in college, they're all nuts, and then you kind of weed out which ones are tolerably crazy.
I have a hard time sometimes. Like, part of me feels like you almost cannot judge the totality of somebody just based on what they were in college, because we're all monsters.
Dude, I'm so fucking good at that.
But,
Are you kidding? Don't take that away from me.
But
I'm so good at judging a book by
side,
its cover.
That is kind of a scale.
Most
almost.
people are
I don't
not
know.
that deep, and your impulse about them when you see them is usually correct. Yeah. Like, if you see one of these, like, moderately overweight Midwest moms who are, like, in their 40s, and your impulse tells you, oh, that person has absolutely nothing interesting to say, but will talk for fucking ever, and then you meet them and they do exactly that, don't run away from your impulses. They're usually right. Aaron
just flocks to everyone.
Every fat, middle-aged, like, a soccer mom in Minnesota is the same person. I'm convinced that I'm in a video game simulation and there's only so much RAM and memory data that they have to just kind of put the same person in the game over and over.
Now, people like me, I'm a stepmother. I'm a good stepmother and all that. But when I hear men like you talk about women that are biological parents, the mothers, do you see how this type of conversation would deter me from becoming a biological parent?
There's certain types of moms. Notice I said
it
the
seems like
fat ones.
They all funnel into that personality.
No. Sometimes you have hot moms and they're really interesting because they still took care of themselves. And then all the guys in high school are like, dude, your mom's fucking hot. And then you don't hold it against them that they have nothing interesting to say because you understand, well, their whole gimmick is they're super hot and they don't try to say interesting shit because they're hot and they feel confident. It's the really porky fucking soccer mom ones who drive around in their minivan and then when they get to soccer practice, they think all the other parents are their friends and they want to tell you about their whole fucking day, which is fine if you want to be that person, but don't get mad at me when I tell you that's what you're going to be before I even meet you. Because I'm going to be right.
Yeah, I see all that. I'm not trying to turn into, so I try to avoid.
Right, so stop projecting.
Those situations.
Because there's hot moms out there that are fascinating and wonderful.
Oh, bullshit, as if you think any of them are interesting.
I had a couple friends in school who had really hot moms, and even if their takes were dog shit, I would still listen to them.
Would you feel the same way today?
Yeah. No, like if they've aged, like now that they're in their 50s or 60s?
No, I'm saying, would you still find that conversation interesting?
I would smile and nod more. Yeah. Pretty people, especially in their 30s and 40s after they've had kids, they clearly gave a fuck about themselves and they took care of themselves. So therefore, I believe they earn a little more respect and leeway in the conversation
And
department.
then what you're saying, the other half of things is that they've basically made the kids their entire existence now.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, you fucking pig, how dare you bother my day with your banal anecdotes about life? Look at you. Don't think that you deserve my time.
When our oldest was into gymnastics and I used to take her to gymnastics practice, on Tuesday nights or whatever. That used to happen to me. Like I'd just go to sit and watch her and maybe get a little work done, like answering emails or something. And these parents around me, and they were always women. Men stayed on their laptops or doing work or something if they had to be there. Women do really just feel the need to tell somebody next to them that they don't know everything about their day.
Yeah.
Every unimportant detail that there could have been.
Right.
Why is that?
Todd Berry once had a joke, says, he didn't let people smoke in his apartment. And he said, let me amend that statement. I don't let men smoke in my apartment. If I have a beautiful woman over, I don't give a shit if she barbecues a goat. Like there's certain things you get away with because you've kept yourself up, if you will. And don't act like that's a guy thing because women historically will give a hot guy the time of day and he blathers on like a retard about video games or something. Meanwhile, if a fat guy goes over and says, hi, lovely to see you here. Are you having a nice day? Women will go, yeah, I'm fine. And they'll go to their friend and go, God, that guy's fucking creepy. But meanwhile, if he's got a six pack and he looks good, they'll be like, oh yeah, tell me all about the fucking high school homecoming game that you and your friends are going to tomorrow. Reliving the glory days. Everybody gives attractive people a little bit more leeway, and I'm okay with that. That's good.
You know what's interesting, though, is like I have had a lot of good conversations with women and girlfriends that I have and stuff, and like a lot of them, like let's say I'm meeting like a stranger next to me that's sitting at the gymnastics thing, a lot of like the overweight people will have like a more normal conversation that doesn't seem so manic.
Well, because they've had to learn how to be interesting.
And I actually like that.
Right. They've had to learn how to be interesting. They're also usually going to be a little more insecure, but at least they've had to become like, that's why a lot of fat guys are funny. A lot of fat guys are funny because they didn't have a great body to attract women with. So they learned how to make women laugh. And then that kind of counteracted the whole not being good looking.
And I don't know if you've noticed, but like the funny does outdo the looks for a lot of women.
Yeah, they're
especially from like small towns and stuff where you got like a bunch of farm boys to choose from.
Yeah, they're all
like
big,
funny
ugly.
will sell it for
Yeah,
you.
they're all big, ugly farm guys. So you're like, oh boy. And you don't want them to talk about like history or math because they're all borderline retarded. So you're like, just say something funny.
I think when it comes to girls, I think it's just nice to have like a few good girlfriends to like hang out with and like have semi-decent conversations that aren't like forced about the weather or something like that.
Friendo says 2 on the nose, Aaron, 2 on the nose. Gino Bisconti's airborne herpes bumps. Aaron's still working on the being funny part. Poor guy. Oh, but can I weave you a tapestry about Franklin Pierce?
How many times though, like, have I looked at you and said that you were like so attractive to me and stuff like that, especially when you put a suit on? Like on our wedding day, I went to my parents so many times, especially my dad got sick of it, I'm sure. I'm like, have you ever seen anyone that attractive, Dad?
Well, because he's used to you telling him how attractive he is for a man.
I've never done that.
And now he was hearing you say it about another guy, and he's like, I'll get that horse to kick you in the head again, you little bitch.
Where the fuck who have you been talking to?
My inside sources.
You're a terrible person.
Kane J says that's why Aaron is funny. Well, allegedly. The audience seems to be split on that one.
But I actually do find him attractive.
April does think, you know what she does? This is going to gross you guys out. When the show's over, you know what she does?
Oh,
the little bald areas I have right here, she smooches them. The thing that you find fucking disgusting about me and that should be hidden from the public like a bridge troll hiding under the bridge, she finds it lovely. You talk about Stockholm Syndrome. Good Lord. Now, Friendo, are you saying it's too on the nose for me, or are you saying it's too on the nose for you? Because it could be on the nose for a lot of people. Budman over on Rumble says, I see a very insecure so-called man. I got news for you. Anybody who goes into this for a living is remarkably insecure. And I'm not exempt from that. If you have to talk into one of these for money to get people to tell you you're funny, you're doing it because you're also trying to convince yourself that you're entertaining and funny. That's the whole thing of talking into a microphone comes from a place of insecurity about, whether or not you can hold people's attention. And it's the need for attention. Talking into this for a living is a clear sign of mental illness. Myself included. I'm not excluding myself from that.
What's the so-called man part for, though?
Well, I'm a so-called man.
You're a so-called man.
He's at that part of steel toe fandom where he's trying to convince himself he doesn't like it. And every time he laughs, he puts out cigarettes on his skin so he can punish himself. He'll get to the part where he just likes us.
I saw another very insecure person in the Rumble chat still trying to pretend they hate me too.
Oh, yeah. See, they always come around. Right now, they're in the putting the cigarette butts out on themselves phase.
They have many scars.
It's ugly. You get some scars, but then you show up at our anniversary show the next year and you show us.
That is the thing. You're always there, no matter what.
You show us the scars and you go, look, admittedly, I went overboard for a while, but I'm okay now. I promise. So you'll get there, bud, man. Silverwolf says, you're damn right. I'm the fucking Riz master with my Pit Viper sunglasses, steel toe shirt, and red minivan. Attaboy, Silverwolf.
Ooh, see, just the red minivan turns me off.
No, but the red minivan is a sign of a very confident, secure man.
Ooh, I don't think women see that.
No. That's because, but remember, we're operating on the premise that women are stupid and need to be guided.
I have no issue with men who are a little overweight. I've dated several of them. Also, all very funny, but I found them attractive. I've also found hot guys that are not so funny, and they don't always turn out so nice.
And that's not even their fault. They don't have to. They're like, it's like hot women. Anyone who's attractive, man or woman, does not have to be nice. They don't have to be interesting to listen to because nobody's confronted them and said, shut up, you're boring. And that's why I find myself...
But when you say, shut up, you're boring, you're the bad guy.
Right. But here's my problem. I'm providing a service to women, and they see me as a misogynist. And all I'm trying to do is help. Men have listened to your poetry since you were in high school.
Poetry?
Men have listened to you say stupid shit all the time, and they go, And then, you score a lot of dick and everything, but... you end up alone at like 35 or 40 because you didn't listen to me when I said, shut up, nobody cares. God damn, you are grating to listen to. Like, oh, that guy's an asshole. I'm never talking to him again. Meanwhile, you're alone at 40 and it's like, wow, didn't you wish you would have picked up a book and learned some interesting shit to talk about?
I like how somebody who pretends they hate me in a Rumble chat will sit and say, April doesn't like women, does she? Oh, what a piece of shit. She hates other women. Women hate her. And then you say that shit.
I mean, look, I hate a fair amount of things.
I think it's fine as a human to hate a fair amount of other people just because, like, statistically, you're not going to like most other people. Correct? That's why you have small amounts of friends.
Lucy for assuring us you're both funny guys. That's good. That's good. Garrett says, that's so sweet and cute talking about the kissing the bald spots.
Thank you for not telling them what I call them.
She calls them kiss pockets.
Well, Divorce.
Fauci's Pangolin says, touching personal moment. Yeah, I like to humanize us a little bit once in a while.
Not supposed to do that at work.
Look, if I humanize us, you guys will go to Venmo, Streamlabs, PayPal, and Super Chats and memberships and Rumble Rants and kick in the rest of that $150. And we'll knock out our goal for today and do an extra half hour for you. Oh, seamless.
What else do I do to you after the cameras turn off that you yell at me for?
Oh, anally rape. Me. I'm the victim.
There's actually a hole in the bottom of his stool here. And I just go under there and
then the stool comes out.
Plow away.
Yeti Flyer with $5 says, want to see his insecurities? His show is okay today. Don't say that. I've been thinking that today's show is just okay. It's fine.
Oh, that's
so good. Don't say that because then you're going to make me see. He's right.
Well, thanks. Now I feel insecure too.
It worked perfectly.
You know what? This show is only okay today because Johnny's not here.
No, I'll tell you why the show's okay today. I picked. It's not an insult to say it's okay. This show when it's okay is a very good show. But today I didn't get like that one story that really fucks. And it's not my fault. It just wasn't there.
I did notice twice, like, what time is it? Is it 9 right now? I noticed around like 7 o'clock that you kind of flew through a couple stories that I thought we could have done more on.
See, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
But like as a co-host, I'm not going to say that until you just brought it up a little bit ago. It did seem like you wanted to move quickly.
Angelica's doll says, well, now, April, that's not what I said. You added a few lines to my statement.
No, I didn't. You sat there and said, April doesn't like other women, does she, laugh face?
Well, I will say this.
You absolutely have always pretended that. And then you say farmers can be hot, knock it off. I never said they're all fat. I love farmers.
One of my favorite things about being a host is that I get to tell you what you said. And it makes,
And I said what he said. Did I not?
Oh, no, I love the part.
I literally repeated it verbatim.
No, I love the part where I can spin what you said and then drive you nuts about it. And then there's very little recourse that you have.
He'll never point that out when you do it, though.
Yeah. It's called manipulating people. And it's really fun because no, I'm just kidding. I only manipulate the assholes. If you come in and you're an asshole first, I'm like, watch this. I'm just going to say they said something they didn't say. And they're going to go nuts. It's kind of like it's the admission price I make you pay for being a dick.
Sure.
I don't do that to people I like on the show. When I like them, I read all of their insults towards me and laugh really hard.
Laugh right along with it. But this Angelica's doll person religiously, since I've been on the show, since 2020, has come in here like a scorned lover of mine.
Well, love them.
Every single time. So I just like to give him a little attention.
I'm a woman ape, not a man. You're a woman.
Sure
no, wait a minute.
Even worse.
This is amazing. You're a female ape, and you can understand what you're saying and type to this show. Then, ladies and gentlemen, what we are witnessing is a zoological marvel. Angelica's doll in the Rumble chat, everyone say hi to them. They are an ape, preferably at a zoo or some kind of treatment center, and they're a female, and they've learned to use the computer and chat along with the show. I want you to stop insulting and antagonizing
this impressive.
This ape. Because that is an amazing accomplishment.
It is quite a feat.
Yes.
Very interesting, though, that this person, they claim they're a woman and they think it's insulting to call me ape as if that's not something that
they're an ape
all the time.
They're an ape. Don't be so insecure. Have fun with it.
I do think it's funny that
they're an ape and they want to show off.
I sit next to you who clearly hates women, like talking about it all the time. But I say one slightly off comment about women, like as a conversational piece.
I hate women.
To go along with the show I'm on, not you. And now I'm a woman hater, but you sit here and bash me since 2020.
How dare you? Michael M., it's not 340 viewers. Oh, sweetie, you need to learn how this works. It's 360 on YouTube. It's 300 on Rumble. That's how the viewership works. We have multiple platforms. You'll get it as you become a bigger fan of the show. But
they all know the answer. They just don't care.
I just like to set you straight because I don't want you to look stupid in a chat when you're trying to, prove a point. So I just want to make sure that you're up on shit. See, I help you and I make you better.
Are they now up on things?
Yeah, they're now I've made them a better person, and they can now go forward with that info.
Okay.
All right, guys, we got to you know what? Let's open up the 8 o'clock hour stories. We've got this psychic thing we can do a little bit later.
Like a medium person?
Yeah, it's
fun.
It's an old Inside Edition clip where somebody basically set up one of these psychics to be exposed.
Yep.
I love that kind of shit. Like Amazing Randy used to do this with a shitload of people. I think that's great.
I've never gotten like the buying into like the Long Island medium chick or like things like that. Like, don't they just kind of make overarching like blanket statements about something that could be part of a lot of people's life, but if you find a way to connect it to them?
Yeah, I've done readings before on the air.
Oh, that's right, you did.
Yeah, I've done readings to numerous people on the air before, and it's really fucking easy. Once you kind of find out what the formula is, it's shockingly simple.
Well, because get this, most people do have somebody who has died of a certain disease in their life.
Well, the one big thing they go with is they go, I'm seeing the chest or the heart. That's most people's death.
Yeah, but the great thing about just saying chest or heart, that could go anywhere from heartache and heartbreak to a heart attack. You
make them do the work.
Yeah.
Trucker 18 Wheeler says, congratulations to the female ape. Exactly. The fact that we have a female ape listening to this program,
who doesn't like women either,
I think is wonderful. Thank you to Brian M for the 5 gifted memberships. Brittany Adams, Lucy Fur, Mad Joe, BS, and Pool Scam Sam.
Thank you.
All getting a membership. Paul R. Nelson says, what about the Twitter numbers and Facebook numbers? Oh, you know what? You can, I guess you can use those. Add another, 6 onto the total. Add another 6 on there.
I've, when you stream on like Twitter and Facebook, is there somewhere to chat over on those things?
Just the comment section.
Do you ever read them? Like,
No.
are they any good?
No, because it's hard. This is one thing about Rumble that I hate, is that Rumble doesn't have, for some reason they don't connect to Restream. You have to just manually enter the stream codes on Restream. So Restream doesn't pick up their chat, because you can run Restream and you can have the whole chat in there, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, but you can't have Rumble in there. So I have to keep 2 chats open. Okay. And I don't want to keep 3 or 4 chats open.
Yeah, those people don't matter.
Yeah, to say hi to them, you know. Thank you very much, Brian M. Hey, boys and girls, we're only 135 away from today's goal. We got about 45 minutes until we rattle this here offering plate. That evening show audience says that you guys can't knock out your goals, and they give you a $100 head start. So go ahead and prove them wrong and knock them out. 135 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's take care of it today. All right, fuck it. I'll do the medium thing.
Okay.
Let's check this out. Because then we might get to play some of my favorite Amazing Randy clips and some of that other stuff.
They're fun.
Those are good.
Countless psychic crime fighters like Portland, Oregon clairvoyant Lori McQuarrie claim they've helped solve hundreds of missing persons cases.
I've been in business with this for over 30 years.
This is the creepy part. Like sometimes, even police departments get roped into this shit. And they're like, oh, we'll use a psychic, or the parents of a missing kid will use a psychic. And there are way more instances of these parents using psychics, and they end up finding a dead kid because they got sent on a wild goose chase. The one thing the police always say is, look, don't fuck around on these missing persons deal. Don't interfere. Don't bring in a psychic or a third-party person, because it could take resources away from the search and send you in the complete wrong direction.
It could. There was an SVU episode with...
of course there was.
Martin Short, I believe, who pretended to be like a medium or like a psychic of sorts. And guess what happened when they decided to listen to him?
The kid died.
He died. Yeah. Everything got derailed. And the guy was at fault. He was even worse than that.
It was Martin Short playing the character.
Yeah.
But he was... what he was saying was, he was going, now, I would just like to ask you... where did you last see your child? Would you say he was like in the play area? Or was he maybe in the kitchen? It was actually Jiminy Glick.
You gotta work on that.
No, if you've ever watched Jiminy Glick, that's a pretty goddamn good Jiminy Glick.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, look, I was wondering, because you guys all, you're a close family. And but your kid is missing. And I was wondering, do you think somebody maybe took him? They just snatched him up. It was a really awkward episode. It was almost as awkward as that one season where SVU decided to put Gilbert Gottfried in 2 episodes randomly for no fucking reason.
Right, and for like 20 seconds at a time.
Right, and all he did was look up computer shit. Like he was like, if we ding this cell phone tower, I can find out where he last used his phone, and we can track him that way. And it was almost like the cast was going, all right, thank you, Gilbert Gottfried. He's like, all right, no problem. I'll just be here on my computer. I think what happened was Gilbert Gottfried wandered onto their set one day and needed to borrow someone's computer. And they went, well, he's not leaving. Just throw an FBI jacket on him and give him a few lines.
Didn't that role seem kind of below him?
There was no reason for it.
Like, you didn't need to do that.
Yeah. And that's what they did with Martin Short. Look, I hear your child is missing. Do you think that maybe he's being molested right now?
It would have been way more fun to see him in like you know how John Lithgow was the Trinity killer?
Yeah.
It would have been more cool to see him do like a role like that where there's like several episodes in a row where he is the killer.
I want Gilbert Gottfried to be the Trinity killer when they remake Dexter.
Right.
They can't. He's dead. Whoops. Fuck. I forget that Gilbert Gottfried's dead. Holy shit.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, when Jiminy Glick did that, I thought it was really insensitive when they did that one part where they went, I've been studying a lot of missing child cases. And I've noticed one of the things is that a lot of them tend to get molested by the person. Do you think your kid's being fisted right now? It's like, whoa, Jiminy, that is not something you ask the parents of an abducted child. Now, look, I'm going to find your child. We're going to find the little rascal. But you need to tell me a couple of things. Do you think that his butthole has remained pure, or do you think that he's being ravished right about now? Bad episode of Law and Order SVU.
Yeah, it's getting exhausting. I get it.
The point I'm trying to make is that psychics are completely full of shit. Continue.
30 years.
So we decided to see what would happen when we asked a psychic detective to help solve a missing persons case. Posing as the distraught brother of a missing child, we sent our producer, Charlie McElravy, to meet with Lori McQuarrie.
I love when they trick these people and then the psychics go, well, that's not fair. You tricked me. Well, if you're a fucking psychic, you're saying that you're finding the kid because you see him. And you know where he is and he's missing. If there was never any missing kid to begin with, then all of your readings are full of shit and you're making them up out of thin air, which means you're doing that every time.
I don't like how much importance they place on themselves. Like the audacity to say, I have solved hundreds of missing persons cases.
Oh, I've just been kicking ass on these.
I bet you have.
How are you? Very nice to meet you, Lori.
We showed her a photo of this missing girl, and she agreed to take the case for $400.
But I think it's solvable.
Wow. But what Lori didn't know was that the photo our producer gave her was actually a childhood photo of me. And obviously, I'm very much alive.
I don't.
Well, quit bragging, all right? You sound a little cunty when you say it that way.
She's pretty hot, though.
You sound like you're taunting dead people at that point.
I believe she's alive. I'm sorry. I believe that it was a violent passing.
McQuarrie's sixth sense told her the girl was brutally murdered and sexually assaulted.
So, okay, now, it's one thing to be a psychic and actually have psychic powers, which I don't believe exist. It's another thing to be this full of shit huckster who for $400, remember, she's not getting any psychic reading, so she's creating a rape murder fantasy in her own head and then telling it to someone for $400.
She should have been a writer. She could have got paid a lot more than $400 for it, right? She could have done like TV shows or a book or something.
Wouldn't it have been funny if the person hosting this show, the cute chick who was like, this is a childhood picture of me. Yeah, I said cute. You said hot. I said cute.
I didn't say anything.
She shows the picture of herself, and the woman goes, yeah, I don't believe this child's alive. I believe they were raped and murdered. And they cut back to the host, and she goes, and the host goes, well, she's half right. Like, wait, what?
Which one was it? Wait, I'm still living, so obviously
by process of elimination. Yeah. Now pick which hole it was.
I think she was hit in the head with a rock.
But her visions didn't.
If you smell, finally, the rock has come back to molest you.
And there.
I think she can be brought home.
I'm gonna take this cylindrical object, shine it up real nice, turn that sumbitch sideways, and stick it straight up your candy ass. If someone was molested by the rock, that would be really showy. And then after he's done, he goes, you're welcome.
Very flamboyant.
Yes, he's a very flamboyant child molester. The Rock. Hello, child. What is your name? Well, my name is... It doesn't matter what your name is, because The Rock says this. I'm going to take you to the corner of Jabroni Drive and...
Jabroni.
And take you to the SmackDown Hotel.
Ugh. Gross.
Pointing to a remote spot on this map, she even...
Well, you see, if old Stone Cold abducts a child...
What?
Steals your kid...
What?
Takes your offspring...
What?
I'm going to take them to a secluded area...
What?
Kick them in the guts...
What?
Stomp a mud hole in their ass...
What?
And walk it dry...
What?
And after I give your kid a stunner...
What?
I'm going to leave them laying face down in the mud...
What?
In the muck...
What?
In the dirt...
What?
And then I'm going to give you up a call...
What?
Give you a jingle.
What?
A little ringy-dingy.
What?
Tell you where your kid is.
What?
And then get on a bus to a non-extradition country.
What?
If y'all want Stone Cold to abduct and molest a child, give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hey, who would say hell yeah to that?
No, wait, what?
That would be terrible.
You gotta be into that.
Well, you know something, dude. When I see all these Hulkamaniacs, brother, and one of them gets a little mouthy, man, the Hulkster's got to take him by the 24-inch pythons, dude, and take him to a secluded cabin in the woods, man, where me and Brian Knobs from the Nasty Boys do some awful work on them, brother. And then after that, we call their parents, man, and we say, what you gonna do when Hulkamania runs wild on your offspring, dude? And then after the abducted child is found, you just see Hulk Hogan in the background going.
Said she could help bring her body home.
And maybe even a mile or two from there.
The next day, McQuarrie sat down for an interview with me to talk about the work of psychic detectives.
I just had a gentleman in yesterday. 30 years ago, his sister disappeared.
She soon began talking about a recent case, but clearly her psychic abilities didn't tell her that I was the girl in the picture.
Oh, I love this. I love that they're cold, slow burning this bitch.
It is kind of fun.
They're just letting her talk and talk and talk and talk, and she's like, yeah, I was glad I was able to help you find that dead girl's body. And you're like, yeah, it's me.
There's nothing more embarrassing, I think. Like, somebody could just call you out on your bullshit right up front.
Yeah.
But it is so much worse if they just let you keep burying yourself.
Right.
And how much more angry would you be?
It's better television that way, too.
Oh, yeah.
One of the first things I do in a case, Lisa, is I always make sure people know that if I...
that I take cash in advance. That's the first thing I make sure they know. Is that the check is made out to.
I feel the person is living or not.
So you'll always know when you talk to a family member, when you start a case, you'll know if this person is dead or alive.
Right.
And that's the point, is that
every time.
Yes.
But apparently her...
I want them to show her a picture of Owen Hart and say, this man has gone missing, and we were wondering if you can find him. And she's like, oh, yeah, he's under a bridge somewhere being abducted.
This will get to a point then where this cute lady like holds... Yes, I said cute. You said hot.
Flip that around. You said hot. I said
chere she holds up that picture though, and will she re-ask this lady like, okay?
Yeah. Oh yeah. The reveal's.
Girl?
I think the reveal's coming. It's just they're letting this chick hang herself with her bullshit.
How embarrassing!
Psychic abilities didn't see this coming.
Lori, I'm going to show you something.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Does this girl look familiar to you?
Yeah, she does. I worked this case.
This is a girl who you said was beaten and killed.
Okay.
This little girl is me. And you told somebody that she's dead.
Wait a minute.
Hold on, I gotta think of some bullshit.
How do you get out of this?
First of all, you demon vixen, you dyed your hair, so you're bullshitting everyone.
You demon vixen.
You didn't disappear?
She's right there.
Wait, I love that. You know what that's called? Penn Jillette's talked about that before, where he's like, you just have to lean in at that point and hope you get lucky and you can back him off. She's like, now wait a minute. You're saying that I got the reading wrong. Could it actually be possible that you disappeared and you're dead now?
Right, just throw like 300 questions at them.
Yeah.
They can't possibly answer them all.
You never disappeared? Well, I was lost in a supermarket for a little bit. Ah, bingo. Gotcha, bitch.
Right here.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it?
How do you explain being completely wrong?
I can't explain it. I can't explain it.
You're charging them hundreds of dollars.
You know what, dear?
Hundreds of dollars.
Done. Yeah.
You're taking advantage of desperate people with a bunch of hocus pocus, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I think we'll go.
What does Bette Midler have to do with this? and Sarah Jessica Parker and the Snapple Lady. Leave them alone. And Ed Molinari.
Do you like that movie?
Fucking, yeah, it's a solid flick. It's not bad. Hocus Pocus. I put a spell on you, and now you're mine. So I love watching videos like that. There's the one where, what's his name? I love The Amazing Randy, where James Randi goes on to that Bob Barker hosted TV show, and that guy with the awful bowl cut who turned out to be a child molester was like, I can turn pages in the phone book using my mind, which, yeah, of course, if you had superior mind powers, that's what they would be used for.
Why not just say you have the Force?
Exactly.
It'll sound just as believable.
So they exposed that guy by doing an experiment where he just puts like little styrofoam strips around the phone book, and the guy, fuck it, we'll play it in a second here.
Yeah, just play it.
But I just love when these guys get exposed and their immediate answer is, you know what, fuck it, I'm leaving. It's like, that is the right call, though.
It is, yeah. You have to tap out at that point.
You have no choice. Union Jack with 5 gifted memberships. Bex Rock, Bad Back, Ginger Ridge, The Beast of Busco, Tyler Evenson, all getting memberships.
Nice.
Thank you, buddy. And 199 from Nobody Likes Onion says, I am also psychic. I have predicted your divorce. Yes, of course. And we got to keep an eye on that and make sure we hold true to that countdown, because that's not weird and obsessive and creepy at all.
Was it 2 days ago that countdown started?
I believe so.
I have to write it on the calendar so I get it right.
Yes, we have to do, because like that guy is in the middle of a nervous breakdown, and if he ends up being wrong about that might push him over the edge, and I can't be held responsible.
Hold on, though. I need details. Does it need to be finalized by that date, or just the paperwork is,
That's, he's not a big details guy. Like, he doesn't read nutritional facts on food labels. He doesn't really get bogged down in details, but I feel like it's important for this one because I've broken this guy so many times without even talking about him or talking to him that I need the details of this, because if we end up going past that by one day, he might blow his head off, and I don't need to see anybody do that.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think he's got a backup plan.
Yeah, I gotta make sure it's all right. Dusty Rhodes says, if you will, you see, I abducted your child, baby. I went to the pay window with your kid and cast your paycheck, baby. All right, guys, so where does that put us? 125 away from today's goal, and we are half hour. We're 30 minutes away.
Oh, wow.
From rattling the offering plate. You guys are already in striking distance of filling up this here offering plate. So 125 away. Let the evening show audience know that they can't fucking tell you what to do. 125 away from knocking it out. Dr. Till, Ministry of Dude, becoming a member for his 3rd month.
Thank you.
Says cheers from the ministry and good morning to all. Thank you, buddy. Everybody hit the thumbs up button on whatever platform you're watching from, whether it's the 300 plus people on Rumble or the 350 plus on YouTube, or the couple dozen maybe on Facebook or Twitter. All your likes matter. All of your likes help the algorithm. Thank you guys very much for supporting our program. And if you'd like to support it with a couple of bucks, let's do that. Like Los Federales with $2 says, which celebrity would you want to narrate your life? Liev Schreiber. If you've never listened to Liev Schreiber narrate a documentary, he does a great job.
It's not a bad option.
Right?
See, I didn't have an answer that quickly.
Liev Schreiber used to do the HBO Legendary Nights broadcasts.
Mm-hmm.
He used to do the documentary voices behind some of the big fights on HBO. Fucking enthralling.
What are some other good options to choose from?
Obviously, hacks pick Morgan Freeman.
I see. That's why I stay away from that one.
Then you've got Peter Dinklage. Does a lot of narration.
Terrible.
Yeah,
he's got a nice voice.
So you got a couple of them who do a lot of it. The guy who was on the guy who did that H.H. Holmes documentary. He's dead now, but he voiced an H.H. Holmes documentary, and he was on Golden Girls one episode. Don't ask how I know. J. Somebody's going to be as autistic as I am, and they're going to get that. Oh, Paul R. Nelson with a good one. Keith David. You know, Keith David is like, let's see, what would you know him as? The black general in Armageddon?
Okay.
Yeah. Or he's in They Live.
James Earl Jones gets a little too deep for me on occasion.
Okay.
That would creep me out.
David Attenborough says Papa Dan. What is that old cunt's name? That his name is something J.
Well, you say not to ask you things too, which obviously makes me want to ask harder. Why do you know he was in the Golden Girls?
There was an episode of Golden Girls on one time, and I saw him in it.
You know that's not a shameful thing, right? Like Golden Girls is like a renowned, like endearing show.
It's not for me. I like Ron Perlman, says Michael Pitt. He does all the UFC pay-per-view intros. He's such a crazy person. Ryobi says Stacy Keach, rest in peace. Friendo says Aaron wants Bruce Valanche. I don't, though. I don't. George Kokina says Keith David or David Keith. Stop it. That fucks me up every time, and I forget who each of them are. Keith David is the black guy. God damn it. Now I'm going to look it up. Hold on.
Keithy
David. Yep, that's the black one. Which is weird because I would think that it would be the opposite.
I feel like black people have nice speaking voices.
Let's do this James Randy Amazing Randy James Heydrich thing. I love this. When you talk about like psychics being exposed, this is one of the best. Not only is this one of the best ones from the 70s because Bob Barker's in it hosting a game show that isn't The Price is Right, but also the backstory of who this guy he exposed turned out to be makes it even more fucked up. All right, fine. If nobody's going to remember who that guy's name is, last name J, voiced documentaries. Tony J? Not Jay Baruchel. No, that's the guy from... Yeah, Tony J. There we go. Yes. Tony J was his name. I look, I know
the
that
wonderment like surging through your eyes when you just looked over.
I know that look that I get from you of like, how do you remember these fucking people? When I like them, I look them up.
Look, I've had years of hearing fun little tidbits from you now.
Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says I'd want Rob Lowe. All right, fair enough. Rob Lowe could probably kick the shit out of a documentary, I'd guess.
What bothers me about Rob Lowe now is all those Atkins shit. Like, I don't like the feeling of somebody that I used to like hawking me some kind of product.
Now that's what happens to celebrities when they get older. Their audience gets older and they need to pitch them things.
I just don't like it. Like, it's kind of like the Tom Selleck thing with the reverse mortgages. I don't like that either.
All the Magnum PI fans are old as fuck now.
Right, but I don't want to see that. I want to remember you as you were, not the reverse mortgage guy.
Well, I mean, then you gotta get these guys to die earlier. Like Patrick Swayze had
Can't
it right.
Can't you just retire?
Patrick Swayze would be talking about yogurt that keeps you regular if he were still alive now. He'd be doing commercials for things that help old people shit. Yeah. He'd be talking about colon health and shitting in a box and all kinds of other stuff.
Oh, yeah. He'd be talking about that, yeah.
Right. And who better to warn you against, cancer screening than Patrick Swayze? See? You got to either got to die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain.
Damar Hamlin, what's he going to advertise one day? Help me out here.
Look, I think he's like one day at a time.
Jamie Foxx.
Sort of a thing. Yeah, Jamie Foxx too. Pickleball. He's into pickleball now. They've caught him a couple times playing pickleball, which is inexcusable.
That goes against his being in like so many ways.
You don't get to be black if you play pickleball. No, I think that's not my rule, by the way.
If you play pickleball, you ain't black.
Yeah, that's not my rule. That's Joe Biden's rule.
Joe Biden said that.
Exactly. Mad Comics over on Rumble says Mike Rowe could do a good job as a narrator. All right.
Okay.
Who fucking asked that question, by the way? Because it just kind of took us on a wild tangent.
Well, that's kind of fun, though, right?
I'm not against it. 120 away from today's goal. Help us knock it out. We do appreciate it. We're almost there, boys and girls. Throw your money in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, whatever you want to do. All the links are in the chat. Check them out. Do what you'd like. So let's go to this. We've watched this one before, but since we're on the topic
on this stage, you are going to meet a man.
That is very loud.
Well, I'm very excited. We get to meet a man. This is Bob Barker before The Price is Right, or maybe during The Price is Right, and he had just a couple of shows.
What a looker, huh?
I think this show was called Believe It or Not, or something of that nature, or some kind of like, hey, holy shit, look at the weird stuff this guy can do. And now James Randi had a thing where if you could show that you really were a psychic or you really did have some kind of supernatural powers, he would pay you, I think at this time it was either $10,000 or $100,000. If you could do it in front of scientists under controlled circumstances and you could prove that you had these powers. It ended up being $1 million eventually.
Jeez.
And nobody ever solved it. I think the money is still in escrow even after James Randi has passed away. And anybody who can prove it will get the $1 million. So far, nobody's done it. They did an April Fool's bit where they gave the check to some guy, but it turned out it wasn't real. So this guy, James Heydrich, said that he could turn pages in the phone book using his mind, which it shouldn't take much intelligence for you to call bullshit on that, because if you did have mentalist powers, why that one?
Yeah, why haven't you solved cancer yet,
Right.
or like figured out if the earth is flat or not?
No, you guys don't understand. This power only works for really thin paper pages. That's the only, I mean, phone book, hotel Bibles, shit like that. Those are the only pages I can turn with my mind.
So can you make little itty bitty like lightweight feathers or snowflakes move or anything like that?
No, it only works for very thin paper in a binding.
A gram of sugar?
No, this is a very specific power that he has, using only his mind.
Probably
Like,
with a specific book too, right?
hey, I have a sketch pad. Can you turn these? Fuck out of here with a sketch pad. You know I can't do that, you show off. Well,
Paper's too thick.
this guy wanted to collect the money from James Randi, and this ballsy motherfucker had the nerve, knowing that this is all a scam, to still try it. And he eats his balls on live television, and boy, is that kind of shit fun to watch.
Who claims he can move physical objects using only the powers of his mind. All of us are...
Oh, he also could turn pencils, and he liked to wear karate gis and have an awful bowl cut.
Why?
I'll tell you why after he gets exposed here.
Very pleased, not just pleased, but excited to have you with us. Now, you claim to have psychic powers, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Is this something that you have discovered recently, or have you known?
Yes, in between my karate classes, when I'm sparring with the 8-year-olds, I work on turning pages of a phone book.
Of it since childhood. How did it all begin?
Well, everyone's born with it. It's just a matter of development.
What are you going to do, James?
I'm going to move a pencil for you.
With just psychic power?
Just psychic power.
Here, by the end of this clip, this man will be currently in prison for molesting children. All right, let's see if I have mentalist powers.
Very well.
So, April, you see there's a pencil at the end of the table, and he's doing his hi-ya karate moves. And using his hi-ya karate moves, watch what happens to the pencil. Oh, my God, April. He turned the pencil 2.5 inches using his hi-ya karate hands. Isn't that amazing?
Sure is.
Whew. I mean, let's forget for a moment that if you put a pencil at the edge of a table, a small breath from your nose could move it. He was doing hi-ya karate hands.
I bet he was just doing the hi-ya karate hands until, like, for some reason, that pencil, like, shifted on a table because it's a light object.
Right. And if it didn't, he was going to do a dirty move and just go whap real quick with his hand and go, oh, look, it flung way up in the air.
No, I bet you he would have kept doing that until that thing moved somehow.
Is it true that you can also turn the pages of this telephone directory?
Yes, it is.
And you will do that for us?
I'll try.
Okay, for those of you who think that America just got dumb recently, we've always been really fucking stupid and easy to trick.
I will raise you this, though. There's levels to this shit.
No,
we're extra dumb now.
The levels where you go, oh my God, you can turn pages in the phone book. Woo! You bite on that, you deserve what you get.
Okay.
Now, not only that, but like as dumb as we are now, we were just as dumb in different aspects back then. We entertained this nonsense.
I'd have this over today.
Pencil off the table?
Yes.
All right. There you are, James.
You would like to open it to any page, or should you want me to do it?
I'll be happy to.
Ready?
All right, here we go, guys. Ready for some hi-ya karate? Phone book. Look at that. Oh, my God. April, how did he do that? He just walked up and he turned random pages in the phone book.
It's because the rush of air from him rushing to like squat by that book flopped that ridiculously thin paper.
Such a skeptic.
That's
it's
it.
Gross and disgusting.
It's the airflow off of whatever movement he's making.
Wow. All right, so now here comes James Randi.
Now, you saw James' demonstration from backstage.
Yes, I did.
And do you accept that as a demonstration of psychic power, or do you believe that he used trickery?
I don't accept it as a demonstration of psychic power, Bob. I think that the solution is rather simple. I think that Mr. Heydrich is merely, to accomplish this effect, blowing on both the page and on the pencil. And
Lucky page and pencil. Now, the funniest part about these things is that everyone's in on it except for Heydrich.
Mm-hmm.
So Randy would go to these hosts and he's like, hey, you want to fucking humiliate these retards on live television? And he would get Carson and Bob Barker to do it. He'd be like, fuck yeah.
That's a great evening, right? Easy night at work.
Just fucking with people.
the reason is rather simple, because the pencil reacts to even the currents of the air conditioning in this studio. It will be very difficult to try to put controls on it in such a way that normal currents of air that are present all the time would not move the pencil. For example, it moves very, very.
James Randi just goes, oh yeah, fancy karate man, watch this. Hey.
Well, yeah, imagine you take something as lightweight as a pencil that's balancing barely on a table edge,
right,
and like just try to imagine that it can't move with anything.
Here's a good magic. The only good magic trick I've seen with a pencil was done by Heath Ledger's Joker in The Dark Knight. He made a man disappear using that pencil. It's amazing.
All right, you're not going to ask him to do that. That's one down, one to go, James. You are prepared to pay him $10,000 if he can turn the page of the telephone directory with certain controls.
That's right. Since my theory, as yet unproven, of course, is that it's accomplished simply by blowing, though rather cleverly, I must admit, done, there should be a way, a simple way, without a lot of instrumentation, to demonstrate that fact by using one very simple control. Now, what I have here is particles of a white plastic, which, when given a good puff, good heavy puff of air, will, I think, rather conclusively show whether or not blowing is a method accomplished.
So now, if you're this guy at this point, are you going, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit? Or are you going, you know what? I think I can still pull this off.
I even think it goes beyond that, though. Like, why shouldn't this bearded dude just have to tell that guy, okay, make it move with your mind? Because even just the movement from your hand, though, will make that page turn.
But that'll move the plastic.
Okay, so
and then
he's
he'll
not
know.
just saying blowing, he's saying any movement.
Right. He's saying you're using air to turn these pages, not your mind.
Will not perhaps in some way differentiate between genuine psychic power and actual blowing. But it certainly should be very interesting indeed to see what now occurs.
James?
Ready?
He's like, ready? I mean, might as well give this shit a shot. Because remember, if you somehow pull this off, you get $10,000. You're above questioning the rest of your life, and you'll be booked at casinos and cruise ships across the country.
I can imagine 10 grand is a lot of money back then, too.
Right. And then if you don't get it, you just make up some bullshit excuse as to why it didn't work that day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, your paper is just...
right.
Your particles are distracting my paper page.
Exactly. He's just... And he's not focusing on the paper. What he's doing right now is going, how the fuck am I going to pull this off without moving any of that plastic?
James,
what I love about the confidence of a TV host like Bob Barker is he doesn't mind the dead air at all. He's just watching this guy eat his balls on live television.
He knows how entertaining it is.
Yeah.
Question? What would you like to ask?
The styrofoam and the lights form electricity which pulls the page. Look.
Boy, you are reaching.
Watch. And then the page turned. So he picked it up. He's like, look, because of the electricity they're forming, the page won't turn. And then he holds it up halfway and it falls over to the other side. You fucking dingleberry.
It pulls the page down.
It did it again. It turned again.
Instead of freeing the pages.
I'll just lift up 1, 2.
Lift them in a bunch if you would, Bob. Just take about a quarter of an inch of them.
All right, there, like that?
That's fine. Gently, place them down gently so it doesn't disturb the phone. I know, I thought you
the other way?
Yeah, the other way. That's what I thought you meant.
Would that be helpful to you?
The static is going to still be here because of the foam. See, that's what I'm saying.
It is the opinion of the judges that there is not enough static formed by the foam.
But it doesn't matter if there's static. If your brain can turn the pages, mere mortal shit like plastic. And by the way, the lights and the plastic form electricity that are somehow pulling down the pages. Suck my ass. Look, if it's a mental process, then all that shit doesn't matter.
Okay, if it's a mental process, you should also be able to stand there and cross your arms, not move us at all.
Right.
And move it, right? That's why my whole thing with the quick squatting and the rush of air and your hand movement.
Look, guys, I mean, if you have a little bit of styrofoam, then my mental powers that I have are null and void. Is it? Well, then you don't have mental powers.
Because, like, I can sit here and hold my breath and still make a paper on this desk move.
Ooh, somebody's bragging.
You know what I mean? Like, I can flop my arm around until shit moves.
To be a problem. So, under the conditions agreed upon, it would seem that now you should at least try with psychic power to turn the page of the telephone directory, James.
Okay.
Here we go. One more try. I tried my bullshit styrofoam excuse. It didn't work. Now he's going through that moment where he's like, I'm fucked. I've got no chance. I'll do my hi-ya karate hands real quick and then nothing.
It's not going to turn for you?
No, it isn't. This isn't a magician's trick. I can't just come up, bang, bang, and it's over.
But you did. A little bit ago, you went bang, bang, and it was over. But then he put the little things that prevent you from blowing on it on there, and all of a sudden you couldn't do it.
Have to be to where I can work with something small and then big.
Right.
You know, to build up my own self.
James has not won the $10,000 with this demonstration.
So it seems.
Now, you have heard what James's explanation is. Do you have any comment to make on that?
Bob, the comment very briefly is that I have gone through many hundreds of these tests with many hundreds of people who claim to have psychic powers. And quite frankly, it's more or less the same story every time. When a simple, direct, very uncomplicated protocol is used and the control is applied, the psychic forces don't seem to be present.
So, to put a wrap on this story, a couple of years later, this man was arrested, charged, and convicted with molesting children. And he's currently in prison. Apparently, he can make their clothes move with just using his mind. Apparently.
I'm disgusted.
Well, I mean, look, with that haircut, how could you not see it coming? I mean,
there's
really.
part of you that can just kind of hope that they're just a dork.
Oh, no. That's a damaged motherfucker. I mean,
hope that they're just a nerd.
Think of the lie you have to make up. You have to go, I can turn pages in a phone book using only my brain. That's a weird dude.
That probably is the kind of guy who would use a defense like, well, somebody's forces made me touch those children.
Yeah, you know what it was? There was a lot of static electricity in the room.
A lot of static, yeah.
Yeah, and with all that static electricity, he just couldn't stop molesting kids. Unfortunately.
Wow, that's absolutely disgusting.
SC Motorsport says Randy broke him. Yeah, but usually when people break people, they don't go, well, now I gotta fuck kids, obviously. I mean, that's the next logical step.
Hobo says we found Aaron's sperm donor.
No, that man has nothing to do with my birth. I believe he was in prison before I was even born. So I am going to go ahead.
He could have donated by then.
Hobo Chili, I don't mean to argue with you, sir, but I believe you are mistaken.
What?
I believe you are mistaken, sir. Oh, man. Well, win some, lose some, I guess.
Gross.
All right, boys and girls, we got, what are we at? Oh, my God, less than 10 minutes left until we rattle the cans. The offering plate. And try to knock out the rest of today's goal.
You could rattle your cans.
120 away from this morning's goal. Guys, let's do it. The evening show got you guys down to 250 to start the day. You got to make them, you got to prove to them you're not their bitch and support this show and get us that last 30 minutes of overtime and make sure that our show stays properly funded on the air and all that stuff. We do appreciate it. 120 left to go. Everybody jump in, throw a couple of bucks our way before we start really rattling this offering plate here and begging you for money. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. The links are right there in the chat. Rumble Rants, the whole deal. Go ahead, contribute to the program. We're at 120. Let's do this thing.
Thank you.
Did you guys ever hear about the Doom Loop tour in San Francisco?
No.
So there was a guy in San Francisco who was running these tours where for $30 he'd take you through the streets of San Francisco and show you how shitty it had become. He'd show you the drug addicts, the homeless people. It was like a human zoo.
In case you feel like being uplifted that day.
Yeah, it was a safari, and the guy's whole point was to show you, to raise awareness, as the kids like to say, about how awful San Francisco's gotten, so it would spur people to maybe vote different, or maybe spur people to not take this shit anymore and demand some kind of change. Well, they've identified the guy running the Doom Loop tour, and it's actually a San Francisco County Commissioner. Or a city commissioner. I'm sorry. He's been identified as behind the controversial Doom Loop walking tour, leading him to resign with a blistering letter blasting the progressive city's deplorable conditions and rampant criminality. His name's Alex Ludlam. He's a member of the city's Commission on Community Investment and Infrastructure. Initially advertised the since scrapped $30 tour anonymously, but he was identified as the organizer after refund notices listed his email address. Whoopsies.
But
such a simple thing to try to remember.
You do realize, though, that if you're against what this commissioner is doing, that means you just don't want better for your community either. You need it to stay that way.
Yeah, there is something about finding out this guy was doing this and being more upset at him.
Yeah.
Than you are, upset at the problems that your community has. You're like, I can't believe this guy is doing a $30 tour to show how shitty the city is. It's like, so you're going to make the shitty less city? Or city less shitty? See, I should have picked
No, it's okay
words.
to call it shitty now. It's just shit.
You're going to make San Francisco less shitty? No, we're going to fire this guy and get rid of him so he stops telling people about how bad it is.
Yeah, I think that says a lot more about you.
I think what it says is this is all intentional. And again, it's part of a communist plot to tear down America.
They need it to stay that way so people believe that everything is like down in the dumps and they need to lean on someone who might fix it for them someday.
It's so George Soros can have his one world government. And if America is strong, people will be like, no, we want to be like America. We don't want to do a one world government thing. So if you can tear down America from the inside, hey, then you can get what you want. So you fund people like London Breed. You fund people like the district attorneys in Chicago and San Francisco and Los Angeles, and you get them into power, and they go, look, and I'm not saying that these DAs and these mayors are bad people. I think they're doing shit that they know is bad, but the checks they're getting are so good that they're like, fuck it, I'll sell my own people out for a 6-figure number.
Right. You have to lose your whole soul at that point.
Yeah, you do. You sell it to George Soros.
That Wiener guy, whoever that Wiener guy is.
Which Wiener guy?
His name is Wiener.
Anthony Wiener.
That guy.
No, he could have got a payday, but he kept showing his dick to underage girls. And
he's not in anymore?
Nope. Oh, he hasn't been for years.
Oh, wow. Why did I think he was still doing speeches and stuff?
Because you haven't heard news of him showing his dick to young girls in a while. So you just...
Well, we have to all accept that now because he's just a minor attracted person.
He confirmed it Monday while resigning from his post in a letter to Mayor London Breed, while attacking the city's wide-ranging policies that permit an organized and malicious element to thrive in San Francisco. So a black man lost his job for calling out crime and poverty, and that's totally fine.
Because, that black man probably wanted a nicer community, but...
How dare he?
Screw that guy.
Yeah. Well, come on. The guy who's giving us our marching orders and paying us our money doesn't want it that way, so quit ruining it. I regret that my attempt to bring attention to the deplorable street conditions and rampant criminality in my neighborhood has been misconstrued as a mockery of suffering individuals. I mean, everyone understood what it meant. Oh, wait, I thought, he's not a black guy. Oh, the guy they showed me yesterday in the story was black. That must have just been somebody who was at the event.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's a white fella. Satire is a poor way to address the grave issues we face as a city. I don't think anybody was confused as to what he meant by this.
No.
I think they're using the suffering part as a reason to get rid of him.
Yes.
They're feigning outrage so that they can get rid of this dude. But what he was doing was not bad. I mean, how else are you... It's like a bad dog. Like, how else are you supposed to fix this if you don't just rub their nose in it?
Right, they'll get sick of it eventually.
While resigning, he promised to give full support to helping to tackle the dire issues his advertised tour said it would take in. The unchecked drug dealing is plainly the root of our current problems. All of downtown will suffer until the markets are closed, he wrote. Well, don't hold your breath. I mean, I hate to be Mr. Oh, wait. Okay, so this was the black guy they showed me yesterday. This is Del Seymour. He's the nicknamed the mayor of the Tenderloin District.
Ew.
He talked to tour participants of the Celebrate Tenderloin tour outside San Francisco City Hall on Saturday.
So when did we switch from was there ever a time in our history where we were disgusted by the drug dealing in the streets and the homeless cities and all that stuff?
Yeah, most people still are.
Yeah, but
they've put people in charge that make it easier for that to happen. That's basically it.
I never understood the moment in time where some of us decided that that's fine and we should be fighting for homeless rights to do all that stuff and things like that.
Yeah, weird. It seems like it just kind of came out of nowhere.
It really did.
It was some kind of organized movement bought and paid for by certain shadow organizations. Very strange. I mean, I know, guys, it's a crazy conspiracy theory to think that, but it just sometimes seems that way when you look at it, that one day we were going, homelessness is fucking gross. We should clear it out. We should be rid of it. We should exterminate the homeless problem. To then the next day going, oh, yeah, it's totally fine if you pitch tents in the middle of our downtown and shit in the street. Yeah, kind of strange. Opinions like that don't change overnight. It's almost like something got involved and screwed with the wiring.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't flipped overnight yet.
Yeah, odd.
Isn't that strange?
Paul R. Nelson says it started when people elected Ron Kind, who, I'll remind you, is the wrong kind. All right, boys and girls, let's fire up the music. Let's see if we can get this done. The evening show audience gave you a $250 goal. You're a little more than halfway through it. Let's knock this thing out. April, you go ahead and take that offering plate. I'm going to fire up the music. It's time to get religious. It's time to get gospel. Let's do this thing. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. Let's go on a rally. Otherwise, this show is over in 7 minutes. 7 minutes and 5 seconds.
I don't want to be done yet.
To be exact. We've got a lot of stuff still to come today.
Finish strong.
A lot of stories still to go. We hope you enjoyed the program today. $120 away from today's goal, and if we get it, if we nail it, we're doing 30 minutes of overtime. So here we go. Couple of bucks, it all adds up. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Those are the best ways to do it. Super Chats, Rumble Rants, they all count also. Let's knock this thing out, guys. You can do it. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. Holy hands to the sky. Fill up that offering plate with contributions to your Church of Steel Toe. We come here every morning to worship. Yeah. The evening show, working in tandem with you, says, hey, we're going to help out our morning show brothers. They had a little bit of help, or they had a little bit of trouble yesterday. They came up 90 minutes short, or they came up $90 short. We're going to help them out and start them at $250 today instead of $350. So, help out. Let's do this thing. Gary Crouch with $20 says, been a while. Here you go, beggar. Thank you, buddy. 105 away from knocking it out. It looks like Gary Crouch has started our offering plate rally.
It's filling up.
Let's see if we can continue it here. Ladies man saying that's a dope-ass plate. It certainly is a dope-ass plate. $105 away. Let's knock out what was a very minuscule goal this morning and call it a victory for today. Here we go. Who's next? 105 away. Can't miss 2 morning shows in a row. Otherwise, maybe all those people who hate Steel Toe are right. And it's curtains for us, Marcy.
No.
All right. CK Benzona says that's a bedpan for Lizzo.
Ugh.
No, it's the offering plate where the money goes for this program to stay on the air. And all we can offer you is more time. That's it.
Let's go, Steel Toe brothers.
105 away. Lucy Fur says, shake that dish harder, April. Something needs to happen because we need ourselves a rally so we don't fuck ourselves right in the ass 2 mornings in a row. And you don't want MSO winning twice.
No.
Or maybe you do. The passion for this show goes like this. If we make you passionate enough, you'll feel like contributing a few bucks. But if you're someone who's more like, show's okay, but I ain't give any fucking money. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Let's see if we can get more of the former rather than the latter. A few more 2.6%ers contributing a couple of bucks to this program. Thank you to Freedom's Lunch. Says, in honor of your betters, the olds. There you go. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
to the olds. Here we go, guys. $100 away. Let's knock this thing out. We got it. We got to notch a win today. The evening show audience knocked out their goals these 2 nights. And then, of course, don't forget, tonight is prize night.
Oh, that's right.
On the evening show, so be sure to come in for this.
Yes.
Here we go. Let's do this fucking thing. $100 away. $5 from Silverwolf says time, the most precious resource. Never wasted watching Steel Toe, though. Oh, thank you, buddy. 95 away. BYB Podcast says, do you take 2-party checks? Look, we keep posting L's in the morning. We might have to get that desperate. Who knows? We'll take your fucking insurance checks if we keep posting L's in the morning. Thank you very much to Bandit of 71 for $20, trying hard to keep us alive.
Thank you.
$75 away from hitting today's goal and adding a half hour of overtime. Ladies Man with $20.
Aw, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And that's going to put us 60 away. See, there we go. Now the rally's begun. Now we can do it. $60 away from hitting this thing. Trucker 18-Wheeler says, do you take cashier's checks over on Rumble? We take anything at this point. Sid Saraf with $9.99 says, get it. $55 away from this morning's goal. You guys are getting so close. Look at her shaking that offering plate, begging for the dollars, asking for the money to take this little exiled radio program and keep it on the air for 3 years, shaking that little offering plate, begging worse than anyone does, and embracing every single bit of it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Gordon with $20. Thank you very much, buddy.
You. A new name.
Very cool. Always good to see new names chipping in. $35 away from today's goal and 2 minutes away from time running out. 10 memberships from the Mood.
Shit.
And now we're $15 away.
Thank you.
From today's goal. 15 away thanks to the Mood. And those memberships going to Victoria, Hank Danger, Stephen Weisfout, Honk to Clown, Stuttering John's Fingernails, Brian Boswick, Abe Anderson, C, Fuse 4 Gaming, and Hank Drunkowski. Mayor Larry Vaughn says, do you take payments in check or cash? I'm sorry, that's not funny. Not funny at all. Oh, sir, you have much bigger problems. It's Labor Day weekend, and you got to make sure those beaches stay open. After all, amity means friendship. All right, 1 minute and 20 seconds left to knock out today's goal, and only $10 away, thanks to Mayor Vaughn and company.
We're doing it.
We're doing it. We're having fun. Let's hit that last $10. Off we go to a half hour of overtime. Just $10 from now. 1 minute left. A little bit of time now to go before we post our second victory of the morning shows this week. 10 to go. Hobo Chili Recipe says they don't even spit on it. Very unprofessional.
Hey.
Look at this woman for 6 minutes now, shaking that offering plate. Give it one of these, like a martini shaker. Look at that. All the dimes, all the nickels flying out of there as you contribute to Steel Toe. Look at this. Woo! We're doing tricks like a bartender. Friendo says amateur hour. Amateur hour? I wish I were an amateur. I'm a filthy homeless beggar man at this point. $10 away, 20 seconds left. Will we knock this thing out, or will we be a bunch of failures for the second day in a row? 10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. All right.
Don't you want more manic moments with Aaron?
We do owe you 30 minutes since you got under $50, but we got to knock out that last 10. Let's hit our refresh button here on all of the services, all the different places we have to check. Devil Pup with $5 says, hope this doesn't bounce over on Rumble. So we're $5 away. There's BYB Podcast with $9.99, and there we go. We've got it. It's over.
Thank you.
We knocked it out, and we're now $5 ahead for tomorrow morning. Hank Danger with $20 says, thought April was a shooter. Shouldn't she know to tuck her elbows? April. No tucking your elbows? How dare you?
I'm sorry.
Hobo Chili Recipe says April gets carpal tunnel from e-begging.
It is true. I would like a shoulder rub from time to time.
It's a
That'd
real,
be nice.
It's a real work hazard, man. It's a real work hazard. Thank you guys very much. It's awesome that you knocked that out. We appreciate it. Just 2 of those goals left this week. Nothing tonight for the prize show. And Thursday and Rumble Friday is all we've got left. So thank you guys very much. Union Jack says, I miss the old music.
Try it tomorrow.
We can, we can bring it back. We can always bring it back. All of these things are temporary.
Oh,
I'm
sore.
All right, we got a lot of things to talk about. Thank you, by the way. It was a lot of you chipping in 20 and under, getting it done today. We appreciate that. That's a team effort. You see, when we work as a team, there's nothing we can't do together as a group. Thanks, guys.
I love new names, too.
Hey, you know how China is a big, bad, nasty, evil guy because they go on social media apps and censor them and they delete people's posts and like the government can directly just fuck with you like that?
Yeah, what now?
You know, how China can go in and they can censor posts and they can stop people from using a certain app.
No, it did not.
All from the government. That would be like, that's a really shitty, evil thing to do. And
pretty bad.
Like, that would be really bad if we tried to do something like that.
I think so.
Right?
Yeah.
That would be like a super shitty thing for the United States government to do. I mean, thank God we don't do that. Because like I said, that would be just completely fucking terrible.
I feel like you're leading us somewhere.
What? A new report says the Biden administration tried to force TikTok to let the U.S. government spy on users and moderate content just like China does.
Wow. You guys, he did that with Facebook too. Didn't he talk to Zuckerberg and say, hey, if I hand you this little paycheck here, can you
Well, I believe,
filter?
Yeah, that was the CIA and FBI. Got to Facebook and was like, hey, could you censor all this political speech we don't like?
And they obliged, right?
Boy, I can't remember if they did or if
you
Zuckerberg
use Facebook.
told them to fuck off. No, I'm saying I can't remember what their response was.
You know it wasn't fuck off.
One of them told him to fuck off. I just can't remember if it was Facebook or not. I actually think Twitter said yes before Elon. Twitter said yes, and Facebook, I think, said fuck off because what the CIA was asking was for them to have control of the moderation. And Facebook said, no, we're not letting you moderate shit yourself.
Okay.
You know, that's a big leap.
I definitely feel, though, that in my time using Facebook, there have been certain things pushed and certain things that when you try to talk about them, a warning pops up.
Yeah, their bias is all hell, but they do that for free.
But isn't that what they were asking for?
No, what the CIA was asking was let us delete and change and alter shit that we don't like. Like they wanted to actively go in and do it, whereas Facebook now just has a liberal slant to their company. So they just push certain shit and don't push other shit. It's a big leap from one to the other. So the Biden administration went to TikTok and tried to force them to let the government spy on users and moderate content like they do in China. Because as we know, China really likes, or Biden really likes China. He thinks they're aces. He thinks they're great because they put millions of dollars in his family's pocket. The only problem is, it's just a further effort by this crime family to try and keep Trump out of office when, God, wouldn't it just be easier at this point to try to do a good job? Like, I mean, how bad is this going to get in the next year where, like, how much rigging, I said rigging.
With an R.
How much rigging are you going to have to do? Like, how shitty of a job do you plan on doing? That's the question I would ask if I was Facebook or TikTok. I go, no, wait a minute. You want to come in and spy on people and their voting habits and their political habits, and you want to delete their content if you find it to be, devastating to your case.
Yeah.
How bad do you guys plan on fucking up this country that's something you'll have to do? Well, we actually plan on fucking it up really bad. I mean, for regular people, not for us. But we plan on fucking it up so bad that we have to go into their social media and delete posts when they find out how shitty it gets.
I've wondered that from time to time, too, though. Like, why... Like, wouldn't it be less exhausting for you at this point to just do a good job in the presidency and stuff like that? Like, do a good job as an administration?
Well, the problem is the people you've taken money from, the things they need you to do not lead to you doing a good job for the rest of the country. So you have to be loyal to the people who pay you. And in this case, it would be the Chinese, the Ukrainians, the Russians, so on and so forth. All these countries that gave you all this money, you have to now repay the favor.
Okay.
Versus, like a Republican, they'll just do giveaway. Republicans are old school corrupt. They do favors for like corporations and oil companies and drug companies and things like that. Whereas now, like the Biden family, they're like beyond Democrat corrupt. Democrat corrupt is like, we'll do favors for the teachers unions and the labor unions and shit like that. The Biden administration is like, look, I took a shitload of money from Chinese, like foreign national billionaires. And countries whose interests are in direct conflict with us.
Yep.
So I have to serve them and not the country I'm running. So I have to hurt this country in order to earn my millions of dollars. Like it's.
But then we still reelect them after they destroyed the country. I don't get it.
Well, because they tell the really stupid people that if you vote the other guy, he's going to destroy your country.
But you've already done it.
There's part of me that believes that Donald Trump in an odd way is working for the Bidens. So he can be their boogeyman so that they can get in there. Barrister with $5 says, please ask the blonde to move her mic to her left so I can see more of her glorious boobies.
Yeah, they're right there.
He likes the content that we produce.
Yeah,
Chevy fan with $1 says, read that link, see if you get upset as I did. I did open that link. We are going to get to that in just a second. So the draft agreement, as it was being negotiated at the time with TikTok, would give government agencies like the Department of Justice or the Department of Defense the authority to examine TikTok's U.S. facilities, records, equipment, and servers with minimal or no notice. So they could just come in for a surprise inspection of all your shit at any given time.
Yep, because you should always agree to that.
You should always let the government take over your private company. Block changes to the app's U.S. terms of service, moderation policies, and privacy policy. So you're the private company and you tell the government, hey, we want to do this, this, and that. And they're like, no.
So basically they want no privacy.
Right. Veto the hiring of any executive involved in leading TikTok's U.S. data security org. God, this is fucking brilliant by China, because what they did was that they wanted more control over the American part of TikTok. So instead of putting like Chinese people in there to run American TikTok, that would look iffy.
Oh, sure.
They just pay a corrupt, shitty American politician, push him into the presidency, and then say, here, you do it. If it's a white American face doing this with TikTok, but they're doing it on behalf of China, it'll look better than if we just try to do it.
Naturally.
Order TikTok and ByteDance to pay for and subject themselves to various audits, assessments, and other reports on the security of TikTok's U.S. functions, and in some circumstances, require ByteDance to temporarily stop TikTok from functioning in the United States. Now,
that's probably fine, right?
That part I like. That's the...
Let's do that one.
Yeah.
I choose that one.
While there is bipartisan concern about the influence of China-controlled TikTok on American citizens, past proposals to rein in the platform have been characterized by many observers as little more than a Patriot Act-style power grab, giving the federal government unprecedented authority over a social media platform and its users. Okay, but this is where it gets a little tricky. When that app is owned by a foreign power who is hostile towards your country, that's different than just banning a social media service. That's banning a backdoor spy ring, basically, for one of your enemies. I'd be totally fine with them banning TikTok.
Yep, I agree.
100%. $5 from Rincewind says, what kind of action would... No, I said rigging. Rincewind, rigging. It's completely different. How dare you? So yes, they while it doesn't surprise me that they tried to get TikTok to let the Biden administration control the app, I am kind of surprised that they said no.
A little bit, yeah.
But they might have said no because some of that stuff in there would kind of fuck with China's stuff. Like ByteDance is the Chinese company that owns TikTok. And that kind of sounded like the American government could then tell them what to do.
Well, you can't tell China what to do.
Hey, you can't, yeah. That. Well, Joe Biden can't tell China what to do. I mean, what the hell are they paying him for?
No, he's on his knees to China.
You know, the Chinese putting Muslims in concentration camps. Were you aware that that's just different cultural norms?
I have heard this.
Yeah.
I believe it was our president said that.
See, because I thought that it was like evil and borderline Nazi shit, but I found out later that I'm just fucking retarded.
You just don't live there, so you don't understand.
I'm stupid.
It's a different culture.
And I don't get it. If TikTok was gone, that would be great. I mean, it's literally wrecking people.
I like how we didn't say that about the Holocaust, though.
What, that it should be gone?
No, that it's just different cultural norms.
Oh, yeah. I mean, rounding people up and sending them to camps, just different cultural norms.
You just don't understand.
Yeah. Okay. What China got Biden to say about different cultural norms, you understand that's the equivalent of Hitler going to FDR and be like, no, you don't know what they're doing over here. And then FDR coming to us and going, well, they are kind of being a little tricky.
Can you imagine if like all the other countries in the world looked at us with slavery and said, oh, it's just different cultural norms?
Different cultural norms. That's all it is.
All fine.
Well, in fairness, that's how we view Muslim slavery. Like, we're not trying to stop that in Libya and places like that.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Yeah, we're just like, well, you know, we don't.
I don't think we have Muslim slaves here.
We don't. No, I mean like Muslims using slave labor. I mean, it even goes to history, like the way we teach history. The way we teach history in this country is that the Crusades were this big, terrible, evil thing that the Christians did to the Muslims. The Muslims were robbing, pillaging, raping, conquering, enslaving, taxing for 400 years before the Christians finally decided, all right, we're going to fuck you up if you don't cut the shit. Like basically in
I like your version of history.
In like 400 to 500 years.
Yeah.
The Mediterranean Sea went from what they called a Roman lake, where it was controlled by traders and everything else, to in 500 years, it just became infested with Muslim pirates who would, take boats, take the crew, put them into Muslim slavery. They'd go and raid villages and burn down monasteries and kill people. And then the Pope was like, I have an idea. Why don't all of you warring factions here in Europe all band together? Let's go over to Israel and kick their asses. And so they moved through Spain, they conquered parts of North Africa, they conquered the rest of Italy, and then they went over to the Holy Land and started kicking the shit out of them. And then all of a sudden, when the Christians for a couple of years start killing Muslims, then it's, oh my God, it was savagery in the name of God. It was the Christians being such bad guys. The Crusades were a counterattack. The Crusades were self-defense. The Muslims, no offense, guys, were out of control. They were fucking people
I think that's a hot take, Aaron.
Well, and then when the Crusaders actually won, they put a shitload of Muslims to the sword. They absolutely did. But then it's not like they took Muslim slaves and just started, sending them back to Europe and building buildings and shit like the Muslims did to Christians. It's fucking psychotic the way the Crusades are taught.
It's always... Well, we've covered this earlier. We even said about like troll people like to push all the buttons and be all the mean and all that stuff. But as soon as somebody pushes back just a tiny bit, it's, oh God, what are you doing? I've done nothing wrong to you.
That's what Islam did.
It's the victim card.
Yeah, Islam did that during the Crusades. And the only reason they played victim is because the first crusade went so well for the Christians. Like they conquered Jerusalem, they took Antioch and Acre and all these different parts of the Holy Land. And then... they fought for 300-400 more years, and it was pretty much Jerusalem went back and forth, and then the Crusades ended, and for a couple hundred years there was quiet until Jewish people decided, what if a lot of us just start moving into the area of Israel and then just try to use other world powers to give us a home country? That's the craziest thing. They're like, oh, doesn't Israel deserve a home country? It's like, motherfucker, people were living there before them. It's not like the Jews just went into this place that was uninhabited by the sea and went, all right, now you need to give us our own country called Israel. There were Palestinians living there already who had made an ancestral home there for hundreds of years, and Jews just kicked them out. It's so crazy, like the formation of Israel, because it goes from the Jews were rounded up and kicked out of Germany and treated like shit and killed and this and that. And then when Israel is formed, it's basically formed in blood where they tell the Palestinians and the Muslims like, hey, get the fuck out of here. This is ours now. And when the Palestinians went, no, The Israelis went, well, then we'll just fucking round you up and kill you.
Why didn't you just become a history teacher? Like, I could just shut the fuck up for the whole rest of overtime and let you sit there and ramble. You know what I mean? Like, I've just sat here for minutes on end just listening to you carry on. Like, why didn't you do that instead?
The Mood says, Aaron might explain it like the Cookie Universe guy, but he ain't wrong. Yeah, I am kind of explaining the Crusades like Michio Kaku explains space, but I'm explaining it the way I understand it.
That's fine. I think that's how most people do it. It just seems that you like it so much. You could have done that.
I enjoy history. I like it.
I don't know why you didn't.
Have you seen how much teachers make? Then again, I went into radio, which is not known for being the
I always like that excuse people used. Oh, she only got with him for the money because he was on radio. And I'm like,
us radio guys.
Excuse me. I made more than him at my painter job.
I mean, I made more than she did, but the actual radio part.
Your salary?
Yeah, the radio part didn't. I was a salesman.
Yeah.
Sales is what made my money.
100% salary-wise, I made more than you.
Barrister with $5 says $5 to start a GoFundMe for the blonde to unbutton another button. Well, get it up to $4.5 million.
What am I, the prized cow at the fair?
Just a big pig that they want to, poke and prod and judge.
Jeez.
Oh, man, we've got a lot of people. European Crusaders ended up slaves to the Muslims in some cases, says Union Jacks. Yes, that is true.
Did this Bisconte's herpes bumps guy think I actually meant it's a hot take?
So that is not a hot take, April. It is historical fact. Yeah, I took that to mean she was kidding.
It was absolutely a joke.
The Mood says it's great content, in my opinion. History Hour with Aaron. Oh, yeah, I love this shit.
Yeah, you should just have like a glass of whiskey down here and just kind of ramble about historical events.
I also want to do boxing and Vikings shit, too, at some point. But I got to find time to come down here. All right. Let's go to this Denver story that, who sent it to us? It was, a Chevy fan sent us this one. Here we go. Denver to pay $4.7 million to Black Lives Matter protesters who violated emergency curfew during the 2020 riots. So they're going to burn down your city, and then you're going to pay them.
If I could just be black for a day and cause problems, I could have so much money.
I'll take things I've never said for $500, please.
The money could cure any stress I have in my life.
Yeah,
but, I'm not black, so it doesn't work out.
Throw some rocks.
I'm not a troublemaker either.
Actually, no, this was Black Lives Matter protesters who got it, so there's plenty of white people in there. You don't even have to be black. You just go and cause trouble.
Fine, I'm not fat.
Oh, well, that's... And you only have one hair color.
Yeah, that's true.
It's unfortunate.
And it's natural. Oh my God.
The city of Denver, Colorado recently reached a $4.7 million settlement with more than 300 Black Lives Matter protesters arrested for violating the city's emergency curfew order to participate in the summer 2020 riots following the death of George Floyd. So you got to riot, you got to burn shit down, and now you all get to share $4.7 million.
Well, for your distress.
Okay, let's think about this. 300 people, $4.7 million. Let's take a look here. 4.7 million, probably divided by 2 for the lawyer's cut. They'll take half. Divided by 300 people, everyone will get about $7,500 out of this deal. Not bad for a night's work.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah.
For destroying things.
Yeah,
and you get paid for it.
All you had to do was break shit and set it on fire.
Hell yeah.
The class action lawsuit accused the Denver Police Department of using then Mayor Michael Hancock's emergency curfew order to target protesters demonstrating against police brutality. Yeah.
Congratulations to that lawyer, by the way, with that argument.
Look, just the fact that the rest of us had to abide by these COVID rules, and just because you were protesting, you couldn't spread COVID that way? You got to stay out later? That's bullshit. And now they got paid, as somebody points out, 10 times more than the people in Maui who lost their house.
I just read that and I instantly got a headache. This is disgusting.
Oh, you got to vent your frustrations. You got to call the cops all kinds of names. You got to break all the laws and rules.
Who decided that we were only giving Maui $700 per victim, by the way?
Well, we looked into the fund we had for Ukraine, and we kind of dug through the couch cushions and went, that's about what we got left. That's all.
I struggle. I struggle with people.
Man. Guys, before we go to our last few topics for today, let me please mention Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Our friends at Stoney's have a great selection of beer and liquor and those delicious world-class Bloody Marys, the best in the area. They also have bike night every Thursday. While the weather's nice, bring out the Harley, go on out to Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville and enjoy bike night. You've got live music every weekend on the Fireball stage. You've got Stoney's Garage outside at the patio. They've got acoustic music there. It's a great place to go hang out and have an awesome time. Play some cornhole, too. I hear it's really popular out there. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Visit Stoney's today. Do a little day drinking on a work day. Why not? All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go in the ditch, your car has problems, it won't go, whatever. Call All Care Towing. They've got the trucks and wreckers for small cars to heavy-duty equipment, and they can be there in minutes. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Our friends at Midland Armory have a great selection of firearms, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, and more. And when you make your order at Midland Armory, make sure you use the promo code SteelToe, and you'll get a great discount. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And guys, if you're looking for coffee, you've only got 2 days left to get your Steel Toe Select whole bean coffee at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. There's the link in the chat, both Rumble and YouTube. Get that coffee. We've only got, again, 2 days left for the Steel Toe Select Anniversary Coffee. That is a limited time offer. April's drinking it right now. It's a smooth South American coffee aged in a whiskey barrel for 30 days from our friends at Crescent Mountain Coffee Roasters. Go to crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. It helps the show, but also it's incredible coffee. They've also got April's Magic Bean and the Steel Toe Medium and Dark Roast Coffee, all in whole bean and ground coffee. Check it out today, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. You've only got 2 days left to get that Steel Toe Select. Stock up on it today, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. One more thing, guys, if you want tickets to our live show we have with Chrissy Mayer and Lila Hart and Nick Ricada coming up on Saturday, October 21st. Get your tickets at this link right here for Chrissy Mayer tickets. It's at Partners Pub here in Sartell, Minnesota, Saturday, October 21st. Get your tickets at that Eventbrite link in the chat, and we will see you Saturday, October 21st for that show. All right, let's continue on with the program as we got all of that out of the way, and everybody's going to get their coffee and their tickets this afternoon.
Absolutely.
I love stupid, dumb, fucking neighborhood disputes like this that make the local news. Because you get all like the neighborhood gossips and they get to give their opinion even though it has no bearing on their life at all.
Isn't that fun though? Isn't that like a right of living in a small town?
Yeah, it's just awesome to see these people like go on the news and like air their grievance about like this story, for example, a tree root from a neighbor's yard is growing up through the other neighbor's garage. And now they're having a big dispute.
That is a problem, though.
I know, but it's just funny that it makes the local news because it seems like such a I call the city, you call the city. We get people out here. They tell us what to do. But I just love that the news comes out with vans and they stick microphones in people's faces. What do you think about this tree root, huh?
Can we get the little root out, please?
Yeah, this is in Buffalo, New York. So places like Portland look at this story and go, oh, you mean this is the kind of stories your local news covers when you don't have rampant homelessness, shit in the streets, drug use, and murder? Cool.
Yeah, they'll cover a dog pooping in a neighbor's yard, too.
Right. That's the kind of stories they're hoping to have. Let's go ahead and check this one out. You guys decide whose side you're on. Here we go.
Maybe.
Problem solvers.
Problem solver Michael Schwartz, a Buffalo woman, contacted me saying this massive root, well, that's from the tree next door. It's since pierced right through her garage, damaging this and the floor, making it uneven. So I went looking for answers.
You know what I say?
Where'd her teeth go?
That too. She filed them down.
Oh
actually.
My God, what?
I should have waited before her face came up on screen because now I'm going to feel terrible. I'm on the neighbor's side. And it has nothing to do with this part.
Wait.
But there's nothing the neighbor can do. I mean, it's a tree root. It's literally what they call an act of God.
Well, before it totally wrecked your entire garage, when you first started it coming into that garage, you could have offered to have it removed.
Your tree?
The root.
Oh, the root.
You're not going to kill the whole tree just from getting part of if that tree is big enough to have roots that big. You can do away with one of the roots, I think.
I've been going through this since 2019, and it's just seemed like I'm not getting anywhere no matter what I do.
Which is why Donna Garner spoke to 7 problem solvers about these 2 trees next door. They border her fence.
Oh,
and
shit.
over the past
They're
few
right
years,
there.
Their roots have broken through her garage, lifting the floor.
Once I noticed it, it seemed to be getting worse and worse and worse.
Now, ma'am, that wasn't because you noticed it. That's just kind of how tree roots work.
I hate the squeakiness when she says S's because she has no teeth.
They grow. I mean, she's like, maybe if I hadn't looked at the root, it would have gotten smaller. No, it's not.
This is the most obvious damage, this massive root just piercing through the back corner of Donna's garage.
Everybody that have come out here to look at this, they said absolutely not. They said once the trees are taken down, then they'll do it. Because they said if they attempt to do it now, the trees will fall.
Yeah.
The only work...
I love it. She's like, everyone I've had come, I thought she was going to say, everyone I've had come out here says I'm in the right. It's like, oh, yeah, you really, all your friends and family that came over. So I hate that when people pump you up, you tell them about a problem you have, and they have no skin in the game, and they tell you exactly what you should do. And you're like, no, that's horseshit.
Well,
you wouldn't do that if it was your house.
And when I went on about how you could probably get rid of that one root and the tree would be fine, that was before I realized how close the tree was to that garage.
That tree could start leaning into the garage.
I figured this was a tree in somebody's yard and there's a big ass root that came over.
No, this is one of those one of those neighborhoods where the houses are just right on top of each other.
You can't have mature trees in that neighborhood. You just need to get rid of it.
That was done was the trimming of these branches. Garner says that was more than 2 years ago.
That are still laying there in the yard.
Donna contacted...
You guys trimmed branches 2 years ago and you haven't gotten rid of them? Oh, this sounds like a shitty neighborhood.
I know people like that.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. You know who I'm talking about. Just lazy fucks. Don't give a shit.
I know, but that makes you a lazy fuck, and that makes this a lazy fuck's neighborhood.
But it is. That's what this is.
I have a root growing through my garage. I go, fuck it, we're moving.
Contacted the New York City-based landlord who owns the home.
I bought in many contractors. They took a look at it. They said it's more of a hassle to remedy the situation.
I love the landlord's like, fuck it, I don't live there. It's more of a pain in my ass to fix the damn thing because the landlord probably has to pay for it.
Who's this creepy ass serial killer looking dude?
He's just a creepy dude who does the news.
Then just leave it and this is just mother nature. I mean, I wish I can do something, about it right now.
However, that's not entirely true. Kathy Amder, the commissioner of the City of Buffalo's Department of Permit and Inspection Services, told me the landlord could take down the trees if he wanted to.
But why is he against that? He could take down the trees if he wanted to, ... I'm guessing they're going to say at his expense.
Yeah, it is. It's expensive.
And a tree that size is not going to be cheap to have removed.
No.
Thousands
have a nice
of dollars.
bonfire, though.
Yeah, well, no, not in this neighborhood. They apparently don't clean up shit. I'd hate to see what the inside of these houses look like.
Isn't it fun about tree roots how the cement from the garage and stuff like that won't deter the root and make it grow somewhere else?
It'll just come right up through. Yeah, that's kind of awesome.
It's kind of awesome.
He's just not legally obligated to do so. If the trees had dead limbs or showed signs of decay, then the city could step in.
That thing could fall over and wipe out half that city block.
They're using the argument that your dentist used about your tooth. We can't remove a perfectly healthy tree.
But I mean, if that thing topples over, it could crush 3 houses as close as they are together.
But you know what I'm saying? He's like, dude, if there was dying limbs, this tree's on its way out, we'd gladly take care of it.
Well, look, I would love to take care of your house problem as the landlord of your property, but the tree is so healthy, I would hate to kill a living creature.
They won't pull it.
Studies say they feel pain,
But Amder tells me a city inspector recently discovered that the trees are healthy, and this is a civil matter, not a code violation.
To which the landlord went, "Oh, shucks, then."
Okay, if the tree roots are healthy enough to push through a garage, I'd say the tree's pretty healthy, right?
The tree's doing great. The rest of you are fucked.
Doing fine.
Gardner is shocked at the response.
I can't believe somebody came out here and looked at this garage and stated that this is not a problem.
Michael Schwartz, 7 problem solvers, Buffalo.
They didn't say it wasn't a problem.
It's just not their problem.
Just not their problem, right?
Ma'am, that's a you problem.
Ma'am, they agree that it's a problem. They're just relieved that it's not theirs.
Anyone else troubled that she won't fix her teeth, but she'll bitch about a tree root?
Yeah. Maybe
she had no teeth left. She had like the tiny little like piranha teeth.
People are saying in the chat $5,000 to $10,000.
It is pretty expensive.
Yeah. Cut that tree down. All right, guys, thank you very much for knocking it out. You're $20 ahead for tomorrow morning. Join us tonight for the prize show where we're going to give away $250 to a lucky listener, $100 to a VIP, and $100 to a member as well. You know, technically, if you became a VIP tonight, would that technically not get you a shitload of entries into the $250 drawing, but also get you in the VIP drawing? Mm-hmm. Something to think about. All right, guys, we will talk to you this evening, 7 p.m. Central Time. Hit like, hit subscribe. Thank you for being here, and thank you for financially supporting this program. We will talk to you all very soon.